randoms. Welcome to the Brawl Stars World Finals.
It has all been coming down to this.
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion.
Oh my word! What an incredible moment!
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing. Be the first and last out, make it happen. We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing.
Without further ado, let's get rolling!
Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, everybody, and welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship, where today we're in the South America region. I am Mark, joined today by the predictions master and Trav. Trav, gonna start with you. How are you doing? Good to have you back. Are you excited for South America?
I'm excited for South America, but I'll be honest, you had me a little bit more hyped at this point. I finally admitted I was a predictions master, so then I only backtrack. Not pleased about it.
Well, hopefully you got better luck today. Teddy, great to have you back as well, my friend. How are you feeling after yesterday?
Dude, EMEA was crazy as you'd always expected. I'm hoping that SA is going to be matching that energy today as well.
I expect nothing less. It's always a good time in South America. Let's jump in straight to today's format. For anyone that might be new to the BSC, it's of course the power match format from in-game, the picks and the bans that we all know and love, going into our 8-team single elimination bracket. We're going to be picking up from the semi-final stages for each of these sides of the regions. Best of 5, best of 5s, all the ways today, and I cannot wait to get stuck in to the action. Here is the bracket, Trav. Talk us through the action.
Well, as you can see, we've already had our quarterfinals off stream, thanks to this being a sub-region where Bando de Lucas took down Bacchus 3-0 convincingly as well. Clash did the same to Pine Esports. Super Renegados in a close affair against Skull, and Zest did manage to take down Phoenix 3-0. Bando de Lucas will be our first game today, facing off against Clash, the same as we saw in the last month, and then Super Renegados versus Zest as our second game.
Well, we'll get back into our predictions very shortly, but first and foremost, if you want to get involved in some predictions at home, guys, make sure to head over to events.brawlstars.com. Sync up your Supercell ID there with your game, and that's where you can earn in-game rewards. I believe there's a Brock pin this month. We had a fist spray last month. Make sure that you do that, and here we go. I guess we should probably start with the predictions master, Teddy. Teddy, talk us through what you've gone for today and why we're all matching here.
Well, I think part of my mastery is going to be honesty, and I think that you brilliantly pointed out that the bracket, even all the way to the quarterfinals, was incredibly similar to last month, and these were the results of last month. So I feel like it's only fair to go according to the data at hand, and that is Zest taking it all.
Which I think is smart. You know, it's still early days. We'd like to see kind of where Clash, fare this month for sure, because last month they got, swept in that grand finals by Zest. Hopefully not for them this time round, however, but yeah, for sure. It's definitely one that they're going to have to turn things around for. Absolutely so. Well, again, this is going to be our first match of the day. It's Bando de Lucas versus Clash. Let's first start off with Bando de Lucas, Trav, Pizzino, Edino, and Wesley. Talk us through this roster.
I mean, they're an extremely talented roster. We've seen these names throughout last year and also last month as well, but they weren't able to take down Clash last time, and I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do it again. Yes, they're very, very good players, and clearly it's going to be amplified as they are together here in this cam. But you just got to question if they have what it takes to be able to do what they couldn't do last month when it was so convincing Clash's way.
It's sort of a bit of a fight, but in the end, the sets were very much in the favor of Clash. Well, speaking of who, let's take a look at their roster for this year. It was a bit of a mashup of the 2022 rosters of, Clash and also Chasma Gaming, Tufa, BT Zim, and Kaya Dog, Teddy. This is a phenomenal roster. They didn't quite make it all the way to be the victors last month, but definitely looking for it this time round.
Yeah, certainly so. This is one of the top dog teams of the region, just short of winning it all last month as well. I mean, it was short by quite a bit, to be completely fair, but they are the runner-ups, and this month, I mean, they're going for all the way. I don't think they would even be satisfied by just winning this semi-final, although that's where things have to start, and I mean, they got all the chances they need here against BDL.
That's two for, of course, and he's been around for a very, very long time, and that is wealth of experience that Clash brings to the table is incredibly exciting. Very, very fast-paced games. Their thumbs honestly work in wondrous ways, and it's always good to see these teams go head-to-head. But, you know, in regards to this region, Trav, what are we expecting to see? Because RT is on the cards now. We've seen a lot of RT in the EMEA region, a little bit less so in East Asia. What are we expecting from South America?
I mean, I do think it's tough to say because they already have their, I won't say questionable, weird picks. We know they like to play some picks that other regions wouldn't usually. But then again, you know, when you're comparing EMEA playing RT an absolutely massive amount, we didn't see it as much in APAC yesterday. They brought it out here and there, but they were a bit more selective with it. And I think that's maybe what we'll see here in South America too.
And as a whole, Teddy, looking across all of the regions, you know, kind of where do you see things going and where do you see South America fitting into the mix? Because this year has been so incredibly competitive and so many of the outcomes have been not what we've been expecting.
Yeah, I feel like, in a way, South America has always been both incredibly present and a little bit lackluster at times comparing to other regions. As in, they've always performed, but just not been able to go all the way. And right now, with the skill level that those teams have to offer, I can definitely see a shift to that extent. And differently to what Trav said as well, I would even think that maybe they'll pick up a little bit more RT. I feel like this is a region that can be quite experimental, similarly to EMEA at times, and I'm hoping to see that here again.
As am I. Well, Teddy, we'll catch up with you in just a bit. Me and Trev are going to take the reins on this one as the poll over at event.brawlstars.com. Coming in now at 8% only for Bando de Lucas to the 92% of you voting for Clash to take home this win, which is fair, you know, absolutely so, because, you know, this was what we saw as being the outcome last month, Trev, but nonetheless, I feel it's a little bit harsh. I think it could be a little bit closer nonetheless.
I do as well, and you know, we saw it yesterday quite through. Well, I mean, all my words are being eaten up already. RT is going to be the first pick of the day, never mind something that I said might be a bit of a rarity and be a little bit more. But as you said, you know, in terms of predictions, I feel like it definitely is a little bit harsh on Bando de Lucas here. Yes, they did get beaten by Clash last month, and yes, it wasn't the most convincing of displays from them, but there's always a big chance, and especially if you can get the draft right, there's always a chance of taking down a big titan like Clash.
Wow, let's see what they go for next. Obviously, the bans are pretty decent for me in terms of open zone. Crow going to come in. It's always a big pick in South America for sure. The Stu, the Poker, and the Colette band on the side of Clash. The Meg, the Penny, and the Max on the side of Bando de Lucas. Now with the second one coming in. For me, I quite like Pam on this particular map. B is a big one for this particular region, and one that they might be thinking of either as well. Meg being banned, it does kind of deflate a little bit the effectiveness of the B, but nonetheless, I think it's always a good safe pair of hands. Janet going to come in. I think from memory, this was a brawler which was in literally every single map and mode last month if it wasn't banned. I'm pretty sure the majority of the time it wasn't actually banned, so definitely going to be seeing a lot of her today, no doubt about it.
Yeah, and you know, these are pretty much the two most versatile brawlers in the game. It's quite hard to miss their shots. They've got a decent amount of range. They can be competent at short range as well, both Crow and Janet. So I do like the picks there. They're definitely kind of being just a little bit more versatile when it comes to their comp as well. Do think they are kind of lacking a bit of a hard hitter. We know RT, if they can hit those shots, can deal some good damage if they're hit again and again in a row. They're going to add Bonnie to it as well, have that range and also have that short range approach if they do choose to go aggressive. And yes, they probably will do on a map like this, especially when you need to relieve some of that pressure on the zone if they do, if it's heavily against them. And they're against Clash, so it probably will be quite a lot of the time. They do have their last pick here as well, though, but they do have to be quite cautious because Clash obviously have the 6th and final pick, which is quite a lot of the time one of the big picks that you do need to be able to counteract whatever Bando de Lucas do choose to come in with here. They go Pam, and I've always said it, I like Pam, really solid on this map. You can establish your turret high, establish your low, and even use it to tank sometimes.
Yeah, I feel like it's a definitely I say pair of hands on this particular map, and this region do like to sort of cater towards it. Gus is still open as well, could be on their minds on this particular instance, but definitely does place a bit of a problem because it's going to hard counter the Crow. So Clash need to have something very hard hitting here. You have to give themselves a bit more of an edge. I quite like actually the draft as it stands for Bando de Lucas, but they have got the opportunity to try to swing it back into their favor. Gonna go with Spike. It's funny, I was going to mention Spike, but I just thought there's no way someone's going to pick it, especially not with anything too tanky. The Pam is obviously going to be the best target for Kai Dog on that Spike there for me. It does make some sense for sure. But nonetheless, I mean, I do actually feel like Bando de Lucas got a pretty decent draft. The question is, do they have the mechanics to back it up?
Yeah, I mean, I really do like the Bando Lucas draft, and to be honest, there's definitely going to be a better pick out there than Spike, isn't there, really? You know, you're looking at Pam, you're looking at Bonnie, and you're thinking Colette, surely. And I think RT, we haven't really seen many interactions between them, at least in the competitive so far, because we've only been able to see it played throughout the last day. But I imagine Colette would be pretty good against that as well. So definitely a little bit of a weird one, I feel, from Clash, and it might come back to hurt them if they're not able to utilize the Spike as well as they'd like to.
Well, good tap so far from Kaidog. Good slow as well with the slowing Toxin gadget. And Tufa's will be a little bit cautious as the amplified shot is looming above his head. Nice life plant from him. Kaidog, though, incredibly low. BT's in on the left-hand side as well, just one tap away from death. So the Clash are still standing and playing it very cautious under all circumstances, despite being pressured. There's a takedown there on Kaidog, though, and a jump in as well from Wesley. That is a good amount of clear-up work. Will Tufa get this takedown, though? Not quite connecting, and that could prove costly.
Yeah, you'd expect kind of Tufa to be able to pick up both of them there as they were extremely low, but Adinho managed to make it out, has this healing station down now as well, but does get slowed down by Crow and taken down very shortly after as well. Tufa still got this little RT mark on top of his head, and the rest of Clash are assisting him nicely, relieving some pressure and allowing him to heal up, but BT's in needs the same treatment for him now. But, I mean, it's Wesley just missing the shots rather than anything that Clash are doing to relieve that.
Also, Bandit DeLucas does not really, maintaining positioning power in the zone as well, and that's so key. More often than not, the stats don't necessarily matter in open zone or hot zone. It's just simply about being present and gaining those capture points. Kaidog gets tapped up there by Pizzino. Nice shots from him. BT's in there with got the base just to keep the pressure and forcing Adino down the right-hand side into the corner. And Wesley's going to be so cautious here. He's been forced out completely. He's got the ability to turn back into cannon form. I think it's the wise call, but he has given away his position and he will go down, and Clash just seem to be in full control.
They really don't, even when they don't have control of the zone, they still feel composed and calm about being able to retrieve it, and they've done it multiple times now. When they've lost it, they've got it back shortly after, and from this point onwards, it's going to have to be a big performance out of Bando de Lucas, as that percentage was still ticking up until a couple of seconds ago. Tufa got this super once more, not really choosing to use it too aggressively, and does throw it out now, but didn't get any takedowns and really didn't get too much value. It's kind of blocking off that right-hand side and slowing them down just a little bit. Wesley coming in with the jump, but he's going to be falling very low, especially with this burn down damage. Brought down to 84 HP, and that should allow BT Sim to have some good push out.
Yeah, just hanging on there, and Pizzino as well, incredibly low now. BT Sim does get cleared up though by Adino, and that's a great amount of momentum now that Bandit Lucas could use and start to bring things back a little bit. They've got to be a bit cautious about clustering up here, as Kaidog is getting a lot of value off the back of it. 84% is what Clash are on, but Bandit Lucas are creeping forwards just a little bit here. Kaidog can't really contest this, he's too low. Healing up now and staying within inside the zone. Wesley with the clear up. Will he get VTs in? One tap, two tap. Will he get a third? The clear up is there. What an amazing takedown, but have they got the ability to go all the way now?
Good jumping from Kaidog as well. He knows he needs to go aggressive, but Pizzino's doing the same jumping from Wesley, and that might have just cost them the game. Surely better off staying a little bit more defensive and staying out the way. Now they're coming in. 3 seconds is what they need. Adino does manage to stay on, and Bando de Lucas, they're behind for the majority of it, but they stayed calm towards the end and managed to take it back.
Great stuff. Really was from them. Never an easy thing, and especially when you look back to last month, and the results definitely going to be looming in their minds, so it's the perfect way to kick things off for them. But will they take the set? That is the question. They keep it up. Will Clash learn from some of their mistakes? I feel like, to be honest, that they've spent a lot of time, keeping the objective in mind, and that's what we didn't see necessarily in the early outset from Bandit de Lucas. So, an aggressive start for sure. Wesley popping the gadget to give himself that early advantage, and BT Zim is soaking up a lot of these shots. Kaidog's incredibly low as well, and Tufa possibly not far behind. One tap from Pizzino brings it down to 293 HP. And it does feel like the aggression is all with Bandit de Lucas at the moment.
Yeah, not able to connect that one though, and Kaidog does manage to get the takedown, but Tufa's low, Kaidog's low, and they're really not in the best position regardless of having this zone. They're down about 20% still, but picking up some supers now. The slow from Crow, the slow from Tufa, it's all kind of adding up, and it's a bit difficult for Bandit de Lucas to push out, but Wesley's making the move himself. Now just one shot to BT's in, but he did actually miss a pretty easily hitting shot there. Brought down to one shot as he drops some of these bombs, taking flight. Draw a base place just to keep him low, but the Panther will keep him in the mix.
I love that from VTC there, just forcing them to the right-hand side to allow Tufa to get the pickup, and Pizzino's in a really tough position now. He's getting some good time on the zone, but now he's outnumbered, and oh yeah, great shots there from Tufa, great pinch from Kaidog. We need that Pam healing station to go back down again to really eradicate what Kaidog's able to bring to the table, but a nice takedown there from Wesley, who's doing fantastic in this game. Honestly, he goes in again, takedown of VT Zim. The man is on fire.
Yeah, I mean, it really is playing well. Super coming in from Tufa over the right-hand side. It's not a lost cause for Clash just yet. They need to get some stuff done very quickly. Takedown back there as Pizzino hits that final blow onto the last remaining player of Clash, and some strike back from Tufa, a jump in from Cloudog. It's not done yet as Wesley does fall, and now control in the hands of Clash.
This is the crucial moment. It was Van de Lucas in the last game which were able to bring it back from around this kind of position, but now Clash have got the high ground. Have they got the ability to stay focused on the objective enough to survive this first set? Big taps from Wesley again on the left-hand side, bringing VTSim low, but they do need to take down the side of Van de Lucas quickly, as time is not on their side anymore, and almost the entire deficit has been claimed back. Kaigo goes down, VTSim goes down, two first, the last man standing. Who is going to go? An aggressive healing station there from Adinio, and it pushes away Tufa just in the nick of time. Teammates now coming back into the mix, and a bit of a lifeline for Van de Lucas.
Very neat, especially when Wesley has this jump, but Kaidok's got the jump in return. Some takedowns left, right, and center. Just Adinio remaining, and Clash managed to clean up. VTZM's going to be slipping onto this zone. Tufa's got a super, which is going to cover the whole of the right-hand side. It might force them all left, which it does, but now he can just quickly make this rotation over and get the value that he would have got out of it anyway. They're holding the zone, 10% left. An aggressive healing station is going to soak up some of these shots, and Wesley's going to try to use it to his advantage, but Clash are going to hold on, and they're going to tie out this hot zone set.
Side there from Tufa. This is very close, I cannot lie, and it's unusual actually a little bit, in all honesty, to see kind of Clash in this kind of position, struggling a little bit here to, you know, comparing to last year when they were just honestly so much more straightforward, clean cut, getting the job done. This first set is in the balance at the moment, and definitely some confidence being displayed as well from Van de Lucas, because I mean they're playing it really well. I mean, ultimately for me, Tufa is keeping the whole thing from Clash together at the moment, but there's not much, to be honest, that Kaidok can really do. Once the PAM healing station goes down, it really does deflate what he's able to bring to the table. And VTSim here as well is struggling to this matchup against Wesley constantly. Wesley is such a thorn in their side.
That was a great trade from Kaidok to be able to time that shot perfectly for when he landed and get the trade out, but Tufa being pushed back now, and as you said, it does seem like he's kind of the glue, the only one keeping Clash together with his consistency, and he's yet again taking this right side lane down, going to be pinching into Pizzino now as well, and just Wesley, who's playing so well on that Bonnie over the other side, is able to really do so little because he's 1v3 and Clash are just holding it down. When Tufa's got this position, it's so hard to break.
It really is. Scoreline now pretty even for the most part. The healing station there, but Tufa knows it, and every time they're going aggressive and try to eradicate it quickly or get some value, and then, you know, throw over the spikes as well. Dino's very low on this right-hand side and will probably go down, and certainly will to a crow jump there. And Casino now completely and utterly going to be outnumbered. Wesley's the last man standing. Clash now looking to make some strides in this position. Wesley should tick here, and if not, the curveball might finish him off. He's still going, and that's honestly made a world of difference to keep on the objective and to keep the objective positioning power and the percentage rolling in. Great stuff from him.
Yeah, it really does seem like the Tufa and Wesley show at the moment. The rest of the team just trying to hold them together and get some percentage where they can, but down goes Kaidog once more, and in comes Wesley again. Gets the trade and gets the takedown, makes it a 2v1, just Tufa over the right-hand side, but with no life plants left, he really can't do a lot here. Gonna throw that super up on that turret once more, but we're gonna need to see a jump from Kaidog. He's gonna use it over the right-hand side, down onto Adinio, avoid some shots from Pizzino as well, and now they just got to get these takedowns. It's ticking up, only 10% needed, and Wesley's still fairly healthy. Gonna add a little bit more on it, even gets a kill. He's mid-air, and that's gonna be the first set to Van de Lucas.
Oh my word! Wesley deserves a medal for that first set performance. My goodness me. I mean, just keeping everything together, staying on his feet more often than not, and just going in at all the right times with that Bonnie pick. And honestly, yeah, this is really quite exciting to see, because again, last month, Clash didn't lose a single set to this very team. This time round, they have the early advantage. The question is now, will they be able to keep it that way? Because it's going to be a new draft going into safe zone. And again, indestructible walls have changed this map considerably over time. So they've got a bit of a down period to reflect on their performance. But nonetheless, if this next draft goes the way of Van de Lucas and they make it work, then I do worry a bit for Clash.
Yeah, I mean, they have this lead, but they can't get overconfident, because, you know, what we saw last month was Clash just playing it flawlessly and playing so well and taking them down. So if they're able to do something from this point forwards, then they're going to be able to bring it back once more. But it's just a question if whether Van de Lucas, as you say, are going to get a good draft and not be overconfident, then they 100% have a chance of taking this one down and winning it out. But Clash are definitely going to have something to say about them wanting to win this game, because they are a very capable team, and they're not a kind of team who are going to put the heads down after one set loss. And to be honest, the statistics wise, as you said at the start, the stats don't always back up the scoreline.
Wow, I mean, Wesley's stat, though, catches my eye quite considerably, as I did feel like he was the glue that was holding everything together, and 17 takedowns is honestly really commendable. But if you look at Tufa, he wasn't far away at all, and I did mention that I felt like he was really performing fantastically well in that hot zone set. I feel like the draft really was what was letting Clash down, and I mean, the Jana pick wasn't necessarily a bad one. It just felt like Wesley was out maneuvering that left-hand side lane better than VT's him, and as soon as that Palm Healing Station went down from Medino, there's not really much that Dog was going to be able to do against with that Crow pick, other than just get those assassination moments and try to get a few slows and a few tick damages here and there. But I mean, I definitely felt like that was a really well thought through draft and stats to match on the side of Bando de Lucas for the most part. But going in now to safe zone for Heist, and again, very much a different affair, and this could well be a game that's more suited to Clash actually.
I will say though, it does feel like a map and mode recently that's been heavily down to draft. Who gets the better draft? Who gets the more unpredictable odd draft? You know, we see Sprout coming in, blocking off these mids. Some players are bringing in Grom, more throwers being seen. And I feel with that unpredictability, you can get a very good comp in comparison to your opponent. And if Bando de Lucas can do it once more, as we've already said and established, then they might be able to take this one down and pretty much put Clash in the grave. Grom going to be the first pick from Clash though, and there's one of those throwers that we were talking about. Just so strong at the moment, and it might mean that Bando de Lucas have to match with one of their own.
I do like it. It did receive just a recent nerf, however, a small one, not too much. The basic damage down from 1,160 to 1,060. So we have seen a little small drop off, but not a massive one. It's not normally necessarily, though, a first pick on save, so I don't mind it myself. I quite enjoy it. The RT ban there from Bando de Lucas is quite interesting. We saw that a lot in EMEA yesterday. But it's interesting with RT, though, because honestly, we don't see many people able to utilize his super that much. I mean, it's great when you got like a body jump and you can really just eradicate it quickly, but more often than not, RT's super just becomes a little bit redundant in these instances. But Eve, Penny with the bans on the side of Bando de Lucas, the Collect coming in now as well. Daryl is still open here, remember, as well, and that could be definitely on their minds. That Spike to be able to defend for it. The Max ban, the Bonnie ban, and the Carl ban on the side of Clash. So a lot of brawlers there that are designed to really get to the safe quickly. Bonnie with the jump, Carl with the flying hook, and Max to bring everyone forwards together. Brock going to be coming in now. The Bando, the Lucas. Not a bad draft lineup so far, but I feel like if Clash do bring this down, it could cause a few problems.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget either that with the unbreakable walls, Brock, his utility's not as strong as it was. Yes, people can bring in rocket laces more recently, and that's probably what we'll see. But what made Brock so good on this map, not only that damage up on save, obviously, but be able to destroy this right-hand side and kind of take a lot of the good options out of the way, like Grom would have been, has been completely reversed by these unbreakable walls. And yes, he's still going to be able to get a lot of damage on safe, and so's Colette. But it's going to be tough to break out of the position where they're going to be able to get it because of this Grom being such a prominent brawler. Griff going to be the second pick from Clash, and yet again, it's more of the same. It was good when you could break the walls, but I don't know how I feel about it now.
I agree. It does feel like Clash, in a way, are almost drafting a little bit previous meta-wise. I mean, Griff is still viable in some places with a specific strategy in mind, more often than not enjoying Beetles to break open everything and have a B to combine it. The B has appeared, and that does give me a little bit of confidence that those two brawlers can have a lot of synergy together, but nonetheless, it does feel a little bit odd. I mean, it does make a lot of sense to have the B in case Bando de Lucas were looking to bring in that Daryl pick, and maybe now, if they were, they might be reconsidering themselves, but the Bell is still available as well, and a lot of longer range brawlers are still options here for them to consider. The question is now, will they go for that? I mean, they don't need to necessarily defend too much for the safe. They can try to get something to go in on themselves, maybe even like an 8-bit, for example, on safe zone. It's a bit riskier than it is on other maps. But Piper, I can understand for sure. It has been a place, I feel, now in safe zone, at least now that the lanes can't be necessarily broken up as much. So Piper's able to sort of focus her attention more onto that mid and that right-hand side area, better than she was ever used to be able to doing. But definitely feel like this actually could be a comp that would do a lot to the B as well. So if Bando de Lucas play it well, then Clash could be in trouble. But if that Grom gets forwards and causes a lot of pressure onto the safe with the Griff behind it, that's where Clash can really start to thrive.
Yeah, definitely so. And honestly, I'm quite surprised even with, you know, with the BB pick that we didn't see an 8-bit or something like that throughout that mid, and it would have been a pretty solid pick. But then again, you know, Piper's going to be able to do quite a lot of work. But it seems like two of these brawlers from Bando de Lucas were just so much stronger when those walls could be broken down. We're seeing a little bit of a break here from Dog, and it's going to open it up quite heavily, and I think that honestly might help Wesley that little bit more.
Yeah, you can already see him tapping straight away off the back of it, and you know, just getting a couple of shots into Dog, who's really starting to struggle. Not sure the homemade recipe there connected, but we'll find out surely. I think it might have done even. But Wesley now low. Zinni on the right-hand side. getting a few taps on Tufa, keeping his HP in a nice proportion. That's what we wanted to see from the Grom. The X-Factor coming down, and a nice rocket laser there from Pizzinho just to survive a bit longer, but that rocket didn't connect there, and it will provide a nice push up here from Clash, who are already getting some good damage. They've got to take care of Tufa. And again, I do feel like he is playing a very good game today. He is keeping everything together on the side of Clash. And not sure about that jump from Wesley. Could have gone a bit further away, but we'll concede a few shots. As now Clash continue to reign victorious in the mid, but that snipe from Wesley might change things now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the jump was a bit questionable, but the wall break definitely not. Needs to get those out of the way so he's able to pinch and help Pizzinho take down Tufa before he gets in this aggressive position once more, which they've already dealt 29% from, down to 71 now. And Wesley does need to start hitting this mid a little bit more, allowing Pizzinho to get that pressure down the line and get some supers onto the safe, because that's where it's going to start coming down for them. There he is. Now he's starting to hit. Griff gets taken quite low, but this 3k from VT Zim still holding them back, and he's holding that a little bit longer. Does throw it out, but a double tap almost comes down from Wesley. Looked like that one was going to hit, but Adinho still holding on to this super, and as I say, needs to start throwing them out soon, otherwise it'll become a little bit too late for them to come back.
Yeah, I agree for sure. Tufa as well. Just his survivability in this game has been unmatched, and more often than not, causing a big problem on his right-hand side. Another big tap from Wesley, and VT Sim's very low on that left-hand side, 60 HP, and nice super to follow things up from Dino, and he will actually come out alive. 4 HP to his head. My word, that might make a big difference as well, because it forces Kaya to have to consider the prospect of that left-hand side lane. Tufa coming there forwards now and has got the Grom Bomb to hand. VT Sim with a huge pickup. That will allow him to come forwards, and then Tufa behind, but no, Wesley yet again. This boy is a big, big problem that Clash have got to solve.
They are still ahead though, so not much solving needs to be done just at the moment, but Adinho gets the super and he uses it to try and push forward. The Grom Bomb coming up. Pizzinho goes for the jump in, and although he's getting kills, although he's getting the control, they're getting no damage along with it. This is going to be a Clash game, and although it seemed like it was Bando de Lucas all the way through, it's all about that damage.
Objective is everything, and Clash played it better. Let's see going into the next game whether they can continue that, because it was a little bit shaky from time to time, but I agree the Colette needs to go in on the safe a lot more. That is ultimately where your damage is dealt, on the side of Bando Lucas. Wesley as well, playing a great game so far today. He's got to keep it up. That break, as we mentioned before, might give him a easier line of sight and targeting power, but he's not connecting at the moment. It's Dino on the left-hand side who is. Kai'Dog is struggling a lot. I mean, one shot away from super now, and there it is. VT Sim coming to help out in that respect, and also really successfully well. That's going to allow Clash now to get that mid control.
Was a wasted gadget. In comes Pizzinho though, and if he can get the takedown and move on, then he'll be in a great position. But yet again, it's VT Zim helping out and Tufa getting the kills. Going to use this X Factor now, and that's going to be some good damage on safe. Already pretty much matching what they got in the previous one. Adinho not really got a lot of help dealing with the Kai'Dog over this side. Does have to use the super defensively. Gotcha gadget popped as well, bringing them some HP back, but still couldn't really match what VT Zim was bringing to the table, and yet again can't anyway. Had that 3k, had that honeycoat, but Pizzinho eventually getting something done.
Yeah, we need to see him on the safe more, actually, to be honest. And big taps into Tufa. Tufa surviving, though. Oh, and just about juking and gets the kill in the process. Beautiful stuff. But Adino, in the meantime, got your gadget, keeping himself alive. And Kai'Dog will surely go. Oh, I take it back. Beautiful, beautiful check in the mail from him. And sends it back to the spawn as Clash now starts to move up to get more damage. Grom Bomb going down yet again and gets a pickup in the process onto Wesley. And at the moment, Bando Lucas are all over the place.
Yeah, really not a lot can be done, especially with Kai'Dog in this position. They're playing it so well. Tufa's locking down this side, and they haven't even had the Piper break they had in the last one. That's what kind of gave him the saving grace, allowing him to pinch. But this time, it's just not the same, and this could be a finish right here. VT Zim gonna go down, though. Just Kai'Dog remaining, and Wesley snipes him down. 45 seconds on the clock. Needs some damage.
Bando Lucas have got a couple of rockets and a dream at the moment, but it's going to be a big ask. They cannot lose control, and they've got to get the damage within 35 seconds as well. And as I say that, Pizzinho goes down as well. Kai'Dog surely will as well, though, but Tufa's has got to push up here, get a couple of taps on the safe, and this one will be all over. Clash bringing it back and showing some fight. This is now a big match on our hands.
Yeah, well, 1-1 now, and that's just Clash. As we said, they're not really going to be giving up after one set. They've got some great mindsets, some really experienced players, and I think that's the best show of it they could have really replied with. That's really dominant, and regardless of the fact that, you know, they had a little bit of a weird Grom was pretty much holding it together once again. Tufa really showing his worth once more, spiking the first Grom in this one, and it does seem like it's kind of all him, but Kai'Dog on the left-hand side as well. When he got that positioning, when he was eventually able to push out against Adinho, that's when it really started to go well for Clash.
Yeah, both Wesley and Tufa are playing fantastic games, and I mean, just kind of wonder what it'd be like to see both of those two guys on the same team, to be honest. My word, what a great thing that would be, but nonetheless, in this moment in time, definitely much against each other. But I think there's something to be said there as well. I think that if those guys can keep the matchups between themselves, and then it will definitely be that opening play to bring the entire team into the mix, really. But Clash now have got a bit more confidence. They did not look themselves off the back of that first set. Stats on the board as well, and Wesley, yeah, 9 kills again, the most of both sets so far, I believe, of any player, and just continues to bring in the results. On the side of Clash, definitely higher than that of Van der Lucas. Bizini had a bit of a rough game there with just 2 takedowns on the Brock pick, but definitely the Brock as well was a key brawler to reach the safe with. You know, you're able to get that incendiary burn down as well over time. The rocket rain causes so much damage, and they just were not able to really connect that on the side of Van der Lucas. And Grom is one of those brawlers as well that when it starts to push forwards into the map, you can you find yourself in a bit of a ruckus. It's very hard to get out of that and push back and find your lease of life yet again. But nonetheless, we are all tied up now. This one's anyone's for the taking.
It really, really is. And although, you know, Clash might have that little bit more momentum, and the first set seemed a lot closer than the second as well, so they did seem maybe a little bit better than Bando de Lucas did in the second there. But we will be moving on to Super Beach in Brawl Ball, and I feel like Brawl Ball is just one of those modes where the more experienced team usually come out on top unless the draft is just that far in favor of the opposing team, and we know the more experienced team is Clash. They've got these players who've been playing in World Finals since 2019 and Tufa. Kyodog's been playing at the top of his game for a while now, and they're not going to want to take a defeat this early on.
Yeah, they really can't afford to. Not this stage in the year. It makes such a difference, you know, on how people see you and how they perceive you as. See Mortis ban there. Barley coming in from Clash. They've obviously done that for a reason. That very reason, in fact. Grom as well. The Griff as well as the Stu. On the side of Bando Lucas, the Surge, the Max, and the RT. Definitely valuing that Barley very, very highly there on Super Beach. And I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. Quite like that for control. We've seen that a lot across other regions also. B pick is still open. The Surge ban is very important here from Bando Lucas and the Max. In fact, I think I prefer the bans of Bando Lucas, but I like the idea that Clash have got a strategy for Dynamite coming in. And I don't mind it. I don't mind it. And I don't really feel like that's a normal thing to say because it's Dynamite going to be as the first pick. It is definitely in a much, much better place, no doubt about it. In the right hands, it can do a lot of great damage. Obviously, a lot of great abilities to break open the map. I just feel like it's not my first go-to pick here. But more often than not, someone will bring it along and just absolutely blow me away. And then it makes me look like I don't know what I'm talking about here. But yeah, what are your thoughts on that first pick on the side of Bando Lucas? I prefer the B, personally.
Yeah, no, I do like a B, but I mean, Dynamite, you know, is competent against the Barley. That's the thing, you know, you're going to have a bit of legs in that matchup. It shows that they kind of know what they're thinking. They know what they want to bring to the table. And with Mortis banned out the way as well, as you mentioned right at the start, it comes a little bit better, especially with Max as well. That mobility is going to be gone, banned out. So it's good. I don't know if it's going to be as good as Barley on a lane, but we will see. Obviously, it does pretty well in the matchup, but overall, Barley's going to provide quite a lot more zoning. Dynamite along with the B, though, it gives that breakup and gives the ability to kind of allow B to thrive that little bit more, even if Dynamite can't. Otis going to come in as the second pick from Clash, and I do like that, maybe just a little bit more than what we got Bando de Lucas going so far.
Got to be Spike, surely. I mean, if there's a big tankier brawler to come, and they got the B on the side of Bando Lucas as well already, they kind of can't take the chance, can they? I mean, they can pick a tanky idea into the B or just go with, there it is. Yeah, it has to be. I mean, now Bando Lucas have got, I still think, a pretty decent draft nonetheless. I mean, it's not bad brawlers on the side of Clash, but they just would prefer to have something else to add to the equation. They've got some decent range already and some hard-hitting brawlers. Let's see what they're thinking. But Stu banned out as well would have been a great call here. Good strategy on the side of Clash to really eradicate a lot of the aggressive ideas as well on the side of Bando Lucas. So, but this double thrower, didn't think that. Did not think that. I mean, I'm not too sure about the draft on both sides, I'm completely honest. Do you?
I never thought I'd say I kind of like a double throw on Brawl Ball. Never mind, obviously Super Beach is quite a good map for throwers, but I mean, you shouldn't really see a Tick or a Dynamite lose lane against a Spike, and obviously once they clean that up, they should be able to help the mid, which B should be winning at range anyway. So I don't hate it.
I think it's pretty wild. I mean, it's like, it does make sense. It does make sense. And also, it was like the way that it was all devised was part of the plan. That's the thing. And like, I felt like that spike did throw a bit of a spanner in the works, what Van de Lucas were having. Here we go with BT Zim. And Wesley goes down. Kyle has a chance there. He didn't go for it, though. Choosing better of it, wanting to re-congregate with his teammates a little bit more. Didn't go to the left-hand side now, trying to slow the advance and push back Kyle in the process as well. And meanwhile, Tufus is going super aggressive onto the goal side and causing a real problem here from behind. It's a takedown there onto Pizzinho, and Kyle will shortly follow just to keep that defense in line for Wesley. Great stuff from him, but so far, Clash seems to be the more aggressive team and have made more opportunities for themselves.
Yeah, well, we've got this tick head now and a bit of positioning for Wesley as well. Should be able to do a decent job if he can keep Tufa at this long range. Obviously, they do have the advantage of over the right, but Tickhead's going to go down now and place that sticky syrup mixer to kind of negate the value. Kaido going to throw out super towards the left-hand side. Not sure if that was auto-aimed or whether he actually went towards Adinho for it, but maybe would have been better used over the right-hand side. Tufa's quite low now, Tickhead down as well, and I'm not sure if he's going to have the ammo to take it down. Does reach him as he takes it down, and the explosion radius brings him with it.
Great position here for Adinho, but can't quite find the HP enough to go on the aggressive here. Tufa's definitely considering the prospect of that bomb landing right on his feet, and well, but they'll break open the goal really nicely, actually, increasing the tiles on both sides. So if now Van de Lucas can start to secure Kaidog here and keep Tufa low enough to get back into the goal side, we've got a definite opening here. Ticket going out, and did actually re-divert there. Vita Zimmer to react pretty quickly there, life plant as well. Great stuff from him, but now Adino might have a chance here. Big bomb in the middle. Oh, but he didn't quite find the angle. Not the best of shots, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I will say, though, I mean, I really want to know if that would have possibly gone in if there was enough time for him to be able to take it down with the immune person spawning back in. Tufa going to throw out super and try get some control back over here against Wesley, but brought down quite low. He's going to be using this medical use star power, so getting some heals along with it, but Adinho's picked up that right-hand side in a great position now as the 3K hits as well. A little pass to Pizzinho and a shot should be tying this up here. 50-50, he goes right and he just sneaks it past Kyodog on the defense. 20 seconds from a reply.
Was it not a bit of a risky shot, though? I mean, I would have gone for the left myself, but maybe you can see the respawn. Either way, 10 seconds on the clock, and Clash have got to respond here, and there's a lot of resistance here from Van de Lucas, placing down all their utility, everything to throw them. A little bit of a jiggle there from Adinho. Might be a little bit soon to get too confident here, because Clash can definitely bring this back with the comp they've got, but nonetheless, Van de Lucas feeling confident about this set.
I mean, by the looks of that one, maybe they should be feeling confident as well, because it looked pretty good. Once they got those sides switched up, the tick on the barley, the dynamite on the spike, and we didn't really see much switching in return from Clash, it started to work so well for them. But it's got to be this early game where Clash get the goals.
So we're trying to push through the right-hand side here. And it's doing a pretty decent job of juking everything that they've got to throw at him so far. Nice pinch between BT Sim and Kaido onto Adinho, and he is struggling now to get out of this position. Fertilize being ran as well by VT Sim, so no curveball, which will obviously deflate a little bit of the ability to land some of those shots, but will help out considerably on the healing side. Now, big pressure from Tufan. Kaido will slide it in. Beautiful stuff. Great start there from Clash Gold in 35 seconds.
Yeah, we need to see if they make these swaps, and to be honest, Adinho's gone over to the right side and predicted that little movement coming over, but Barley's going to pick him up anyway. Kaido can't do a lot, gets slowed down and taken down along with it. Adinho needs to make a big play with this super here. Dynamite Bomb can do a lot of damage if he manages to make it a connection. Should one-shot pretty much everybody except from Kaido on that side, so we need to be careful for Clash, but at the moment, they're a goal up and they've got some strong control and the ball firmly in that corner.
Yeah, this is the tough thing now, is that Vita Sim can also use that fertilized super to be able to shut down the ball entirely, and Clash have got all the time in the world just to keep the control. They've got a very control-based comp in that respect. Good taps from Kaido onto Adinho. Bomb as well, not going to land onto Tufa. And it really does require a lot of takedowns here on the side of Van de Lucas to be able to get forward, to get this ball out of the pocket. Taking it slow and steady is not the worst of ideas. They have got a minute, but nonetheless, they do need some takedowns. Vita Sim's pushing forwards now. That might be a bit out of place, but the fertilizer will keep him in check and healing up nicely. Kaido pushing forwards, but again, Clash can't score from this position without the ball, so they just want to get the takedowns and just keep the pressure on, I guess, for now.
Yeah, I mean, Wesley managed to connect that tickhead even through the life plant, but kept him alive just a little bit. He's trying to make the push now, but he's muted up. Wesley goes back for the knockback. Can he place the tickhead down? That might have been able to get Pizzinho the goal, but at the moment he can't. Adinho now going to come in and pinch, but they're not making any connections. Kaido's doing a flawless job of avoiding these. He even misses the gadget as well, and he cleans up.
Might have been a chance for Pizzinho to go forwards and grab the ball. In fact, Kaido was just a bit out of place, but Not going to happen. 20 seconds now, and I just can't really see unless Ban and Lucas really band together quickly to get these takedowns and ensure it, to get the ball to even just tie this one up. And two for them, a big last corner to Wesley. Yeah, he's surely going to be in a rock and a hard place. Pizzino as well. No chance at all. And Clash, as quickly as that, they turn the tide.
Yeah, evened it out. And as I said, it needs to be that early game. That's where they had the majority of the control in the last one. It's where they got the goal in this one, and they might have to do something very, very similar and just not let the throwers establish themselves up high and get the matchups that they want, and then they should be able to do something fairly similar. But even at that, it's still going to be very, very difficult. They just got pretty, I'm not going to say lucky, they just played the matchups very, very well to get the goal.
Yeah, two for there. Didn't like that jiggle. You can see his eyes. Sheer focus. And he had a phenomenal game. I mean, just going to town with that Barley pick. Let's see this time round. Who's going to take this set? Kaya Dog in the middle. There, just pretty low for the most part. Now healing up accordingly and just trying to evade these shots from Wesley along the way. Honeycomb there available to Pizzino, but the pressure mounting big time here. And this is exactly how Clash played it last time. It's him pushing forwards a little bit here, trying to juke out Wesley, trying to land these shots and doing a pretty decent job at that. If you get super, it could be a goal inbound relatively quickly here for Clash.
Yeah, Wesley's got the super now though. Pizzino with that 3k needs to try and connect it onto Kaya Dog here, or two for if he finds an opportunity, but doesn't manage to do it. And obviously only using Honeycoat as well, so against the one of them, not going to have the most opportunity to flow out a flurry of them and actually try and manage to hit one, but slows there. The connection's there. He does get traded out though, but Wesley might be able to take down VT Zim and force this ball forward, but no, he avoids one of the shots and might have taken some damage along the way, but just enough to keep control for now.
VT Zim is honestly playing it great. He's taking his time, healing up at the right times and just trying. Oh, Grass, that's a testament to Wesley right there. Those shots were absolutely on point. A screen opening. There's a big opening here. Oh, the mute on point. Great stuff from Kaya Dog. He had to land it. That was a goal otherwise. And that was a fantastic defense there for Clash.
I mean, surely just throw down the tick head to tank the mute and the shots, no, and get the goal. It's a thick head as well, so got almost 3,500 HP. Tufa's dominating over the right hand side now, though. Edinho not having the easiest of times. Pizzino's one shot as well. Wesley getting pushed back. Super thrown down. It's going to provide that fertilize, but Kaya Dog stunned and bombed down. Edinho's got two now. He's trying to move forwards. Can they get the shots in to finish two for off? He's surviving once again, and he's playing this so well.
I mean, how often has Tufa even gone down? He's been on his feet time and time again this game, and now finally forced back, and maybe this right-hand side lane is now Wesley's going towards it, is what we wanted to see between Wesley and Tufa. Who is going to take it? He is trying to make a little bit of a snatch here for the ball whilst trying to juggle his tasks and get some shots landed onto Kaya Dog, and now has bomb to hand. Big super inbound, and Kaya Dog will go down. This could be an opening that they need on the side of Ban de Lucas. But VT's in there with some good consecutive shots. Should be enough to survive on just a little bit longer. It looks like we could be going into overtime here, Trav.
I mean, we could be going into overtime, but down goes Tufa, which means some control should be in the hands of Bando de Lucas here. We see a super from Kaya Dog, though a super from VT's in. We know how valuable those long passes can be in overtime, but look at Edinho's position. The walls are coming down, but honestly, it doesn't matter too much for him. Barley super thrown onto him there as well, but he survives it out just the tiniest bit. Follow-up from Kaya Dog gets the kill. Got a super on Pizzino and Wesley now, but that head not really being used, and with these two throwers, it might be difficult in OT.
Yeah, Pizzino's got a lot of work to do here because that BE pick really can carry in overtime, or if you miss the shots, it can just allow the opposition to push forwards, and that's exactly what Clash is doing at the moment. Kaya Dog has got that super. If he gets the ball and is in a great place to pick it up, then Clash are in a goal-scoring point here. He's got it now. He passes it forward to Pizzino, who wastes super because he was trying to obviously use it before the ball landed at his feet. Mistakes on both sides there. Clash should really have done a little bit better, in my opinion, there.
Yeah, but look how low they are now. Kaya Dog's low. Down goes Tufa. Probably the first time in this game we've seen that happen. Edinho's got a super over the right, and that's going to be able to pretty much obliterate anybody who it lands on at the moment. He's got to go for Kaya Dog, who got slowed down, but also he gets the trade along the way. Tickhead placed down, and Edinho making the aggressive moves. If the ball's placed up, if he can get super, which he does, we might see a scoring opportunity, but he goes down, and that's VT's in throwing the super down, and a draw between Bando de Lucas and Clash for the third game of Brawl Ball.
So intense, and we're going to do it all again to see who is going to take this set, and it just couldn't really be closer, is it? There's a couple of mistakes on both sides, but also some great opportunities being made by both sides, most importantly, and it's very, very tough to call who's going to take it. I liked the delay strategies from Clash, to be honest, of cornering the ball when they had the chance to, but I think that's what Ban de Lucas is going to be a bit more cautious around. They can't allow them to do that against them. They've got to have it on their side, and Kaido's going towards it now. Using up some of that utility early on, pushing it forwards ever so slightly faster to hand as well, so that could be a cause of concern for Wesley here. He just tries to get the mute early on as Tufa, just pushing back Wesley. more and more into the corner here on the right-hand side. It's low here. Honey Molasses might not even be enough. The honeycomb will keep him alive, but ooh, bit of a shaky start, to be honest, for Brandon Lucas.
Yeah, Dino throwing those shots forward now, trying to push Tufa back, but not having the easiest of times of it. He just keeps on wiggling in and out of that range, baiting out these shots, but VT's in, a couple more shots into him, and it will go down. Pizzino finds the mid, goes for Tufa as well, might be able to find the connection, but actually doesn't. And with the knockback of Wesley there, Lasserar puts him straight in Pizzino's wake, and he manages to get the kill. See this 3K shot now as well, but misses it once again. And we just haven't seen that much from Pizzino in this. I feel when the map was opened up, he really didn't do a lot to prove his point, but now the takedowns are there, and this might be his chance. But to be honest, even at that, it was Adinho who got the kills. Goal scoring is there, and Pizzino and the boys in Bando de Luco are now 1-0 up.
Fantastic stuff. I've got to hand it to Tufa, though. In that moment, he was able to stay alive for so long, and he really is trying his best to keep everything together. Bit of an opportunity here for Clash. Dog, though, just being a little bit patient and obviously concerned for the Dynamite, and there's that great synergy there, but a bit of a missed bomb there, bit super there from Adinho. Could have definitely done better as Dog was slowed in the process. Now pushing forwards. Great Honey Molasses there from Pizzino to defend, and BC's in pretty low. He can't really push up the left-hand side here. They're going to push the ball forwards here. On the side, abandon Lucas Adinho. Going to bomb it. Big barrel. Boom! Oh! He gets it! Great stuff! And Bando de Lucas take the set.
Although they've got a 3 FPS camera, we can see they're pleased. The bit of relief in there as well, maybe with some of this, some of these smiles. But at the end of the day, what a play! What a play with the Dynamite there. Saw the opportunity, and honestly, I was thinking left, and I'm sure you probably were as well. And they've done it a few times, and my heart starts beating, thinking they've missed it. Almost picked it up off the line with that invulnerability there, but did manage to sneak it through just in time. And Bando de Lucas are ahead once more.
Honestly, now Clash have just got to be feeling a little bit worried about this situation. You've got to remember how dominant they were last year, and in every year, realistically, in the BSC across the regions. And this could be a grand finals which we don't see them in, and that hasn't happened for a very, very long time. They need to pull their socks up big time here. Knockout be coming up soon, and Bando Lucas surely have got all the momentum that they need to be able to get this draft on point and to secure it. They've got to get some resolve, get some order in house. And again, I feel like Tufa is really doing so well, and I feel for him big time here. Just small mistakes here and there from Clash, but they are starting to add up, and that's the problem at the moment. As a few times just dropping the ball a bit too much. This was a great goal, honestly. What a placement it really was to land that goal. Beautiful stuff, honestly.
I mean, people question the Bando Lucas comp, and we did here and there, but honestly, with the matchups that they had, it was pretty hopeful, and I will say they did manage to pull through with it. Pretty even statistics across the board, to be honest. Not a massive amount more kills for either side, a few more for Bando de Lucas, obviously, and a little bit higher DPS, especially on Wesley, who clearly been playing well again against these Clash players, but it's not a position that Clash want to be in. You know, as I said, they're not going to be too scared about being behind, but at the end of the day, you know, at a certain point you kind of have to be, even with your really strong mindsets of being these competitive players for a long amount of time. You kind of have to be a little scared now, because this could be a knockout early on, and with only one spot for each region, one spot for the LCQ, they don't want to be in a position to be dropping out, especially after coming second last month. They started well, they want to be doing the same again.
Yeah, these are really important times across all the regions really here, because getting towards that mid-season time, and you know, that's a crucial pinnacle moment where, you know, often a lot of rosters looking around to kind of see what they might maneuver things, and if the results aren't going their way, you know, that can obviously make a big impact on things. You want to start the season strong no matter what, you know, give yourself the best foot in the door here. So Clash, to be fair to themselves, they've got to bring back a singular set to be able to tie this one up, but it's a lot of pressure in a place where they're not often used to finding themselves, and that is what's going to be on their minds now in Knockout. And Knockout can be a very tough game to go into when you've got a lot of weight on your mind and a lot of stress. You know, it's always a better place to be when you're on top going into a set of knockouts. So this draft has got to be on point, and I do feel like sometimes along the way, Clash's drafts haven't been great today. They've obviously got a firm strategy, there's no doubt about it. If you look at their bans, they're very, very calculated. They've got a game plan. It's just that what follows on in terms of the picks doesn't tend to line up with what they've got in terms of their vision.
Yeah, no, I do think the exact same. And, you know, as you said, with Knockout being a pretty sketchy mode in terms of if you're behind, it's going to be quite difficult. You only get that one life, and there's a lot of stress on you. it's not the best place for Clash to be in, and you mentioned this. It is going to be scary for them, regardless of all of their stature in the competitive scene. It's a really tough position for them. They need to come in, they need to get a good draft, and they need to be able to win this one out. See the bans coming in now, and Juan de Nilos, regardless of playing throwers in the last one and succeeding quite heavily, clearly don't want to see any in this one. We've got the Tick Sprout and Grom bans, and it seems like Clash don't want much of this ranged approach or that max speed approach. We've got Bonnie, Brock, and Max as their bans as well.
Yeah, RT question mark. That's what my mind is thinking, and I still don't know whether I agree with it, but it seems that teams do like to have that kind of long-ranged idea, and I'm not too worried about, you know, having a lack of super. But Jhin going to come in, and I do prefer that from Clash a little bit. You know, having the shots just continue to disperse the way that they do, just allow you to push back a little bit more and more along the way, but you won't be able to necessarily get the most out of the healing puffs until the later stages of the game, so there is that to consider as well. But Bell is definitely on the cards here for me. A lot of the longer ranged ideas we saw already today. Juan de Nilos going with the Piper, so they're not afraid to pick it. It might be more of their third pick kind of idea, but nonetheless, definitely the throwers being out of the mix will take away a lot of control. There is the RT, yeah, straight away. And no, I don't necessarily mind it. I can understand why teams are going for it. The amplified shot, marker on the players of your opposition do make a big difference as the team, congregate together to ensure the takedowns here. But let's see what they want to add and combine with it. Ultimately, for me, it definitely makes a big difference having these throwers out of the mix. Some aggression, though, potentially needed, something to push forwards. Wouldn't go amiss here. Let's see what they go for.
Well, we will see. I do like the Jhin pick, maybe a little bit more than the RT. We've seen the RT succeed today, not so much, but in others it has worked out. A little bit of Eve coming in after that, and obviously not the massive amount, not the biggest amount of water here. There's a little bit back in spawn, but other than that, we don't really see too much, which kind of makes me question it a little bit.
Yeah.
It does seem like maybe one of those little South American picks that sneak in here and there that they feel confident in, that they've used in scrims, and maybe they won't be able to use it. But obviously against the Jhin, you're going to have the parasites coming in and providing a bit of tanking, but at the same time, I'm not sure if it's just that is really worthwhile to pick. Rico going to come in as from Clash, and I know you love a bit of Rico, and it's pretty strong on this map down the mid, but with 3 throwers banned out, it does seem to be that little bit stronger as well.
I'm not sure whether I like it. I mean, it definitely depends on who's playing it for sure. That makes the world of difference. But Squeak, I think, is a massively viable brawler here. Penny, there's a lot of other ideas that they're not really going towards that I would prefer to kind of hit first, if I'm honest. Otis could be an option as well. I don't necessarily mind it here. It can work. But yeah, there's the Piper. They're going to take it away from the hands of Juan de Nilos. But it's definitely going to be a brawler which can be countered here by Juan de Nilos if they want. It's going to obviously break open the map, and that's the consideration here. They've already got a very long-ranged cop idea, and it's going to be a bit counterintuitive alongside the Rico, who wants to utilize a lot of those walls for itself. So on the side of Clash, they're going to have to be very carefully considering what they choose to break and what they choose to leave open. For now, Juan de Nilos, I mean, Lola would be a decent shout for me as well. I mean, so many options. Carl could be an option here as well if they really want to go for it. And Gray, we saw this, and I wasn't going to mention this because it's, in my opinion, better options of all the lists I've just mentioned. And we saw Gray being used, I think, once, wasn't it, yesterday in the EMEA region by Mr. Dosar, and it just didn't kind of work out. Gray did receive a recent nerf, and one that made a huge impact on Gray's effectiveness in the BSC. I mean, ultimately now you can no longer teleport alongside Gray and bring all your teammates in for a big meaty push. You're pretty much on your own. Sure, everything else is still pretty good. You can get a lot of healing off the back of using those TPs, but I don't know whether it's the pick here for me, to be honest. I mean, there's a lot of better brawlers to break open the map if that is your strategy going in.
How adored!
Yeah, no, I kind of agree with you as well. I mean, it's a little bit weird against the Rico. Not going to find the most connections, I'd imagine, with the bounces. And against Piper, it's not going to have the range. Against Jhin, it's not going to have that range. So definitely a little bit of an odd pick, especially as you said, you can't TP him with your teammates. So going to have to make those solo plays or wait for them to be in a little bit of a better position. Piper finds some connections onto Wesley there. Can he find the third to finish it off? Can't just yet, and Wesley gets some heals, but get a bit of control along with those hits for Tufa.
Wesley low, but as is Tufa now on that left-hand side, who's now released the amplified mark above his head. Big tap though again from Tufa, just keeping that lane under such tight control. But if Juan de Nilos play the long game here, then it'll be problematic, to say the least, for Clash to be able to defend as the gas starts to close in. BTSim has got the magic hand on the right-hand side as well, which is why Adina's going to be very cautious. He can obviously jump away with his gadget, but 950 HP now as well. He's be very, very careful. Nice walking cane there from Pitsinu. Gets the takedown. Dodged the shots from Dog, but now Dog in a very compromised position there. Bouncy Castle not going to be enough, and it's a 2v1. What can Tufa do?
He can run into the gas and hope for the best. Doesn't feed Adino's super along with it. Neither for the sake of Wesley either, so a little bit disappointing for them. But I mean, we saw a little bit of a double pull there, pulling into each other. Walking cane versus that Gene pull, and it was the walking cane that came out on top. Dog did get the trade, but nothing much more than that. Still a connection there, but no TP in as the Gene's there to help him out at the moment.
He seems to be very cautious here because he has to defend. He goes into the aggressive, gets some heals along the way, but he goes down, making it 2 versus 3. Not the outcome the Band of Lucas were looking for, and now everyone coming crumbling down as Clash will surely now take a round. The best that Wesley can do is just try not to speed along the way, but the gas is miles away. The shots will land, and that puts Clash back in the driving seat.
Dogs.
I mean, that was the prime example of you can't TP in with your teammates, you have to pick the right opportunity, and he didn't pick the right opportunity. Went straight down when he went in against 2 of them. Bit of a surprising situation to go straight for it, but Wesley looking pretty good against Tufa. Now gets hit with 1 shot and a homemade recipe to follow up. These parasites being popped for the first time now, and we've still got that Gene pull. He does have a few jumps still in hand on the side of Adino though, and with a few of these walls broken down, Dog's going to struggle that a little bit more.
I like the way that Band of Lucas is starting to push back a little bit onto Clash here. Now, Clash know that they've got to get out of this position. Dog's tricking well, but now has the amplified mark above his head as well as Tufa. Shots from the super will not land for Dog. No reward for him. Low as well, has to utilize the bouncy castle. He's got 1 more left, I believe. Shots from 2 from the left-hand side, trying to make their mark, and does find 1 to Pizzino. But now Dog getting pressured again by Wesley. It's very back and forth at the moment, and the gas surely about to close in. Pizzino goes in for the TP. Oh, gets the shot for the landing. And Pizzino goes down. Pizzino with the triple. Oh, he gets it.
That was disgusting from Pizzino, and that puts them on match point. They're in a position of dreams against Clash right now. Looked so good, and even if it went that little bit further, they couldn't get the kills in that circumstance. They had the RT super for the late seconds. They had some good supers throughout as well, but Pizzino makes the plays with the Grey, and he's kind of, you know, proving to us why maybe that solo teleport, why you don't need your teammates to come in with you if you pick your time right, is still so useful.
I'll still remain on the fence for it, but got to give that man credit where credit is due for sure. And it puts now Band of Lucas in such a good spot, doesn't it? Walking Kang gets the takedown on VT Sim as well. Great stop, but the return is favored by Tufa there as well. Wesley just trying to keep the pressure on. He gets a takedown. That's huge. Massive plays there from Band of Lucas, and now Tufa is the last man standing for Clash.
I have no clue how Wesley has managed that, especially in the position he was in, but 3 follow-up shots in a row. Absolutely perfect. A little bit of a break available from Tufa, but he just maybe doesn't want to feed Adino here. You can't win this with a Piper. They can just go in close proximity, wait behind the walls, wait for the gas, but seems like maybe he is going to be feeding Adino just a little bit more and waiting for this gas to come in so he can go and step into it, but this is a position that he just can't win. There's just no way. They can just wait behind these walls, and Wesley with his super as well. If it comes to it, he can tie it off, but Tufa's going to step into the gas eventually.
Best he can do now. And now going in, so much pressure on the heads of Clash. They've got to start to work better as a team and just try to control the situation better. They've not got time in their hand. They've got so many people watching and expecting them to perform. They might be leaving in the semi-finals at this rate.
Seems like it might be looking that way. Dog's got the super though, does use it, gets some connections, but the pull through the wall. Bounce Castle goes off 1. Gene's low as well. Doesn't have the backup, so can't really aggress. Adino's still holding his lane nicely, but now some pinches coming in, and if that shot from Tufa connected, he would have gone down. Looking for the homemade recipe now, but gets the jump away. Hits the parasite upon spawning. Wesley's still got this super now as well, but Dog's got another, and that's going to be dangerous, especially with this Gene pull along with it.
Clash doing pretty well for the most part, but Wesley now with some taps, gets 2 onto Dog. The magic puffs massively important now from VT Zim. They have got the advantage here, but Pizzino is damaging there with those shots. And when he goes in, gets 1, when he gets 2 as well, he's surely going to be able to be in a pretty decent spot to do so, but now a walking came through the wall as well. Tufa picks up the scraps, leaving it in that 2 versus 1. It's a 1v1. Oh, Tufa! What a shot to keep Clash alive!
What a play there from Tufa, coming in and clutching up when he needed to be. If only Pizzino could have got 1 of them, or even a shot on another as well. It was really difficult for him, and I don't know how he didn't get either of those kills, especially with the walking cane through the wall. Parasites coming in and soaking up a lot of that damage. Adino looking for that bait out of the pull here as well. Still got some jumps in hand. Wesley with the super, if they can get it to go to the late game, if the gas can come in, they can close this one out right here.
Vengeful Spirits going out for VT Zim, forcing them back, Adino and Pizzino. As Kaido comes in, he's in a great position here as a Rico. You love to have those walls to hand. Indeed, he's got to get out of this, and he's trying his best, but taking a lot of shots along the way, conceding a lot of damage. Vecino just can't quite land their shots. This aggression could go against Clash if they're not too careful. It's going to be controlled aggression, or this will go from bad to worse incredibly quickly.
Yeah, no more vengeful spirits left either. Wesley trying to make a play and pinch across, and there might have been quite a position here. Kodok doesn't find it. Pizzino with the TP in. 2v1, same situation again, and Tufa can't do anything. Wesley with the spins. He knows it. He's got the other form as well. He can plant those legs. Tufa knows it as well. Jump to the backside of the map, and Bando de Lucos close it out in a big upset to start the day.
My goodness me. I just heard the sound of everyone's predictions shattering over at event.brawlstars.com. My word. But deserves. Clash did not look themselves today, and a couple of too many mistakes. Just found themselves behind and then couldn't quite make up the time to catch up. Not the result they were looking for, not the result at all. But what a day for Baron DeLucas to go from last month with 0 sets against Clash to now securing the win to get to today's grand final. What a result for them.
I mean, that really is incredible. You know, with their lack of points from the previous month, they're now in a position to get so many more being in this finals. They just looked so good today. They're playing so well. The cohesive unit that they're bringing, they looked good in the first set. We saw a little bit of fight back after that from Clash, but from there on, they played these unpredictable, unusual comps. Gray being brought in, which we haven't seen in a while. Little walking cane every now and again, some shots through, and he really did play incredibly. Wesley today, though, has just been so flawless in so many of those game modes, making big plays, but a massive amount of big team play from Bando de Lucas to bring it home for them.
Yeah, massively enjoyable Grey plays, weren't they? I mean, again, I'm still a bit on the fence. I'll definitely mention Grey on this map next time round. It seems to be one of those ideas that a lot of players want to utilize, but when you play it like that, it's just so enjoyable to watch, and that was an incredibly enjoyable set. It really had me on the edge of my seat, and Bando de Lucas thoroughly deserved it. They made their draft work, and they had a plan. You know, they were able to demonstrate to us that maybe this was a brawl that deserves a bit more credit. Lovely reaction there as well. You can just see how much it means to them.
Yeah, so pleased with that win, and you've got to be against hugely notorious players, 3 of the most well-known players in the world, never mind just South America, and 2 for VT Zim and Kaidog, taking a loss in the semi-finals of this monthly finals here today, and Bando de Lucas, Pizzino, Edinho, Wesley all playing so well, and another circumstance of, you know, that damage doesn't automatically mean you're going to be getting wins. Let's take a look at see who you have voted as your MVP, and honestly, after watching the first set, I think we could have predicted that.
I mean, for me, it could have even been Tufa on the losing team as well, because honestly, those 2 players absolutely played out of their minds and thoroughly deserved. Wesley was absolutely on fire with the Bonnie earlier today, had some great moments from the Dynamite pick as well, and just getting everything to work. And I think, yeah, thoroughly deserved victory as well for all people involved. But again, let us know in the chat, guys, over on the stream chat, how are you getting on with your predictions? We're doing not that great today, but nonetheless, another match still to come. We're going to be right back after this. Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship, where things are starting to get hot and heavy here in the South America region. I am Mark, of course, here, joined with Teddy now. Teddy, what was that like from the sidelines, mate?
Dude, what a crazy opener of a match. We were a little bit worried, you know, that history would repeat itself in this monthly final. It turns out that it's nothing like it already, dude. That 3-1 scoreline and some of the most incredible games I've watched in a long time. That Brawl Ball set, as well as Knockout, was just perfect. Loved every second of it.
Thoroughly enjoyable, wasn't it? It really was. And again, now with Super Renegade is up next versus Zest. hold your horses, guys, as the predictions might not be so clear-cut if Super Renegados are bringing the same magic that we saw from Band de Lucas today. Let's check out their roster as well, first of all. Doritos as well, Juby and Kalba there for Super Renegados. It wasn't the best of results for them last month against this very team, Zest. It was a 0-3 for them. They were leaving the competition in the semi-finals, but this is a new month, as we've already found out in the last matchup. Anything can change in just a few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, right now, they have proof of it, right? They have proof that the underdogs can win those matchups. The Titans can fall. And Super Renegados, they're going to have to take some inspirations from their counterparts in quarterfinal 1 in this matchup against Zest if they want to stand a chance.
Well, they are up against Zest, and this is just not any normal team. This is last month's monthly final champions, and there is a big mountain for Super Renegados to climb in that respect. Motep, Pekka, and Firecrow, of course, a combination of last year's Clash and Chasma Gaming BR rosters, and they are looking very, very fierce, in my opinion. Didn't drop a single set throughout the entirety of this bracket last month. It was a 3-0 against Super Tufa in the quarterfinals. It was a 3-0 against Super Renegados in the semifinals, and a 3-0 against Clash in the grand final. So yet to drop a single set so far this year in the BSC.
Yeah, dude, I still love that this roster is a thing in the first place, because if you look at the last year or two, how many times have we heard, watch for Motep, watch for Pekka, watch for Firecrow. I know that they're all together in that all-star lineup. It's been quite a phenomenal start of the year for them. As you said, completely undefeated, not dropping a single set in our previous monthly final. Let's see if they can do it again. However, I think that Super Renegados, they're looking for some revenge for this one, and are gonna give it their best shot to throw some wrenches into their plans.
Okay, well, fans being Sprout, Grom, and Tick on the side of Super Renegados, they do not like the throwers. Tick, Gus, and Grom on the side of Zest, so a couple of duplicates there as well, and Eve coming in. Not necessarily sure that I enjoy Eve as an early pick on Shooting Star. I think like RT coming in makes a bit more sense in the current stance of things, but Gene, massively, going to be fantastic on this particular map. There is a bit of a rise. There are other brawlers on Shooting Star now. Leon coming back in a bit. Byron, after the result of that buff, coming in a bit more into the forefront. We saw that a little bit more in EME. Speak of the devil. Well, as we're on Byron, let's discuss why. Basic attack got a buff recently on the reload speed side of things, so it's come down from 1,600 milliseconds down to 1,450 max to add to that equation. I really like this draft from Zest. Bang on the money. Super Renegados have got still some range ideas to put to work, but I think it's a scary combo on the side of Zest, Teddy.
Yeah, I like it quite a bit, and I love that you're mentioning the Byron buff as well, because it's pretty much back to what I want to call normal, right? When Byron was very good, that's what he was like, and it's been great to see him slowly find his place back into the meta. This is one of the few maps where we've been seeing it more and more consistently. They will be facing the Janet as Super Renegados' final pick, which I don't necessarily love on this map, to be honest, especially as a final pick. I feel like Janet is just lacking a little bit of flavor. I mean, it doesn't quite bring the spice that I would hope for final pick, because Janet is going to be known as one of the more versatile brawlers that usually you'll be locking in earlier into your draft. So I'm not entirely convinced by that final pick. I feel like it's missing the mark just a little bit for me.
Yeah, I agree. I agree massively. I think that the draft is very much more on the side of Zest. That is the kind of style that I like to have. Janet will also have that drop the base, but it's got to be made working already. There's one going down, just to keep some early pressure on and see how quickly Zest just stay outside the zone, because they've got the blue star. They can just sit back. There's no need to necessarily go on the aggressive, and especially when it's going to bring your life down on the HP side. Calvert in a very compromised position there. Forces out a second gadget. He had to. Vengeful Spirits from Motep there as well go out, but it is not the greatest of starts so far from Renegados. They're trying their best to get some things moving, but realistically, they're just really going for their utility and burning through it, and Zest is going to respond soon.
So far, so good for Zest. Was a little bit of danger earlier, but nice pickup there from Pekka onto Kaubar. Let's see if they can find another with a max speed now, and Motep does have his gene pull as well. The pull connects, but the Janet's gonna take it up into the air and flying back to safety very nicely. defuse the situation just a little bit, but it's still going to be a nice 3-star lead in favor of Zest as the hatchlings spawn in and take a little bit of trouble and ammo to be taken care of, but not really anything to worry about just yet here for Zest.
Speed coming in from Pekka. Firecrow's a bit low here. It's going to be, a bit cautious. Got super hand, but shooting up Pekka there and keeping him more in the mix, more importance. So far, Zest can just kind of sit back for a little bit of time as the push has got to come in here from Super Renegadas. The race is being tapped up there nicely by Firecrow, but 4 stars to his head now. Great takedown, but it will place a bigger bounty above his head. It's 15 seconds. The push has got to come in now, Teddy, for Super Renegadas.
Final chance, and they need a lot of kills, and as the pool does connect, it's gonna actually be punished. And a nice kill there, but the landing is not quite gonna do it. Doritos trying to find the kill, but either way, it would not have been enough. A nice attempt here of a comeback for Super Renegados, but it's gonna be all Zest on the scoreboard so far as they pick up game 1.
I mean, the way that I saw that game go down just instantly cried out to me control. You know, Zest look like they are in control of the situation. They know when to push, when to sit back, and just when to wait. You haven't got to go in like headless chickens on this particular map. You can just kind of wait your time out and make sure to land the shots that you need to land when you need to land. The Motep there as well. Low, great pick up there from Juby. He is weak, love to heal out, but that 2 versus 3 Firecrow and Pekka can't really afford to push.
That's all time as well, where the Gene doesn't get to be farming his super, and we saw in the previous game how impactful that one can be. Surprise there. To be honest, Gene pools have been consistently some of the strongest utility anyone can bring. A beautiful shot there from Firecrow to reset the healing from Doritos. Motep finds a pickup onto Juby. Still across the board, low HP for Super Renegados, and Pekka's looking to exploit that, but he gets punished for his greed. Firecrow is able, however, to find the trade and keep Zest's boat afloat, leading by 2 stars now.
Can turn quickly. The blue star going to be pretty versatile here. I love this push from Pekka and Motep, just really pushing Jimmy back. Missed magic hand though from Motep. Could prove costly. Pekka full HP, can afford to push this with the shield gear as well. Rolling in. Doritos is potentially here in trouble, and he will. He will go down to the tick over time damage of the poison of Firecrow, and now 10 stars to 4. What an explosive turnaround this clash. Zest are just going to town on this game.
I love Byron. And Firecrow is definitely showing us why they went for that pick. 5 stars to his name, and he's been instrumental in Zest's success so far in this opening set. A nice dash back there as Pekka is able to get a quick pickup onto Juby as well. Motep in trouble, not quite falling, and able to start healing back up with the assistance of Firecrow as well. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, but still 11 stars in favor of Zest. Surely they should be closing this set up.
You know, the max speed as well. They're just going on the aggressive. Actually, they just want to make a statement here, and that is a pretty big one to make. 22 stars to only the 10 there of Super Renegadas. 6 stars in the head of Motep, 5 in the head of Firecrow as well, and a big smile from him. Yeah, thoroughly deserved of that first set, to be honest, wasn't it? It just looked like they were in control, and that was the same story we saw last month. But going into the next set, will that still remain to be the same as we saw earlier today? Already one big upset. Could this happen twice? I don't know. To be completely honest, the way that Zest are looking at the moment, I think it will take a lot.
Yeah, so far, to be honest, for Zest, I feel like this day is going as good as they could hope for, you know? Their main competition in the region is going to be Clash. When you look at points especially, right? They lost their ability to really catch up today. So if Zest can, say, win another monthly final, Clash are going to be really nowhere to be seen on the scoreboard, and the gap is going to be wider than ever. Zest going to try their best to seize that opportunity, and so far from that first set, I really feel like I have. Not to mention as well, as you said earlier, I just love the fact that they went like chasing them towards the end. Even though they knew they already won the set, there wasn't really much of a chance for Super Renegados to turn it around at that point. Zest, they wanted to, you know, put out a statement and reduce any sort of confidence that Super Renegados might still have.
They wanted to really just get them shaking in their boots, didn't they? And just kind of, yeah, making their mark, standing their ground and making their territory known. 5 on top of Motep, 5 again for Firecrow, and just 3 for Pekka. I say just 3, and that was the most of anyone on the other side of the field. So that was Swoosh coming up next for Gem Grab. And again, going back to the draft, I have to reiterate, I did really enjoy what Zest were bringing into the first set. 77% of you rather over at event.brawlstars.com do feel like Zest have got what it takes to take this win, but that actually doesn't feel like that much of a comparison when you look at other teams that have had struggles, having a much higher percentage. Nonetheless, let's see how this draft fares out. Renegade is going to be taking in the Penny first. Bands on their side with Bo, Spike, and Sandy on the side of Zest. It was Spike, Janet, and Crow coming in now with their first pick, their first showing here. Could be a Gene, definitely a gem carrier potential here. I think the Sandy band was quite essential actually for me. Could be a Stu mid as well. That is quite a notorious idea that South America do like to float around sometimes. Could bring in the Max, and I love that. I really do like that. It's a very solid pair of hands in the mid. There's another alternative. They're actually going to double down and go lane on the Max. I love that even more. Zest, keep bringing it to me. You're doing wondrous work here.
Yeah, I like it a lot. And at times as well, if Gene really doesn't have a good matchup in mid, we've seen it being played on lane and Max mid instead. And that level of versatility that this sort of comp brings in can be really nice because, let's be honest, Gene is going to do a wonderful job at scouting out the bushes too. So I feel like it provides a lot of value and just options available to them depending on what kind of matchups they run into. Pam is going to be the follow-up pick here from Super Renegados. They will have their third pick now to be locked in momentarily. And I don't mind their draft per se. I just feel like with the mechanics that Zest have on their side and the brawler picks already, I can't help but side towards them.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely still options. I mean, I always love an Amber, you know that on this particular map. But there's some tankier ideas as well. Bringing in Ash could be an option, but they have got the problem here that Zest can respond and shut it down. Stu going to come in for them. Yeah, I mean, that is definitely going to be a good brawler for this particular map. And I assume you're going to be taking the mid role or maybe going lane and keeping the Penny in the mid. And if that's the case, I don't know whether I'm as much of a fan of it, to be honest. But either way, I just feel like what Zest are cooking, I am smelling and I am enjoying. And this third and final pick could be very aggressive. And I think Pacific Renegados, they should be worried about that. It could be a number of things. Sam with that recent nerf, a little bit, maybe knocking him out of the running here on double swoosh sense, but still, RT going to come in. I'm curious to see how that will fare. I can understand how, separating the legs on this particular map could be more of a hazard actually in the bush. On the side of Super Renegados, they haven't really got much to break in that respect. So let's see how Zest will fare. But I just like, even before the RT appeared, what they're working with here. So Super Renegados might have a battle in their hands here.
Yeah, I like to come more from Zest as well. I'm a little bit confused as well what the game planning exactly is going to be with a Penny and a Sue on the side of Super Renegados, who is going to be running it into the mid. I feel like both brawlers just don't do the best on lane here. They could be played out, but it seems more like a last-second adjustment, a little bit of panic perhaps. Seeing this strong draft from Zest, it's going to be the Stu mid, which makes the most sense to me. Juby was a bit of a questionable opening dash, but he'll have another one in no time if he connects a couple shots, and some nice teamwork there for Zest to pinch out the Pam on the right-hand side and claim the numbers advantage. Gem-wise, it's not quite a number advantage for them just yet, as Juby's been doing a pretty strong job in the mid so far, and Motep is going to be overextending his welcome on the right-hand side. Super not quite enough to pick up that kill to Doritos, and Super Renegados can cement their position down in the mid.
Firecrow has the magic hand on the left-hand side now, but they are having Max in the mid, which is kind of interesting. I would prefer to see the Gina have Max lane, but nonetheless, let's see how it goes. Pekka Yed's going to go down there, and it was pathing really strange, because considering that it's surely going to be Mama Squeeze on the healing station side, and it's looking all over the place at the moment for me. There's a bit out of place, but Firecrow trying to do a little sneak attack here. Watch out, who let him cook? But it didn't serve to any avail. It's just kind of weird stuff being thrown out by Zest. They seem like they have an idea, but it's just not kind of working in any respect. They're just a bit all over the place to me.
Yeah, I didn't necessarily mind the idea, but the mortar was blocking both pools and giving information, which was so valuable. Juby is low, he's gonna fall, that's gonna be the reset, but no chance here to cancel the countdown again immediately for Zest, as they weren't able to steal any of those gems away. It's 11 onto the Penny, as Juby is going in with some dashes here, and there Firecrow will be set on fire as well, and Cowber is on the other side of the map, safe and sound, sitting behind a salty barrel, flexing that he has one left as well. And that was Quite a statement from Super Renegados. A nice way to get back into this match, and also a nice timing to do so too, way before it's too late.
Well, that is going to be a sigh of relief, but I don't know for me whether really it was Super Renegados playing better. I think it was Zest playing a lot worse. And they just got to get down to business and have Gene mid, Max lane, and land these magic hands, get the communication flowing, have everyone ready for that big pull, land the pull, get the takedown. And that wasn't the place they were kind of taking it from the previous game. Let's see how things will fare this time round. Peck on the right-hand side gets to take down Doritos. Motor pushing forwards, gets the speed zone taken care of. And now Juby getting a ton of pressure from Firecrow and Pekka. And look at the difference. I mean, the gems going to the hand of Pekka there, pretty should have been Firecrow, but nonetheless, I mean, that is looking already a world of difference from the previous game.
Yeah, it really is. The TP back there from Motep to try to stay up in that aggressive position on the left-hand side. Which is not going to be quite meant to be, as he did get taken out. Back in a more defensive position now, but Firecrow has a pull. And that could be the opening that Zest need to take away this game. A pull onto Juby does connect. He doesn't even see it coming. Gets shut down, and Doritos is aggressive with the healing station as well. Not one that will stand for very much time, as the salty barrel from Cowbird also gets taken out quite quickly by Pekka. It's 9 gems for Zest, but Pekka is there still contesting the mid all by his own, as Firecrow has another pull, is able to go for the gem, and that's going to be the countdown locked in.
Really great magic hand there, and another one to follow up from Firecrow, and the support there from Pekka. Great stuff. It's almost like Zest have got, me in my ears, because everything that I'm telling them they should be doing is coming together perfectly this time around, and that is a much, much better game. Nothing that Jimmy can do there at all. Zest will take it, but the set still up for grabs here. But I'm now a little bit more reassured that Zest can take it, because honestly, in the previous game, it just did not look like they had it in them. But just by putting things back to basics, keeping that Max in lane, keeping the Gene on mid, and just having those support factors there for those pulls, because even at one point when they did get the pull on Juby, like you said, they weren't expecting to have 2 people to deal with, but because Motep was there ready for it, Firecrow with the communication, everything was able to take care of the situation quickly, and that's put Zest back in the driving seat.
Yeah, but personally, I agree with you. I feel like Gene mid has been much more successful here for Zest. I don't mind the Gene on lane per se, but I think it's very matchup dependent and situation dependent, and I like that they have the option to adjust if need be, but the default here should be the Gene mid, and it's what's been the most successful so far for Zest. As Juby's gonna get scouted out again, and we have some nice aggression from Doritos that will scout Firecrow as well, but the pinch is there. Pekka is able to get the kill, and Firecrow gets to follow 2 gems that spawned in. That means that now they're all evened out, but there's just a little bit more control in favor of Zest, and that Gene pull as well is going to be a nice deterrent for any sort of aggression around the mid area.
Big pickup there from Pekka. Salty barrel to serve no avail. Firecrow gets the pull, gets the swift takedown as well, and the healing station just wasted there. Really, Juby's going to try to utilize some of it, but gets a takedown for his troubles. Can't go too much on the aggressive now, because the 4 gems will be lovely in the hands of Firecrow here, and he's probably 1 shot away from Super as well. Peck on the right-hand side just trying to suppress the situation, because Calba is a bit of a problem. He's gone the aggressive, and another wasted gadget for him. That's great news for Zest. They tie up now in terms of gems, but no magic hand is a bit of a problem now. Zest would love to be able to secure it, and Firecrow needs to land it.
A nice lead now for Super Renegados, but the positioning here is a bit weaker. Motep trying to hold on to that position, but it's surely only going to be a matter of time until he goes down. Still finding some decent value all around, and the gem lead is back onto the side of Zest. Juby does have a dash. That's gem number 10. They need 2 in a row now for Super Renegados if they want to try to even things out. Otherwise, they'll need a kill.
Oh, Firecrow, outstayed as well. Calba's going to pick up a couple, just enough of a time to try to bring them forwards. Pekka got the aggressive, then Juby's bang in trouble. Pekka gets the takedown, steals the gems, and a big slip there from Super Renegados as Zest are on the run.
10 seconds left. Super Renegados need to take down Pekka, but can they do so, as Firecrow and Motep are going to be his bodyguards, and Zest will be picking up a second set. It's getting more and more competitive here. And Super Renegado's definitely showing some good strength here in gem grab. However, it's still not quite enough to take down the February monthly finalist champions. And Zest are now 2 sets above their opposition.
Well, Super Renegados, did bring back a game last month, but didn't bring back any sets, and time could be ticking in that respect for them. If they're going to be able to do so, they're going to have to do a great deal, because I did feel like the game that they won in Gem Grab was more the fault of Zest than it was really themselves just kind of going into that 10th gear position, but a couple of mistakes that really did prove costly towards the end. And Zest are looking very, very good for me. The drafts just seem to be very much more on point with what I'm kind of expecting to see, and the results that, yeah, Pekka's playing a great game today, isn't he? Really, that's a great steal there from him. And just all-round control, aggression, speed, agility, just everything really coming together for them. And the stats, as I'm saying, the Pekka had a phenomenal game. I think that just about backs it up, doesn't it? 15 takedowns, 271 DPS. I mean, that is a stat to behold.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I think you kind of needed to with that comp as well, right? You're not going to be expecting your Gene to get the most damage or the most kills, and RT so far, to me, has still been a little bit of a letdown, and I feel like it was probably, maybe not quite stats from a stats perspective, but in practice, I did feel like it was not the most impactful brawler in the field, and Pekka definitely made up for it, maybe even stole the spotlight a little bit with his phenomenal max plays.
Going then into knockouts and out in the open. Let's see what they have to bring to this draft, banning out the Max, the Grom, and the tick on the side of Super Renegados. And Zest going to be drafting in the Eve first pick. Their bans were Brock, Squeak, and Gus. I do prefer those bans myself. Actually, I think that those 3 are big heavy hitters on this particular map. The Eve first pick's always going to be a good one. Mandy, I don't know. We saw a little bit of a moment in many of the other regions when Mandy sort of first came out, but it has absolutely slid off. So as a first pick, I don't know whether I'm too convinced yet. Let's see what they follow up with, because Penny's still available. A lot of other ranged ideas. I think it's a bit early for Piper. Janet going to be coming in for Renegados. I don't mind that for me. But let's see now. Zest with a chance to respond, and there's still a great deal of options there available.
Honestly, I kind of like the Mandy. Don't get me wrong, I agree with your take completely. I don't think it's the best brawler at the moment, but I feel like it's a bit of a risky one that sometimes can just really pay off and give you the advantage. If you are able to hit a miracle super or 2, I feel like it can really make the difference, especially early on into the rounds. If you are able to carry it over from the previous one, it's going to be a bit of a challenge to make that happen. But I like the fact that they're taking risks with the draft, because so far it hasn't been paying off quite as much as they would have liked. Zest will be locking in the bounty now to match Janet that was on Super Renegados' side. And I do like the come from Zest more so far. I think Eve here now is quite a decent brawler. Nani to close out the comp is a bit more of an interesting one for me. Not necessarily my go-to when it comes to out in the open, but I don't hate it either. I think it can do very well here if played right.
I think it's to deter the idea of the Piper, to be honest. So if Super Renegados go for that, and I do worry because they should have the upper hand with the Nanny over that interaction, but let's see as the then final coming in now. B is still available as well if they want to try to have something of hard of hitting onto the Bonnie, because Bonnie's got a lot of HP. Be nice to take care of it. Bo, I actually really quite rate Bo myself. I just don't know whether it's the pick that they should be thinking of in the comp that they're going with. I mean, the Mines will absolutely be able to open up some of the bush, and with the Brock ban, that's something which they can have a bit more visibility on. But I'm not too overconfident with it. It's definitely one of the most versatile brawlers in the entire game for me. Landing shots can put a lot of pressure on, and the Mines, obviously, in the later stages of knockout, could potentially be an issue here. But yeah, I just don't know whether that was the pick that I was kind of expecting from them. And Zest might be closing this one out. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, the Bow is an interesting one to me. We'll see how that plays out. Overall, a pretty interesting comp from Super Renegados, as Fycro is gonna have a bit of an earlier start onto that right lane, but some good damage, and that's already first blood. Juby falls. Doritos going aggressive to try to make up for it, but it doesn't quite pay off, and They're both low HP on the side of RNG. They'll need to slow things down, maybe try to get some supers going before the gas spawns in. Either way, they don't want to feed their opposition too much. Already 2 supers unlocked for Zest though. We will see the bow mines carried over to round 2, but it's getting closer and closer to a match point for Zest, and Super Renegado's just not much room for mistakes here.
Yeah, you can just see like the whole thing just came crumbling so quickly. Peep coming in, and it will connect only there with the drop of the base and taking a few tiles of bush along the way as well. But the bow with the Super Totem rework has had a bit of a knock-on effect. Not the biggest, but it does deflate a little bit of his utility pack. And now you're going to be earning more super, but whilst your teammates are earning super value inside the radius, and that's not always possible. Good pinch here going on as Motive goes in and finds their Doritos, and his teammates are just miles and miles away. Hatchling's going to be just ticking down Calvin a little bit. Nice pick up there from Firecrow. They're just making it look easy. Zest move on to match point.
Beautifully done by Zest. I feel like draft-wise, they just never really stood too much of a chance here in this final set, but they still got a chance here to try to make up for it with mechanics, with strategy. It's gonna be an uphill battle for sure because Zest have been looking deadly, and Super Renegados now with their backs against the wall cannot afford to miss any plays up. They need every interaction to be going their way, and the return to sender here to ensure that Pekka resets just a little bit quicker.
Yeah, Doritos is struggling a bit because he wants to stand still to get the shot off, but then Pekka is just keeping him suppressed so much. Low HP all around, really, look at that. Oh, big takedowns there. Calvin gets the one onto Motive as well. They have an opportunity now, it's a 2 versus 2. Hatchling soon to come out, but that will reset the healing for Firecrow. He's going to be a little bit cautious. Can't really push forwards too soon. Peep coming in. Where will it land? Come back around. Calvert goes down 1000 HP. And that will allow Firecrow to maybe find an opportunity, but Juby is doing a decent job of protecting him in the meanwhile. Now comes in, great takedown there from Firecrow, and just now the pinch between himself and Pekka. Will Calvert survive this? Surely not. Return to sender pop just in the eventuality of something, but nothing was the option there. And Zest now just one single round from making the grand final.
Yeah, that return to sender seemed more of a flex to me than really a necessary gadget pop. But early on here, Motive does take a lot of damage. Doritos is yet to even get a single super, I believe, in this set. And I feel like with Mandy, when you have such an impactful super at times, you do need to find some more. And right now, the jump in might just settle it, and it will do exactly that. Zest close it out, and that's going to be a pretty clean 3-0. Not quite a clean sweep, but very close to it, dropping one game, I believe that was in Gem Grab, and what a victory here for Zest to lock in their spot into the grand finals again.
Yeah, great stuff from Zest, and cannot wait to see how they fare now in that grand final. This looked very, very confident, very much like we saw them last month. So great to see that they've been staying on top of their game, keeping themselves fresh. And in terms of their scrimmages, I'm sure, no doubt about it, just having a really, really solid game plan. I love their drafts. I think the drafts were very much on point with what I was looking to see from them here today, and they just made it work with a great deal of aggression. Pekka had a fantastic game for me as well, and everyone doing their bit, of course. But again, like, he was shining, especially in that map of double swoosh for Gem Grab. Really, really did cut the mustard. But yeah, bittersweet there for Renegados, of course, having to play the same team for a second month running and getting the exact same result. But no doubt about it, they'll be back. They've got some great stuff going on. Just got to work on a couple of details there. But good stuff, more or less, from them. It's a very tough opposition, really, isn't it? Zest at the moment, to me, just feel like they are the better of the team to beat in this region at the moment.
It really seems like it. They did win the monthly finals last month, and they're making it to the grand finals this month again, looking to lock 2 in a row, like Zeta Division did yesterday for the EMEA region. And stat-wise, I mean, let's be honest here, Super Renegados are just kind of nowhere to be seen. 2 kills in total, both onto Cowber, and for Zest, they're sitting comfortably on 12, and I mean, that means that, yeah, if you just count the kills, 12, that's exactly what you need to be winning those rounds. So Very nicely done by Zest, looking very, very confident in this one. And I like as well that was the draft. They weren't giving too much away, kind of sticking it with the basics, not going too out there either. And Firecrow, still young talent here in the South American scene, is going to be the MVP for their opening match of the day. But wow, what a performance from them.
It really was. Welcome back, Trav, from the sidelines. Great to have you back, for some, I guess. What are your thoughts on that matchup?
I mean, it was a good match, but I mean, I think we kind of expected Zest to walk over them a little bit like that. We had a little bit of fight back here and there, but at the end of the day, I think it's kind of what we all expected.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it looked like they were firmly in control, and we did go for Zest in our predictions, guys, over at event.brawlstars.com. Hopefully in that instance you did. Maybe you didn't for Clash because we got that one wrong so far, but, you know, 1 out of 2 ain't bad anyway. But of course, make sure to sync your game there, connect and get your Superstar ID to get those in-game rewards. Here, of course, being the bracket for how today has gone down. A 3-1 in favor of Bandit de Lucas. A big, huge upset in that first semi-finals, knocking out Clash. And that means that Clash will not be in our grand finals for the first time this year. So Renegados, of course, just went down to Zest. So it'll be Bandit de Lucas versus Zest for our grand finals in the South America East region. Going into our predictions. You can see it there. We all went for Zest, and we were all thinking that Zest are going to take it in the grand finals as well. Clash as well. I still stand by that prediction though, guys. I don't know about you, but I feel like Clash were the one to go for. Huge upsets here today. But Trav, you're the predictions master apparently. How confident are you feeling about Zest in the grand final?
Self-proclaimed predictions master by everybody else. But I mean, to be honest, we predicted Zest already before we even came on. You know, we had them beating Clash, and honestly, as you said, I still kind of stand by that prediction. I feel like Clash is still the better team between those two. Little few poor drafts, and we still predicted them against Clash. So I think against Bandit de Lucas, you've still got to stand by it as well.
Let's take a look at the Bandit de Lucas roster. Spinzino, Adino, and Wesley. And again, Wesley with that MVP over at event.brawlstars.com earlier today. I do feel like he is very, very dangerous. He had some serious breakfast this morning. He's got all the energy in the world. Nonetheless, I do love the way that this team were playing today. They were just bringing out all the stops. They had some interesting drafts, shall we say. Wasn't the biggest of fans, but hey, it worked out, this goal as well. Beautiful stuff. Medino, very nice landing there to find that pocket, and some great plays from Pizzino, wasn't it, in knockout. Really took us all by surprise, and everyone just came together in that set and just, you know, left Clash with no options. Where and what could they do? Very little is the answer to that, and again, we'll hope to see Clash next month, but look at the reaction on the cam. Everyone just on their feet, and rightly so. They've made the grand finals, and they are the underdogs in this scenario. Just imagine if they go all the way here today. But the vibes are definitely there. The team obviously in good spirits, and rightly so. Points wise, are going to be on top of the world. Let's take a look at Zest, Teddy. This is Motep, Pekka, and Firecrow. We just saw them play today, but these guys go way back into last year and previous years before that, right?
Yeah, they are probably one of, or if not the most experienced roster in the South American region. All those players have been already legends in the scene for a very long time. It's a bit of a different perspective compared to RNG, right? Because they do have BDL rather, because they do have just that edge when it comes to how long they have been sticking around and how much experience they have at a pro level. But I mean, we've seen crazy upsets already today from BDL. I think there is a chance here that BDL does it again. I would love to see that happening. But Zest, they are the all-star roster of the region, and they're looking to hold on to their title of monthly final winners.
Yeah, I think I stand by my prediction still. If any of you guys want to change, just feel free to let me know. You know, I think Zest for me are looking just a bit more connected as a unit, a bit more concise in terms of their drafting. But I love an underdog story, and the way that Bandit de Lucas has surprised me so far today against Clash, I kind of feel, and I wouldn't judge you guys for it, I feel like they might have a chance here, more so than I think we would have had in terms of this discussion at the beginning of the show. You know, in terms of their drafts, Trav, you know, what do you make from them? Because I'm a little bit on the fence by it. There's some things I like, some things I absolutely didn't really kind of gel with. You know, where are you at in terms of their drafts and what you've seen today already from Zest by comparison?
Well, I think Bando de Lucas in terms of draft, they're a little bit more out there, and I think they knew they had to be against a team like Clash. They're coming into that one heavy underdogs and coming into this one even heavier underdogs, so I don't doubt that maybe we'll see some unusual drafts once again. We saw that double thrower in Brawl Ball. It paid off. They might be trying to do something similar to Zest, but I think Zest have kind of got to stick to what they know. They've been playing quite a lot of Max, quite a lot of Gene, and that seemed to work for them. Just the typical meta that works if you're incredible at the game, and they are just that good.
So with that in mind, Teddy, in regards to Zest and how they choose to do their drafts, or rather how Bando de Lucas can try to find a bit of an upper hand within their strategy when it comes to drafts, what would they be looking to ban here against Zest?
Well, we saw a lot of Max, we saw a lot of Gene coming in from Zest so far. That was, for me, what's been repeated the most in their semi-final match. So that could be a bit of an obvious way, but I don't even know if that's necessarily the way they want to go for the grand finals, because I feel like, Gene and Max are pretty standard brawlers overall, and maybe they play them out so much to try to not give away their hand too much because they were very confident in their semi-finals match. So it's really tough call. I feel like BDL, they're going to have to know something that I don't if they want to make this one happen.
This is why we're on the casting desk, Teddy, all good for a good reason. But, I think this could be a closer affair than some at home might be thinking. We'll obviously check out the poll later on today over at event.brawlstars.com to see how you guys are feeling about it. Love to see if Azina's got the shades on. Clearly, Bando de Lucas are in great spirits. I feel like almost, regardless, to get to the grand final to them was already been a bit of their victory today, Trav.
Yeah, and I'm sure a lot of their scrims will have been for that semis as well, so they might not be as prepared for this as they'd like to be.
Good point, yeah.
Clash were a team who should in reality have beaten them. They did it last month in a good fashion. They didn't manage to do it this month, and with that, maybe they did prepare some of those odd drafts, and maybe they'll have to go back to something a little bit more usual. As I said, you will have expected them to have been just grinding and grinding and grinding those certain maps that we saw in the semis.
Well, guys, I'm going to be stepping down for this game. You guys taking away 8% only for BDL on this one. Zest, 92%. Pretty convincing stuff. Teddy, what do you make of that?
Well, remember another match with very similar percentages, and BDL being below 10 and their opposition above 90. Didn't really go as we planned, did it?
No, it didn't, and we've seen so many of these this weekend as well. I'll say, through APAC and through Europe yesterday, through this today, and all the predictions have been so one-sided now that the audience have kind of got a feel of it after that first month and seeing who these stronger teams are. This one, it's obviously not 92%, but I don't disagree with it anyway. We saw it in the same with the Clash game, but this one I feel a little bit more confident in Zest being able to take them down. Ban's in though, obviously we're on harder up mine. We've got the B, we've got the Janet, we've got the Max. On the other side of things, we've got the Stu, the Spike, and the RT. Max banned out the way. This is something we may have expected them to have banned out regardless, so maybe they're going in that direction we kind of expected and banning out those brawlers that Zest have been so successful with.
Yeah, I don't mind this approach at all. I feel like they need to try to mess up the plans that Zest have in store so far. It does feel like Zest hasn't really been challenged much in the region, and that sort of approach is exactly what I think BDL should try to go for if they want to have as many chances on their side to take this match home. It's their first grand final appearance this year. There's only been 2 really. But either way, I feel like BDL, they really want to make the most out of it, and with the momentum they carried over from their victory over Clash and seeing how much passion they brought into their game against Clash earlier too, I really want to be cheering for them, man, but their draft is going to have to be absolutely on point.
Yeah, I think we kind of just got to hope they don't get too complacent and be satisfied with the second place rather than striving for that first and beating Zest as well, because taking down Clash already, it's a big thing for them, and it's a big thing for their points they're going to have accumulated. Being knocked out in the semis last month and getting to the finals this month, even if they get second, they're going to be pretty much bang on, even on points with Clash now. So definitely in a good position for them for that LCQ, and maybe even going forwards into future months for that world spot as well if they can contest Zest today and in future months.
Yeah, it's absolutely massive for long term, and it's lovely as well to see that shift happening this early into the season as well. But the draft is finally kicking in. Apologies, to do a little bit of a reset for some technical reasons. And here we go. We'll see the Penny first pick following the B, Max, and Janet bans from BDL as Zest banned out Stu, Spike, and RT. Let's see what the follow-up pick here is going to be from Zest. But personally, I don't mind the Penny pick here. It's not really my favorite early pick, or first pick rather, even on Hard Rock Mine. And it's an interesting approach, to be honest, to go roughs against it. I'm doubting that he will be bringing the sandbags alongside him, because against a Penny, those are not going to fare very well.
Well, it's definitely a little bit of a tough one, especially if they're bringing the sandbags. You got to hope they're going to be bringing down that Meteor raining star power or getting that matchup correct. They're going to be taking this Gust, and we've seen this played down mid quite a few times, and it's surprising to see it being picked here with, you know, the Gene still available, which they've been playing so well. Obviously, you wouldn't be able to pair it with the Max that they've done in the past, but 8-bit also still on the map also, so maybe Gene wouldn't have been that first pick, but an 8-bit. Throw it back over to Bando de Lucos now, and they've got 2 picks in a row here to try and combat what Zest have done so far. And honestly, as you said, I like the Penny as a first pick. It's pretty versatile. You obviously get the Mortar up, the Salty Barrel, which is going to be able to tank so much damage, and it really adds kind of the extra person on the map. There's the 8-bit I was talking about, and not only is this kind of been an incredible pick for them, but it also, if they wanted to rotate that Gust to lane and play the Gene in the mid as that last pick and have that kind of pivot, it kind of stops them from doing it now.
Well, the 8-bit is definitely something I do like on Hard Rock Mine. That is going to be for sure the designated mid. I wasn't entirely certain what the plan was going to be with the Penny, to be fair. I was kind of assuming it wouldn't be mid, because I feel like it kind of does lack range to be the strongest mid option in my books. But they will be bringing out the Leon Wizard to go on to the second lane, and I don't mind it. It's not a brawler we see as much recently, but I kind of miss it in a way, and I'm hoping that they can make something really nice happen with it. And to a certain extent, if you play it well, I mean, you can go for some really key assassination, and if you somehow manage to find a gem carrier in the process, that could be absolutely massive in the sort of win conditions that BDL are hoping for. But Sandy is going to be a nice way to try to deal with that as well, whether it's to put any sort of aggressive ideas to sleep or scart them away with a Sandstorm. I like the idea, and personally, I am going to be siding with the comp of Zest here again.
Yeah, you see, I mean, I agree with the facts, obviously, with Sandy being able pretty good against Leon, putting him sleep, Rude Sands with the Sandstorm as well, but overall, I think when you look at the 8-bit and you look at the Penny, those are probably 2 strong brawlers in comparison to anything that Zest have got on their side, and they might have this kind of advantage on one of those lanes, but I feel over the rest of the map, Bando de Lucas should be able to do a pretty decent job against the rest of it, so pretty 50-50 in terms of comps here, I do think. And Pizzini obviously going to have this range advantage, just needs to get booted up with that plugged-in star power and get that movement going.
Motep is going aggressive. Edinho does get scouted, and we still do see the sandbags. Luckily for Motep, he is far away from the Penny. A nice pinch, as Firecrow is going to be the one to get the kill, but the positioning from Motep was key. Pekka also in the back line, and early on, it's already a massive head start for Zest after they took down the gem carrier. It's now 6 gems to their name, none for BDL.
Well, Sandstorm's there, and that's going to add a little bit more to that as well, as Firecrow's going to be able to go for that 7th, and Pekka's going to pick up the kill on the left-hand side. Nice follow-up shots as well. Gadget connects also, and little super being provided to Pekka there. Sadly, he didn't really manage to stay in that bush and stay under the radar instead of getting taken down, but there's the kill, and Wesley's going to fall as well. Just Adinho left. He doesn't have a super, but he goes aggressive, and Firecrow has one of his own, provides that shield to himself, and sitting pretty safe on 10 gems with both of his teammates pushed up and kind of stopping them from making any moves.
So far, a very strong showing from Zest. A couple seconds left, and no one in the near vicinity of Firecrow. And Zest will be locking in game number 1. Pekka seems unfazed by this result so far. Pretty much things going to plan, very focused as they should be at the stage of the competition.
Yeah, definitely. Back to the drawing board after that one. Need to make some different plays, maybe swap of lanes and try to get those matchups a little bit better, although they did have the Penny on the Sandy and have the Ruffs on the Leon, so definitely probably what would have been better in my eyes anyway. Sandbag stand this left-hand side though, and it's just Firecrow dominating this mid, really. Doesn't seem to be missing too many shots whatsoever, and gets the gadget and a little bit of damage off there as well. Shield towards Pekka, who's just going to be able to walk in a straight line and take down Wesley here with a nice little sleep as well. Great stuff from him. Break available. Pizzini, the only one remaining, and power up, gems, everything in the hands of Zest at the moment.
Yeah, what a dominant start for Zest again. 6 ahead, and BDL now at last getting some mid presence. The damage booster placed down as well. Gonna be some nice utility, but Zinho is very low HP. Adinho also very low himself. He's trying to heal back up, but the shield is on point, and that's gonna help lock in the elimination onto that left lane. Wesley also getting pinched left and right. Salty Barrel plays down, but that's not quite gonna be enough to secure his future amongst us, as he will go down. And Firecrow even finds another. It was nice team wipe, and the countdown locked in now with very few chances for BDL really to interrupt it.
Yeah, I mean, Morton's going to make a connection, and even at that, he just placed a shield on himself and got the Sandy Super down as well. 2 seconds on the clock, and with some more connections and a kill from Motep, that's going to seal the deal. Zest going to take the first set in one of the most convincing games we've seen today, and that kind of just goes to show the differences between Zest and everybody else in this sub-region. Bandit have just come off the back of a win against Clash, and get dominated that hard, it really does make you worry for the future of this scene.
Yeah, it's scary. It's definitely scary, and there's a lot of factors here at hand as well, right? One, namely, that could just be the amount of preparation that went into that semifinal match against Clash, because last time they nearly got swept, and I'm assuming they put all their effort into making sure that doesn't happen again, seeing, you know, how similar the brackets were for this month as well. Which means they may not even really have expected to make it all the way to the grand finals against Zest. They definitely, you know, scrimmed against them and have some idea of what they want to go for. But it's just my prediction here a little bit that they haven't had the time to really focus as much on this matchup. And so far, I feel like we're kind of seeing that, as Zest have been incredibly dominant in this opening set.
And you can't really blame them either, you know, like you can't blame them at all for focusing on their semi-final match over this one, because the more points lie in the finals, and if you get there, you're not really feeling too sad anyway. A second place, you can never complain over that, whereas that kind of like third, fourth, you're feeling a bit disappointed about losing your first match on stream, and that is not the best statistics coming out of Bando de Lucas, I'll tell you that. 0-1-0 in terms of kills in a game of gem grab. That is not good whatsoever. 3-6-6 on the other side, and that's much more like it from Zest. And even at that, it seems quite a small amount of kills for 2 games of gem grab, and especially as aggressive as they were going.
Yeah, that was very one-sided, Trev. That was very one-sided, and I think BDL are gonna have to try something a bit crazier, maybe even in the draft stage, getting into Goldarm Gulch, maybe trying to take a bit of a risk in that draft and try to lock in some sort of an advantage, go off the books, and yeah, just go with something a bit more unusual, something that Zest isn't as used to face. It might not necessarily be the optimal strat, but if you can't catch them off guard enough, you might make it work, and RT might be one of the ways to do so. They brought it with great success against Clash earlier today. Let's see if it works again, as it will be matched up by the Roughs once again for Zest.
Well, Mandy's gonna come out now, and honestly, I'm not sure how I feel about it. You guys said it in the past as well. You had your doubts, and especially Ark did. It's a little bit questionable for me, but at the end of the day, it has a nice bit of range. It just doesn't really fare the best in that kind of late game situation where Wesley definitely is going to be providing a lot more. The Roughs, however, though, I like you being able to get some power-ups down and stuff like that, but so far, especially with the Nanny on top of it, Bando de Lucas is where I place my money for this draft.
Yeah, the Nani is a fun one here to be brought in as well. I personally feel like the Mandy it's just not in the best place. I do like that Zest are willing to play around with it as well. It does make me question a little bit as well, since we did see it earlier too, whether or not this region, sees Mandy very highly in the meta, as Bell is going to be the final pick, a bit more of a standard and traditional sharpshooter for Golden Gulch, which I do prefer, but hey, I'm here for the fun of it, and I feel like Mandy is going to provide some more fun plays if it is played out right.
Well, Rico going to be the last pick then, and I do like it. I just feel like maybe this comp isn't what I would have gone for if I was Zest. I am very much siding with Bando de Lucas. The ranged approach, obviously without the Mandy, they do have that extended amount of range, but still at this point, I kind of feel like you've got to side with Bando de Lucas in terms of draft, but I don't doubt with how good Zest are that they'll be able to make something happen here.
Yeah, BDL need to take anything they can get motivating themselves on the player cams because they know they gotta come in hot, have a nice reset from that tough build that was the first set for them. Zest one ahead, and we'll see BDL on the left-hand side, and a split from Zest was the Rico playing range on the left, which he can certainly afford to do. Does need to be a little bit careful not to mess up his movement there, but he'll be safe and sound for the time being as Motep finds some nice tags onto Petzinho, hoping to maybe get an early super and a sneaky takedown.
Well, Firecrow's going to have a few shots coming towards him now, but he's going to be buffing up Motep quite heavily here and using that field promotion instead of breaking those walls up. So probably the smart thing to do, especially with the Rico, but with that Mandy, you kind of want the range, the map to be open, be able to use it, but obviously with the rest of the composition, they need these walls up, so they're going to have to sacrifice that little bit of utility to be able to get some work done. But Rico's still very heavily back in this left-hand side. You maybe expected him to make a maneuver over to the right-hand side by now, but sticking pretty heavily over there, and now does make the move, and this is where it starts to get a little bit tense. So let's get towards this late game, and if Wesley can get his super, that's going to be difficult.
Do you remember the last time you've seen field promotion being played out by the Roughs?
Honestly, I don't know if I do, to be honest with you, but obviously it's good on this map, just not good enough for them to be able to win this late game, because Wesley cleans up down that bottom side along with a little bit of help from the Bell, and DeLucos take that first round, sorry. Little peep coming up this left-hand side. We'll see where it goes and see if it hits anything. All three of them over the right-hand side. Gonna have to be cautious, but a sandbag will eat that up.
Yeah, it's gonna be connected on a sandbag. The super doesn't quite find the connection. That was so close, though. If it tanked both, he would have been able to spam that again. And that surely, if he found a connection, would have been a free takedown. Not quite gonna pay off, though, for Motep. And that means that BDL now with a little bit of the upper hand. They have the super onto Wesley, not necessarily the most important one, but Adinho finds a big pickup, and that means that BDL are a step closer to taking a game.
Shots around the left-hand side now. Going to drop that little power up for himself, and obviously no walls are going to go down along with it. Peck got the super as well, so definitely some availability of a little bit of a turnaround here. Got that thrown out now, and Petzinho brought kind of low. Bounce Castle's there as well, and RT just marking up these sandbags, not really going to get the most off of it, but he's low once more, having to use these bounce castles now as there's no other real use for them. Turn send him in pops as well. Wesley's kind of low. Pecker got a super. He's actually burning them down. Super comes down as well, and Wesley propped into that little damage gang. It's Firecrow versus Wesley, and he does find it. Gets that last connecting shot, and he was so close to being wiped out by a burst bit of damage from the RT.
What a 2v3 here from Zest, and a missed opportunity from BDL. This was their chance to lock in that game. Let's see if they can still do so, as we are all even in this opening game of knockout. Dino going for a bit of a trick shot, not quite gonna be paying off, unfortunately for him and for our eyes, really. So Motep and Firecrow both took a heavy amount of damage early on and need to reset now. Things are getting a bit more back to normal. However, control-wise, BDL just have a much more solid footing in the mid, and the super is going to be missed again here from Motep, and that's the danger of it. It's really hard to find those connections, and it's really hard to predict your enemy's movement as well when it takes so long for the shots to travel across the map.
Yeah, I'll say Peck is looking like a bit of a meteor eco at the moment. Got 5k HP and still going up, but down goes Mandy up top, and the gas is going to stop underwater. Super coming in from Pekka. He gets one. Can he get the second? Just throws out a super, and Wesley puts that down right in front of him, denies him of anything else. And Bando de Lucas going to take the first game of knockout.
I mean, nevertheless, a really fun set when it comes to the brawlers that are being brought in here, and the kind of gameplay we're seeing. BDL able to strike back very nicely, not let Zest build up too much momentum early on in the series. But either way, they still have some catching up to do, and this game is their chance to do so, and hopefully for them bring it back once at each.
Some shots down the left-hand side now, and he does get a slowdown onto him with the gadget. Can they get the follow-ups? 3 of them there, so maybe a little bit of a burst potential play could happen, but a few of these bounces and almost going down there, the roughs, as the bounces from the Bell shot, but he is getting pinched in now. Adinho just shoots the wrong way, and Bounce Castle forced out. Regardless of having these walls up and the bounces available to 2 of the characters, they're not getting the most damage in.
Yeah, it's some good value from those Bell shots as well. Firecrow trying to buff everyone up as much as he can with field promotion. but it doesn't feel like it was the most impactful in the previous game. A buff is going to be dished out, and it's going to be Motive to carry it. I do feel like he's not been the most impactful so far on that Mandy, but maybe they have different plans here. Getting into the later stages of this round, Wesley does have his super, but he's incredibly low. A missed super from Pekka there, no value, but it's a 2v1. Pekka finds a collection at last. 1v1 against Edinho, and Pekka is able to clutch this one up, but it's a really close call anyways. And Zest, they certainly cannot sit comfortable with the current way things have been going here in Gold Arm Gulch.
Yeah, I will say as well, though, Pekka stepped into that gas with the mark on him. I'm sure it'd have probably gone down if he waited just a slight second more, but in this round, it is Firecrow who takes the first death. We've seen 2v3 happens on this map. Sadly, it wasn't in the last one, but it is a possibility. Peep coming out, and Motive just gets hit by a little tiny bit of his hitbox, and this is surely going to go away the Band of the Lucas. It's not lost for Zest yet. They've still got another round to try and bring this back, but could be quickly going to a set number 3 here, and it being 1-1.
I love that. It does feel like slowly but surely we got a real match at our hands here. This BDL did start off slowly, but it's been looking better and better, and Pekka's just hoping to maybe get a little bit of his super before the gas eventually takes him straight to heaven. But there it is, final round, and a chance for BDL to claim the set with it. Zest, they still want to contest it. They don't really want to give anything away either, because locking in 2 monthly final wins would be huge for them points-wise and ensure that they stay above the competition in the leaderboards.
Yeah, Mandy shots eventually hitting. Soup comes out here, and yet again another miss, and I have no clue why they're providing these power-ups to her. She's just not doing anything, really. I don't even know if we've seen her get a single kill or anything like that. Maybe Rika would have been the better option, but Wesley is quite low, and these long-range shots eventually hitting. Now, with the power-up, I guess it kind of does allow her to two-shot Nanny and maybe bring Adinho quite low after a couple of shots, but Wesley's open for a pinch here, and Ficro surely got to punish him, and he does just that. 3v2, but Pekka is marked up.
That was some poor positioning there from Wesley, poor awareness that pinch could come true. Sandbags placed up, just don't want to be feeding any supers before the final stage here, as it is a 2v3. They have the advantage. Mark does connect onto Pekka, but nothing more really will. Zest picking up this game and evening this knockout set out. This is a chance still for BDL to try to strike back and even up the scoreboard, but at the same time now Zest, they're only a game away from being 2 sets up, and in the grand finals when you're already such a heavy favorite, I mean, that's going to be a very big challenge for BDL, and I think they need to make sure they lock this one in.
Yeah, I mean, Myers BDL just have a much better comp in this one as well, so if Zest can close this one out, then I don't see why they wouldn't be able to close the third one out with a bit of a better matchup. Notep trying to find these long-range standing still shots from the right-hand side to the left, but at the moment, nothing just yet. Very similar position to what we saw in the previous round, but this time it's Pekka's just not marked up, which favors them even more.
Coutinho taking a lot of damage. Wesley as well. Nice bounce there from Firecrow. Front ones as well. Is it going to be enough though, as the sandbags are going to be placed down by Firecrow? Edinho is able to stand with just a sliver of health. Nice dodge from Pekka there as well for that trick shot. Right now it seems like we go back to a little bit of a reset and 0 supers for both sides so far.
Yeah, back to that side-to-side matchup as well. Pekka getting hit hard by this bell and actually punishing, but the return to senders there. Actually just saw Ficro clip it off just before Motive hit, as that could have been a big return. Slow down with the gadget, and also Adinho falls up top. 3-0 players remaining, and Zest go from a position of being terrible in this knockout set to now being 1 round away from being 2 sets up.
Crazy turnaround, to be honest. The Peep is going to be baiting on some sandbags very nicely, and Pekka is able to bait the Peep just with his slick movement. Very well done by him, just removing that value. We do have a bell mark available as well, and it does connect onto the Rico. Rico force back.
Oh.
Finally a super connect, but the one that does hit, I think it was the first one so far, is going to be matched with a return to sender that straight up takes him down.
I mean, that's going to be devastating for him. The first time he actually makes a play happen, it's just going to get it bounced straight back in his face. But Pekka looking for a bit of redemption here over the left-hand side. But Vicro coming in, can he get the pinch off? But there's 3 players on him. He actually going to survive this one just a little bit longer. Still got sandbags as well, avoiding some of those shots and actually surviving on. But now, Zinio still following with shots, but nobody can connect. He's dodging. But Pekka versus 2. We've seen it happen before, but he's marked up, and I don't like his chances in this one.
Yeah, I don't like him either, and it seems like he's not really gonna be giving it much of a shot himself. Run it into the gas and gives up on that round. It's gonna be one round that decides if we are gonna be seeing a 1-1 scoreline or a 2-0 for Zest. And 2 supers carried over here from BDL is gonna be very nice value-wise. Motep is gonna decide to tank this one nice and early, make sure that it doesn't deal as much damage as it would if it stayed up in the air for a bit longer.
Yeah, it's definitely dangerous to have this Rico powered up, and I feel like that's what they should have been doing pretty much throughout the entire thing, and he's the one making the biggest amount of impact. Adino's going to fall low, and Wesley trying to cover for him whilst he does heal up. It's a good opportunity for Motep to pinch in though on Pitsenio, but he's getting some wonderful connections with those curving shots around the side of Pitsenio. It kind of seems like Zesta not in the best of positions.
Yeah, it's a really tough call though, because they've shown before that somehow they are able to convert those into rounds. They're gonna be stacked up now again. Motep maybe a little bit in danger there. It's gonna be spinning back, and the connection is there. 1v3 for Pekka now, and surely there's no chance. BDL strike back, take the set, and even things out. It's 1 set for each team as we move on to set 3.
I mean, that's the main one they need, really. If they were to go 2 down, it would have been pretty much over and just too far away from them to bring back. But 1-1, it's anybody's game now, and if they can manage to pull this off just another couple of sets, they're going to have one of the biggest upsets in a month of upsets. It just goes to show how big this one would be. So definitely a really tough position for Zest to be in, being huge favourites, knowing Clash had something very similar happen to them, with it being so close, and then they kind of just ran away with it with a couple more unorthodox drafts. Got to be cautious on the side of Zest, and I feel like their drafting just needs to be that little bit better.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, right? Because when we saw them play against Super Renegados in their semi-final match, it did feel like Zest were not really taking too many risks when it came to the draft and playing it very standard, very safe. However, I feel like later on here, in this particular set especially, they just kind of went, wow. I mean, I don't mind seeing one Rico or seeing one Ruffs. Seeing both of them together is pretty crazy to me. Field promotion is pretty crazy to me. Mandy is pretty crazy to me. And so far, it seems like the crazier Zest goes with the draft, the less it works, and might be time to go back to the basics.
Yeah, I mean, I just think so. I don't know if it was like a huge ego pick, taking, you know, the Rico, the Ruffs, 2 not so long range brawlers into some brawlers who had some serious range, bear in mind. And the Mandy just didn't really do anything, and you can see it reflected here as well. I think, you know, we mentioned the one super that did hit, it was returned to sender and just wiped him off the map anyway. So not a lot of damage, not a lot of kills, and it's very, very difficult to do too much with that brawl. I mean, in terms of damage and kills, Wesley's done very good to have 64 DPS and 6 kills there, so definitely a big thing for him, but his teammate Adino really making the biggest amount of work done over on Bando de Lucas.
Yeah, it certainly feels like that as well, and in this one, BDL certainly had the draft. Zest had some fun ideas, but not necessarily the most efficient ones in my books, and they need to iron that out moving forwards. And that's why I wouldn't get too enthusiastic about BDL's chances just yet. I feel like if Zest played a little bit more safe, a little bit more conservative with their draft, they should be able to be fine at the end of the day. But at the same time, I mean, hopefully for them, they didn't just spark that little bit of hope that BDL needed to really get going, build up some momentum, and start doing exactly what they did to Clash earlier.
Well, I mean, it is on Sneaky Fields next, and this is where we saw BDL kind of pull away with an unusual draft. Well, not Sneaky Fields exactly, but Brawl Ball being the mode. This is where we saw them pull away from Clash. And if they can pull away from Zest again now with some odd drafts, or maybe even something pretty safe like we just saw in the last one, and it did seem to work, then I 100% think they can take this game down. Huge underdog still, even with it being a 1-1 position, momentum in their hands. I still feel like Zest will more than likely take this one 3-1. But if Bando de Lucas can pull something out, pull a weird draft out that'll catch them off guard, like, obviously not a double throw on this map, but like the double thrower kind of tactic, it might just pay off for them. Band's coming in now. Nita are like that. Poco and Penny inside of Bando de Lucas. Zest going to get rid of the Rosa. Don't want to see that tank. We saw it being played so well yesterday in I think it was EU. But on top of that as well, we got the Spike pick, the RT ban, and the Squeak ban as well.
Yeah, the Spike first pick, I don't necessarily mind, to be honest. I feel like Spike is in a pretty good place at the moment, especially on maps like this, where you are going to be likely to see a lot of tanks. You can find some really nice angles here too, even with Fertilize, which can just give you some extra value as well in those more up-close fights. And his super with the mythical gear is just so incredibly deadly. That slow is brutal. So considering how hard he is to counter as well, I do really like having him early into this draft, and we'll see Janet to be facing that at least as a first pick for BDL, and it does have a decent matchup against Spike, so I do like that quite a bit. I think it's a pretty appropriate response here. It's versatile, it does pretty well across the board, and it has 3-shot potential onto the Spike, which will make Spike's life a little bit of a nightmare if they end up facing each other a lot in this following set.
Yeah, I mean, B going to be coming up next from BDL as well, and a little bit of a nice kind of long-range idea from them. Maybe they need a little bit of wall break in there as well to get the full effect, but drop the base obviously going to be quite strong in this kind of composition. As he said, though, I don't mind that Spike first pick. It seems to be one of the more versatile brawlers across most regions at the moment, with that gear as well, the mythic gear that comes along with it, with the extra slowdown. We see it played with Fertilize quite a lot now as well, so it'll be a smart decision. See Zest coming back with 2 picks now, and they need to be quite strong. Don't really want to feed any more into this long-range idea that Bando de Lucas are going, and I do like that. Although we kind of have B on the other side slowing things down, it's not going to be able to scout out this mid the best, and it's going to be even harder to hit shots if they don't have that slow and max has speed.
Yeah, the max speed can be key here as well to change the timings a little bit and get access to a goal if you follow up, after a kill or two or a team wipe. Sometimes you're able to turn a counter-attack into a quick goal, and you wouldn't have that chance with any other brawler, really. Because Ems is going to be their final pick, and that's their chance to slow things down as well when the need is there, when BDL get over-aggressive and get a second anti-tank into their roster as well, in case BDL were to bring something aggressive as their third and final pick.
Yeah, I really do like what Zest have kind of brought to the table here. It seems a lot more safe and not kind of out there as the previous comp, just going back to basics and trying to play it out using their mechanics. Bando de Lucas, though, adding this roughs, and that's what I said. They're going to be bringing this break in, playing the Janet, playing the B at long range. And bear in mind, there's no unbreakable walls on this map as well. So once that overtime hits, it hits. And if we don't have a max speed, it's going to be difficult.
Now, the roughs might be the wall break, as long as he's not running field promotion, that is. But I doubt that in Brawl that would really even be considered. So wall break can be so valuable if you can get a supply drop down and that breakthrough just in the perfect timing. You can shoot the ball through it and get a free goal undefendable unless you have an invulnerable player spawning back. Let's see though, as Adinho takes a lot of damage early on. Coutinho also forced to the right hand side, and Pekka was a beautiful gadget there to claim that kill and locking the early advantage in favor of Zest. At least position-wise, the follow-up from Pekka now as well. He's been already finding so much value for his team. He's even looking for more. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade with only Motep left alive, as he lost a teammate on the left-hand side as well. BDL now have a chance to make a little bit more space into this mid and start building up some control.
Some sandbags in his face, got the kill, and Wesley finds the gap. Just like that, Bando de Lucas pull ahead, and it seemed like Zest had all the control in the world. I mean, they do have 3 supers now, so we might see a bit of burst of pace and a bit of pressure, but for now, Bando de Lucas are ahead. A nice slowdown onto Motep as well. Adinho finding some connecting shots, but super eventually from Pekka. Can't peek around this wall, though, as he's going to get picked up. Motep looking for the push forward. Phase shifter there. Some shots through in the pass towards him. Gets the shot off now. Eventually, with a little missed shot for Adinho, he does manage to force the ball in, equal things out, and bring it to 1-1.
Well played by Zest to look a little bit scary for a second. This was he can take it up into the skies, looking for Valiant to Pekka, but Motep sees another opportunity, and that's the one to score and lock in this game for Zest. Beautifully done, and that's a little bit of the risk sometimes when the Janet is flying above. It means she's not on the ground holding her lane anymore, and Zest well aware of that, making sure to punish any sort of over-aggression. That game looked like it might just get out of hand and bring BDL the upper hand. It's Zest now, a game up.
Some definite scary stuff now for Bando de Lucas, and some great pressure early on from Zest once more. Can't find the finishing blow on Pitzinho, but a little spray through the wall there on Adinho does keep him low. Follow-up shots now, gets a little breakdown, but Wesley's dropped the base, surely going to be following the person who did just go down, and Wesley very low, Pitzinho very low as well. Spray through the wall once more, and Pekka's using these gadgets, but he's using them well. Follow-up shots in the gap through with the kill onto Pitzinho, finds the goal, and Zest now 1 goal away from being 2-1 up in a quick set.
Very nicely done. Pekka has super on the right-hand side. Tina is so incredibly low, and Pekka might just slot this one in. Yes, sir. Zest will be taking this set in quite an incredibly quick fashion as well. It means now they're 1 set up again. That's 2 sets to 1 in their favor, and BDL go back to the drawing board.
I mean, they really do need to go back to the drawing board after that one. It's really difficult stuff for them to kind of come back from after such a disappointing loss, after such a hard-earned win in the previous set as well. It's kind of just complete flip of the script from Zest. It's difficult times for them in the previous one. They took so long to get that set, probably one of the longest knockout sets we've seen in all of the BSC, to then be completely flipped back on the heads and taken by storm in Brawl Ball. 2 really quick games for Zest, and they're instantly 2-1 ahead now. Dueling Beetles coming up next, and I kind of feel like that's a Zest map to win as well.
Yeah, it's looking up very nicely for them. To be honest, I agree with you. I feel like the way they take the set as well is very important. Something they did in their opening match as well, making sure that they don't only win, they show confidence, they show dominance, and they remind their opposition what their place is. And so far, I mean, what a way to shut down any momentum that BDL maybe brought up. And look at that. We didn't see him this fired up earlier, but it seems like they got triggered after dropping what may just have been one of the first sets they have in the season of the BSC. They're not looking to repeat that mistake again, and it's going to be a dominant one, and Pekka is really the one that shined through in this one, and we definitely saw him popping off on his lane, finding opening after opening, and creating so many goal-scoring opportunities for Zest.
Yeah, he really, really was, and you can see in comparison to the rest of everybody else, we might have more DPS from others, but in terms of kills, nobody matched up to him whatsoever. Not his teammates, not the opponents, and not only that, but he's got more kills himself than everybody on the side of Bando de Lucas together. So it's really worrying for them going forwards. Dueling Beetles is going to be up next. Few unbreakable walls on this map as well, which did change it quite heavily, but also kind of just leaves those checkpoints so we see less checkpoints. Oh, I'm losing the word for it.
What's that?
No, I mean, as in choke points. That's it. I said choke points instead.
Okay.
Those choke points. They leave those choke points kind of more there, and we see less wall break brawlers. In terms of bans, though, well, for picks first of all, as we see it coming quite fast. RT is the first, and although they haven't really been picking it up too much throughout today, they get it now.
Yeah, Max is slipping through the ban process again, and we saw how instrumental that's been to Zest's success, so a little bit worried about that as well. But I don't mind the RT per se. I feel like this is a pretty fun map to bring it into as well. Yet to really be seen super successfully here yet, at least for me. Colette is going to be what will be the first pick of BDL, and I love how Pekka goes from like being incredibly hyped, semantic sort of vibes, to just flat out chilling and being cozy and being in a relaxed headspace. It's very extreme, but it's very welcome.
Yeah, I like the Colette though. It's very good against that RT, and you know, I did kind of call it out earlier. I think maybe it was banned in one of the previous games as being a good counter to RT. But Gus coming up next, and obviously going to be able to provide shields to himself, his teammates as well. And usually when that shield's placed on a Colette, it does a lot of work. So nice little combination play between those two brawlers there is going to be available. But Zest, flip back to them for 2 picks now. And kind of got to be expecting another bit of a range approach down one of these lanes and something through that mid. We've been seeing Crow a lot in other regions on a map like this, and I wouldn't doubt we'll probably be seeing it again, especially with kind of the mobile brawler like Stuban.
Yeah, I agree. I would like to Crow here. I would still like to Max as well, probably from Zest and the Crow. It is for this one. Please let it be the Max, so you know some of our predictions can be right at least. But I jinxed it now. I jinxed it now. It's not gonna be that. But yeah, draft-wise, it's a tough call for me, mainly because I have yet to really find my opinion, if that makes any sense, for RT. I feel like it's been really hard to figure out exactly where he is, because sometimes it feels so massively underwhelming. So sometimes it feels really strong too. It's still really hard to pinpoint which moments it is going to be successful in, and we'll see the Janet as the final pick from Zest, which I don't mind. I think it does really well here on Dueling Beetles, can provide some really good value all around. The drop, the base is amazing at resetting heals and keeping your position low, even sometimes finishing them out, as Bonnie is going to be the last pick for BDL, and does open up a whole new opportunity of just jumping in, going for assassinations and playing aggressive around the enemy walls and bush, but also play safe at a distance when you're in cannon form and just get some decent damage from afar, whilst having the benefit of being just such an incredible tanky sharpshooter.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've kind of got to be seeing this RT, maybe even establishing his legs like a Pam turret would be, behind those walls, sitting there and waiting for kind of this like Jackie damage that it brings out behind one of these walls, especially the unbreakable ones over the right-hand side. Not that we really have any wall breaks anyway, but Notep going to be establishing himself down this mid now and getting some shots through, whereas Pekka playing down that lane, which I kind of thought maybe would be the other way around, as we've seen quite a lot of Crow down the mid, but this time it is going to be Janet.
Well, first block here as Motep take down Pizzino, but Edinho is sharp on the trade. Pekka looking for a follow-up on his own, and that's only 18 HP remaining for him, but he still stands. Pizzino pops a shield, and it's not quite going to be enough for him to take someone down with him. Pekka has jumped now as well, and Zest start locking in. A very solid start so far. Pekka popping shield as well after that jump, and it's rare to see a shield onto a Crow in esports, but I mean, why not? It's been working out for him so far, and it's been a nice way to switch things up a bit and win some encounters that usually don't really end up winning if you jump onto them.
Yeah, I mean, you can't knock it if it's working. It appears to be working so far. Pizzino getting hit with a few of these bombs, and he's connected them so well. Wesley's one shot. In comes the jump from Pekka. Doesn't actually make any connections, but even with these two here, they're getting a beautiful pinch with Fire Crow. Edinho getting a lot of value off that gotcha gadget, but even that isn't enough. They've been overwhelmed by all three, and 15% until this game's over, and BDL just nowhere to be seen. Well, they are now as Wesley jumps in, but other than that, not much.
Fire Crow was nice dodge there as well to lock this one in towards the end. Nearly ended up going down, but with the massive lead that Zest had built up, it is looking inevitable for them to take this one home. Let's see now as they lock in their first match point, if BDL can stand to the heat or if they will crumble under the pressure, as it seems like quite the uphill battle. They didn't give us a whole lot to work with in that previous game, and they're gonna need to make some really big adjustment moving forward. Pekka just W-keying his way down the map, and it's a 1-for-1 trade, but still some decent value all around here for Zest.
Yeah, really nice stuff, and they have this control, drop the base established further up, resetting Edinho's heals and also Wesley's as well. But Wesley will continue shooting regardless, and Pizzino's picked up this left-hand side. Now he can't quite get to his heal there and doesn't manage to play it out. Notep going to have got a 30% lead in the mid at this point, still not stopping there. Flies up to avoid this gotcha gadget as well, and that should allow Pekka, with a little bit of help from Motep dropping some bombs, to pick it up. And BDL aren't playing as a team. They know they've lost at this point by the looks of the way they're playing. They're just going one by one over and over, and it's just not working.
Yeah, it seems like hope has been lost, and so far they haven't really been able to do anything here on Dueling Beetles. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade now, but that's pretty much as far as they've ever gotten. Pekka was a jump in, and I was going to say in and out, but pretty much just in and in. as he ends up landing pretty much in the same spot and going down. Zest was a really big advantage percentage-wise, and even though BDL gets some time into the zone as well, they are so far behind, and they're constantly just at a player deficit. Edinho coming in here now as well, but not able to find much value, and Zest just a couple percentages away from winning this monthly final.
Yeah, I mean, Firecross spinning. He knows they've won at this point. Even steps off the zone a little bit, but goes back onto it. When they realise maybe a little bit of BM's too much, they've played very well, but you've got to give it to Bando de Lucas as well for a great performance. Zest come out on top, and they're going to be the monthly final winners in this portion of the sub-region. Really nice stuff from them, and you can see how much it means to them as well.
Yeah, lovely celebration from Pekka at the end. 2 monthly finals in a row now in SA East for this Zest roster. And BDL, obviously not going to be thrilled about that final match, but still some smiles here and there, and I think that they are well deserved as well, considering how beautiful and entertaining of a match they gave us, not only here, but especially against Clash earlier, and what an upset they were able to cause over there. They're looking good, and I like as well that they invested into, you know, the boot camp and getting everyone together in the best conditions to compete. It wasn't quite enough this time around, though, to take down Zest.
Yeah, I mean, they've pretty much got to be sitting top 2, pretty much drawing top 2, depending on how they did throughout the upper and lower brackets in the qualifiers. But I mean, they've got a 2nd place and they've got a 3rd and 4th place from last month as well, which is the exact same as Clash. Bit of revenge against them this month, so really nice to see them take that and also have this kind of closer fight for this 2nd place rather than what we probably thought was going to come out of it being between Zest and Clash. Now we've got that 3rd team with BDL kind of slotting in as well, which is really, really nice to see.
Yeah, I saw a lot of people, you know, last month saying there's only really 2 teams in this region, or that it is not as competitive after you go further than the top 2. It really wasn't the case this month, and BDL really took that personally. Lovely stats there as well from Motep. Over 300 DPS, that can be really hard to get there. And 10 kills to his name as well. The rest of the squad doing really well as well. And it was Wesley that shined the most for BDL, but that wasn't quite enough to bring victory here for Bando de Lucas.
Yeah, disappointing stuff from them, but still, I'm sure they'll be pleased with the 2nd place. How thrilled they were after that 1st win. They looked so happy they were able to take down Clash and get the revenge, and I think that was probably enough for them. We'll see who the MVP is now. It was Firecrow, and honestly, they kind of balanced it out a little bit. We saw some great sets from Motep, especially that last one, but his knockout was a little bit underwhelming, and Firecrow obviously showing his worth throughout pretty much all of those sets, whereas we kind of just saw some big pop-off moments from the rest of his teammates there.
Yeah, 2 MVPs for Firecrow today and a monthly final win. That sounds like a pretty W day for him today. What a monthly final here for SA East, and what a way to kick off the evening.
Yeah, I mean, it was really, really nice. It was like we were only halfway through this stream as well. We still got SA West to go, sorry, in the 2nd portion of the stream. And how well we've started off, I don't doubt that we'll be seeing a lot more going forwards in the 2nd half of this region as well. Here's a little recap of the bracket. The ones we didn't see on stream were Bando de Lucas taking down Backers 3-0, Clash taking down Pine Esports 3-0, Super Renegados beat Scald 3-2, and Zest took down Phoenix 3-0. Then where we came today was the semi-finals. Bando de Lucas in a huge upset against pretty much all predictions. I believe it was about 92% to 8 of the public, and all 3 of us went with Clash, and they came out on top. Really, really nice stuff from them. In terms of predictions, we do get the bottom 2 right, and as you can see, Clash didn't really allow us to have perfect predictions here today, Teddy.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we did mess up that one, but ultimately, Zest winning the monthly final was what we all went for, and that is what happened, and that's what I want to remember from our predictions for the SA East part of this broadcast. And yeah, I mean, at least that we got right, and I'll take it. Small victories are still victories.
Yeah, definitely so. And I mean, you know, with Zest being as good as they are at this point, it really is. It's going to be tough for them to take a lot of people down, and they're ahead of them by 1 point. And honestly, I'm kind of happy about it, because we might be seeing this back and forth between them pretty much every month to see who's going to come out on top for this 2nd spot, as Zest seem to be that solidified number 1. 216, 136 for Bando de Lucas, 135 for Clash, and then all the rest of them below Teddy.
Yeah, Super Renegado's not that far behind, though. Only about 19 points behind Clash and 20 behind BDL. dude, I really feel like this region now has a bit of a top 4 forming up, and things going a little bit differently next month, and it could get switched up crazily again. So I'm hoping to see some more of that, as the SA East monthly finals have been massively entertaining to me.
Yeah, I mean, it really does seem like we have that top 4 solidifying, and Super Renegados, regardless of having 2 third and fourths, everybody else in the top 3 getting to one of those finals, it still seems like a close affair. They're not being left too far in the dirt, and they haven't really gone that far behind. We haven't seen the last of them yet, and I'm sure in future monthly finals we'll see them come back and fight it out once more against the rest of these 3 teams.
Yeah, they better. I mean, this is quite the entertaining region, to be honest. We've seen crazy things today as well. The return of the Shield Crow. We've seen field promotion as well, which I hadn't seen in the longest time, and some really fun bowler picks as well. And I'm really excited to see if in South America West we'll have very similar picks to that.
Yeah, well, with that said, South America East is behind us. South America West is still ahead of us, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back after a quick break.
play from the Penny. A nice pinch, as Franco is going to be the one to get the kill, but the positioning from Motep was key. Pekka also in the back line, and early on, it's already...
Managed to stay in that bush and stay under the radar instead of getting taken down, but there's the kill, and Wesley's going to fall as well. Just Adinio left. He doesn't have a super.
Getting pinched left and right. Salty Barrel plays down, but that's not quite going to be enough to secure his future amongst us, as he will go down.
Watts is going to make a connection. Leave it at that. He just placed a shield on himself and got the Sandy super down as well. 2 seconds on the clock, and with some more connections.
It has all been coming down to this.
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion.
Oh my word! What an incredible moment!
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing. Be the first in, last out, make it happen. We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing.
Without further ado, let's get brawling!
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship. We are still rocking the South America region. Now heading over to the west side. I am still Ark, and that is still the predictions master, Trav Talks. Trav, how are you feeling? How's East for you?
I mean, as far as predictions master, not the best, but as far as an entertaining region, it's up there.
More predictions in just a bit. Let's take a look shortly at the regional leaderboard actually for this side of the pond and discuss who are the teams to be keeping an eye on at the moment. Moekos, of course, had a stormer of a month last time round in February. Came all the way through the grand finals with a sweep on 116 points there. Inferno de la Cabe as well on 100 points. So those two teams are in the current position to qualify for the last chance qualifiers. No spots in this side of the pond in terms of gaining that access straight to the World Finals. It'll be a last chance qualification spot for those two teams at the moment. Juan de Nilos, though, as well, a very good honorable mention and not many points away in all honesty. And IXFA there in 4th place on 85 points as well. And that big cluster from 4th down to 8th as well on that right-hand side of SA West. Definitely some big teams to keep an eye on as we look towards our bracket for today. Trav, talk us through it.
Well, what we've seen, well, what we haven't seen, I should say, off stream, IXFA were taken down by SKC 3-0. Juan de Nilos beat Matt FA 3-0. Level Esports take down Lyok Fox 3-0. And Moekos took down Inferno de la Cabe, which was a big game, considering they're the top two here. See, first today, semi-finals will be SKC versus Juan de Nilos, and then after that, Level Esports versus Moekos.
Yeah, the big one there, Inferno de la Cabe as well, because they made the semi-finals last month, and here we see our predictions as to what we think, and we're still copying each other's homework. I think the whole entire year, I've been the only person to deviate away yesterday in the EMEA region towards Foot Esports. But yeah, I do feel like this is kind of warranted from where I am at least. Juan de Nilos, of course, had a really good month last month, went all the way through to the grand finals. Of course, didn't quite make it through to get that big win. It was Moekos that did, and therefore we're still going to be siding with them in that semi-finals too, and then as well in the grand finals. But nonetheless, we've seen one huge upset today already over in South America East with Clash going out in the semi-finals, not making the grand finals for March, and we could well see a similar story here, Trav, in South America West.
Yeah, no, I think the same. And, you know, these predictions genuinely can go anyway. It's such a close region this time. We saw a few similar scorelines to what we saw just a little bit early on, few sweeps here and there. But at the end of the day, all the teams are very solid, and we see a lot of these well-known names that have been here in the past propping up here and there. So it's really nice to see them battle it out again.
Absolutely so. Well, again, make sure that you guys are heading over to event.brawlstars.com and placing your predictions. Those were asked to give you a little bit of an insight as to what we are thinking on the casting desk. But of course, use your best judgment. We're not always right, as we weren't earlier today with Clash. But again, you are looking to sync up your game with your Supercell ID. That's where you can earn those in-game rewards directly into your Brawl Stars account and get those exclusive Brawl Esports assets onto your game. Flex those pins, flex those sprays, of course, and try to pay attention to all the trivia that's along the way and all that good stuff. Make sure as well to vote for your MVP. It's really great to see at the end of that players get very excited for it as well. Well, let's move on to our first match, Trav, of this semi-final stages. Looking first at SK Kalalis as well. Their roster of Ouchie, Joking, and Prosy there. I've got to say, this is a team which could cause a potential upset. Last month, it wasn't to be for them, but this time round, it could well be. You got to remember, they did take SK Kalalis all the way to a very, very tight 3-2 in that semi-final stages. So, and Moekos went on to win the whole thing. So there is that to consider when it comes to this matchup. Juan de Nilos had a much more straightforward semi-finals in that respect, but their roster here as well, JXCR, Toxic, and Christian, don't count them out, Trav. That's kind of where I'm coming from this one, right?
Yeah, no, I think the same. SKC might have some more familiar players from past years, obviously with Alchi, Chemical X with his full name. We've seen him time and time again. I believe he played for Clash last year, a couple of years ago, I should say, rather than last year, because it was AC Milan Clash last year. But Juan de Nilos, on the other hand, I think they're a pretty solid team. They seem to just have that team play locked down. And last month, I believe I kind of predicted against them, not really being too familiar with what they brought to the table. But they definitely proved me wrong and proved themselves throughout the way.
Definitely a team to keep an eye on. And again, we were pleasantly surprised last month. It's always an interesting thing when the season starts, who is going to make that early step forwards in front of the running. And, it is a region that is all up for grabs, of course. There's two places that are primarily for that last chance qualifier, but it's still incredibly competitive. And you want to make that first stand as quickly as possible, as we saw earlier today already, with Bando de Lucas just really coming together and showing that anyone can take this region by surprise. And it could well be one of these two teams that make and maybe even win today's grand final.
Yeah, I mean, this is quite a strong portion of the bracket between these two teams. Both very, very solid, and I'd say pretty evenly matched. So obviously, the predictions in that kind of sense, I think the public should kind of go around about that 50-50 rather than the fact we've seen 90 and 10 and stuff like that. So many of it, we'll see it in now. And it's closer than the majority of things. We've got 35% siding with us and 65% with SKC. But at the end of the day, this is probably one of the closest ones we've had, which goes to show something.
Yeah, I was literally about to say the same. I believe it's probably the closest poll we've had all over the weekend, really, so far. So this is quite a pleasant surprise, in all honesty. Let's see what the first bans are for Open Zone, and coming in thick and fast with the Crow for SK Kalalis, banning out the B, the Lola, and the Poco on the side of Juan de Nilos. It's the Poco, the Pam, as well as the Meg. I think the Meg there being quite a key ban. That Crow pick we've already seen today is such a common one in this particular region. Max is going to be coming in as well to add to that on the side of Juan de Nilos. Surely a Janet as well, as it's such a common pick in this region and not one that's banned out in this particular instance. But the Max is definitely going to play a very, very good part of this starting lineup. For me, the way things are shaping up to be, I think that, yeah, exactly that. Yeah, I feel like that is the way to go for this one. SK Kalalis can go in for something more aggressive, but definitely with the lack of heals, it's a consideration there. I wouldn't be opposed to Colette in this instance, simply because the Poker's out, the Pam's out, and that is already something to consider. Let's see what they go for, Trav.
Yeah, obviously against the Crow, you're kind of reaching for that Pam usually, but with it being banned out, it's not obviously going to be an option for Juan de Nilos here. SKC, they're going to go with the Stu, a little bit more mobility, don't really want to leave it all to that Max, want some for themselves. But I think over on the side of Juan de Nilos, they've just got that really, really solid comp. I do like the Amber though, and I know you've kind of in the past liked Amber here. So we'll see if they're able to bring out some more oomph with that, but usually when it's paired with the Max, it becomes that a little bit better, and obviously they didn't really have that opportunity.
Yeah, it worked out really well, didn't it, last month with Reply Totem in the EMEA region on this particular map, and it was already working last year. Primarily played by a lot of big teams in the EMEA region, like Tribe Gaming EU were one that would really harness themselves in that top right-hand side lane and just burn up the Burschen. A lot of players can forget, and especially with 8-bit, it's a bit of an interesting idea to go into an Amber simply because you need that plugged-in star power to really have the mobility. Yes, you got the range, but if you're able to juke your way forwards, then it can be a troublesome thing. It's not really, to be honest, the sort of brawler that I would bring in to hot zone at all. Primarily, if you're under pressure and stuck in the thick of it, you want to get back into the zone as quickly as possible, get yourself back in the game. It could be that they are considering to bring in then something of the TP to sort of have a bit of an advantage in that respect, but it's a bit of a risky one. It's not really something that I would bring in this particular map. I mean, yes, Chi Cartridge can provide that kind of quick early value, but if you're not able to cycle your supers effectively, then you're going to be a bit of a sitting duck.
Yeah, I mean, I think 8-bit over that right-hand side is going to have to keep his range, is going to have to connect some big shots, and he needs that grass up as well to be able to fly under the radar like he has just done. Regardless of these 2 kills, Prosy still remains, and they do have that 22% buffer off the start, but it's quickly getting kind of taken out, and that fire being also burned down very, very quickly. JXCR now placing this turret defensively, and Exic and Prosy trying to push forward onto Christian up top with that slow, but didn't manage to take him down, brought him low, and now burned down on that turret as well. Shouldn't bring it all the way. And maybe a little bit of a waste in that sense.
Yeah, I want to see Alchi trying to burn the bush a bit more because ultimately, JXCR is utilizing the speed gear there, and if he takes away that, then it's only the plugged-in star power that's going to be keeping that 8-bit from being viable. Poison tick over time. Christian should, I believe, survive just about, 162 HP, and now Toxic healing up on that left-hand side as well. Big jump in from Proxy, but I mean, actually will get the takedown with the help of Exit there. But I was a bit concerned that he might have actually potentially wasted the super for the sake of just getting back into the map a bit too fast for his own good, but it does mean that in the meanwhile, SK Kalelis are bringing back a bit of a lead here. Toxic will take to the sky and actually burn down in the process, but at least Christian and JXCR, the whole firm in the mid.
Yeah, Alchi there trying to pinch in now, and Christian gonna get the kill, and I'm surprised Bruzzy didn't jump. He had a lot of opportunity to do just that, and JXCR now surviving on Exit, coming quite aggressive, but he's gonna be punished for that surely. Actually survives a little bit longer than he deserved to, but Toxic now gets the kill, and regardless of kind of it seeming like Juan de Nilos have had everything all the time, it's actually SKC were still just that little bit more ahead.
It's balancing things really nicely. Great slowing Toxin there from Prosy just to try to ensure the takedown. It meant that Christian was out of the play on the left-hand side for quite a while too. Nice dashes around the situation. 3 HP goes down eventually. Toxic, though, doing his best. There's only 11% needed now for SK Kalelis, and now this could be a crucial turning point. Why do they need to hold firm? They're bringing back this deficit. 15% is all they need now, and they've got all 3 bodies in the mid.
Yeah, it's even out now, and they need to push on, but JXCR, he's got a turret, he's going to be able to tank so much, he's got a vast amount of HP too. Don't want to feed these jumps, but they've just got all down. They've all fallen, the splash from Prosy's jump. Alchi's shots coming through, and that was huge. That was absolutely huge from them. I am very, very surprised they managed to do that. They had the turret to tank. They have a vast amount of HP on 8-bit, and they still didn't manage to get it done. I'm sure we'll see a replay of that after the set, but I don't know how they all got burned down so fast.
At that stage of the game, when you've got 3 members of your team holding firm there, I mean, it's pretty much always going to go your way. I know I would love to watch it back to really analyze as to where that went wrong there. Yeah, but what an incredible turnaround, honestly, for SK Kalelis. I mean, wow, really great stuff. But I'm just not too sure whether it was the play or whether it was Juan de Nilos just kind of dropping the ball, maybe getting a bit overconfident with themselves. I need to see Alchi just kind of burning this right-hand side earlier. He's focusing so much on getting down the 8-bit, super, which is very important. The damage booster has to go down. It's providing the additional speed, but that speed gear is keeping him viable and moving in the meanwhile. He's not really focusing on doing that at the moment.
Yeah, well, SKC now getting some serious percentage, and we haven't even seen Juan de Nilos touch the point yet. Alchi getting pushed back now. The JXCR's got this super and some pressure coming in from Toxic. Places to drop the base, really not in the best of positions, but Alchi should fall, and he's actually missed the shot. It seems like they're wasting so many opportunities, and still 0% is what we see from Juan de Nilos.
Oh, very important takedown there, though, from Exic there. It's going to allow his teammates to come back into the thick of it. 80% to just a 1%. I mean, it's just a night and day difference from the previous game, and SK Kalelis is just going to shortly run away with this now. There's so much time to make up for. I mean, if they do this on the side of Juan de Nilos, it would be one of the biggest comebacks ever in the history of Hot Zone.
Yeah, but I mean, we've got this crow jump. That's going to be a big explosive jump onto that zone. Alchi's trying to push forwards now onto JXCR and might even do himself. No help for JXCR here. All focusing so heavily on keeping this control. They've all fallen. The dash is forward, the shot's through, and that's surely going to be tying it up. JXCR can't bring them both down, and SK Kalelis has just managed to close this one out. Nice stuff from them. Good first set, but in my eyes, I feel like Juan de Nilos had some serious amount of control, especially in the first game, to not be able to take it. It all seemed like it was theirs to win, but then SKC just are the ones focusing on the point, and that's all that matters in Hot Zone.
Yeah, it felt more on the side of it being mistakes made by Juan de Nilos than it was on the other side of the coin. And, you know, I've got to remember, you know, going back to last month, it was, you know, a very, very close semi-finals match between SK Kalelis and Moekos, and ending in that 3-2. No, I mean, that might be a bit of an insight here as to maybe things not being as straightforward for Juan de Nilos, who did take that 0-3 loss in the grand finals to Moekos. They could well do this. I mean, at the moment, Juan de Nilos are a bit all over the place. They're kind of not really knuckling down to ensure that first game should have been theirs, I believe. And we'll probably see the replay back in a moment just to kind of see exactly where it all went wrong for them there. But, I mean, definitely when you got that many people in the mid at such a late stage of the game, you should really be securing it.
Yeah, I didn't hate their comp either. Like, I genuinely don't know what went wrong for them. I think the comp was pretty good. I questioned the A-bit a little bit off the start. When I saw it playing lane, I thought, okay, this can work. It can work. It obviously outranges Amber. When it gets the turret, it's going to have a bit more pace down that side as well when it gets placed behind this wall. But it just didn't really seem to pay off much. And in terms of damage and kills, we only really saw one out of Exic, and overall it seems like the kills are kind of on the side of Juan de Nilos once more. So not only did it look like it, they also did have more kills as well. But Alchi and Prosy really showing what they're worth, because they've pretty much done it all for the team.
Yeah, big carries from them. Big amount of DPS though from JXCR, which is pretty commendable. But you know, again, I'm still not sold on the 8-bit. I'll be honest. I feel like if the Amber was paying more attention to trying to burn down the bush and just to, you know, keep it back, and you know, it's definitely something which shouldn't really be as much of a problem, really, if you're just kind of making sure to not feed into it, denying the plugged-in star power on that speed side and the bush. I think it would have been a bit more of a sitting duck, but nonetheless, mistakes made and some to learn from going forwards into safe zone for Heist, and definitely going to be some valuable momentum now for SK Kalelis to be able to take back another set here. But it really is the time for Juan de Nilos to knuckle down a little bit, make sure this draft really does show its worth here. Bans out already for Juan de Nilos. The Max, first pick coming in for SK Kalelis. The Penny, E-band, Max band, as well as the Sprout and the Grom. Max double band actually here as well. And next draft coming in for Juan de Nilos. Still some range options. Colette band out though, which is quite an interesting one. Would have been a definite go-to for me here. But ultimately long range still exists. The size of the bell, the Brock though coming in as well, which I think is a really good solid first early draft here. Throwers are still viable here, but I think the Sprout is pretty up there as being one of the top ones. Grom as well, so probably going to be much more of a kind of longer range affair, but maybe some tankier ideas as well to come out to play. They want to go with that Daryl pick, which I still love here. It's probably going to be more on the side here of Juan de Nilos, because there's ultimately the spike that can be a problematic thing to have. Or the surge on defense, even if it does manage to show its face, going to come in as well. I like the way this draft is actually shaping up to be here for Juan de Nilos.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the B earlier, we saw the Brock earlier, both of them doing some serious work in the other portion of the sub-region. But, I mean, I like the throwers being banned. I think that's a big point to make. And with Grom being as dominant as it was for Tufa for Clash, it really is something that I'm quite glad to see banned out. And the same with Sprout, the ability to just lock up the map and stop people from pushing up is just disgusting on this map, especially with the unbreakable wall. It also defeats one of those choke points that you can kind of walk through. Bell going to be the next pickup from SK Kalesis, and I kind of like it. I think it's going to be the worst out of the three of the long-range brawlers in terms of Brock, B, and Bell, but still, if it can get some bounces, it can get some good value.
Yeah, I do love it. I do love it. The Penny as well. In those later stages, if they're able to secure the turret in place, could be a big thing for them. They do need to consider the prospect that Juan de Nilos could go in with something tanky. Carl going to come in, the flying hook, of course, but that's why I just feel like Daryl could be just the exact response on the other side of the field. We've seen Buzz in other regions. I don't really feel like Buzz is going to necessarily be what they're going to be going for here, but it does provide that same kind of idea, that same utility, getting onto the save as quickly as possible and just drawing everything back. Okay. maybe I'll just talk about that before it comes up so I can say that I was thinking it all the time. And they're going to go for it. Don't get me wrong, it's a great idea to have. I personally would prefer the Daryl, and they didn't really have a good hard tank counter on the side of SK Kalelis. I mean, they got the Penny with the salty barrel, but I think Daryl would have been better. Buzz is a bit more high risk. this might not go according to plan, or it could seriously pay off here for Juan de Nilos if they get it right.
See, I kind of like what Juan de Nilos have got here, I won't lie. I mean, if the Buzz can hit some good stuns onto Carl, onto some of these brawlers, obviously you don't really want to be going towards a penny with that salty barrel in front. You're going to get hit pretty hard if you're using a gadget, but if you can use that super and get a stun, then it's really going to be quite worthwhile. Exic quickly flying hooking over to his right-hand side, and he's actually going to be against the Brock, and he gets quickly deleted, but some pretty similar stuff going on the other side as well.
It hits in and coming in for Toxic. And the Incinerary will start to take its toll there onto the safe. Ouchie there very low as well, and all those rocket laces from Toxic to stay alive just a little bit longer, but he will lose positioning power for it. Allow Exic to come forward. Oh, just 3%. All of the penny turret going to land. Not quite. He's still alive going there on the safe. 77% continuing to go down as now Prosy takes care of him on the bottom of the screen there. Not sure I agree with the super this slow, but it does get the job done there on the side of Christian. And allow him to get back into the mix. This bell's just going to ricochet there between Christian and Toxic. As now feels like Juan de Nilos is starting to, get a bit more control over the situation. And now a great stun there from Jexia on the left-hand side. Bit more attempts now onto the safe from Toxic.
Yeah, stun doesn't actually pick it up though. Exic managed to survive that one out just a little bit longer, and it is a close affair. About 7% in it at the moment. JXCR got another super in hand. Christian too. Honeyco activated. Gonna gadget up onto Exic there, but he's gonna get spun on quite quickly, and he is gonna be taken down. Great stuff from Toxic though, constantly raining down with this Brock, and that's the big damage dealer. If they can't get the Buzz up there, he just has to open up the space for the Brock.
Right takedown there from Exic. Oh, JXCR comes in again. Shots are missing. He gets the double stun, but not more than that. And there was a little bit overzealous to go for it, but I do appreciate the attempt. The mark will see to the demise of Christian as Exic's not done yet on the right-hand side, continuing to spin, and now the shots continue to land as JXCR to be trickling down HP as well as these bell shots ricochet between the safe and himself. Took as well, not really helping out in that situation. Everyone on the side of low. Look at this. SK Kalena's just absolutely going for the jugular, and the safe is being absolutely demolished. The Juan de Nilos are bang in trouble here, Trav.
Another more as well, and this has got to be done. Prosy's going to finish it. Absolutely wonderful stuff from SKC there. They just managed to come back after such a big deficit. I believe they were about 60% down, but they knuckled down, and as you said, going for the jugular, getting the damage on what matters instead of getting the kills is what's going to win you games. It's what they did in Hot Zone, and it's what they're doing now in Heist.
I mean, you're the predictions master here, Trevor. Are you starting to regret? Because I know that I am. The way that SK Kalenas are doing what they're doing, it shows much more confidence. They're much more competent, in my opinion, also. And to keep playing like this could be a done and dusted, honestly. Juan de Nilos got to dig a little bit deeper here, and maybe it was simply that their opposition last month was something of a bit more of an easier affair. Regardless, SK Kalenas are already giving them a good run for their money. Trying to push forwards here. Got the honeycomb to hand and nice awareness of range to stay away from Prosy. But Exic has got super as well, and the flying hook could then bring him over the lake pretty quickly. Toxic's got to be careful. Rocket Laces will be able to evade it, but nonetheless, big stun on the left. JXCR going in now, and a double stun to Algie as well. And now, Juan de Nilos start to get some damage of their own.
Exic gets the pick up though, but he was slow, not really going to be able to avoid too much, and some good damage dealt now for Juan de Nilos, but quickly their control dwindles, and Alchi now just pushing up, placing some nest eggs in mid as well. Gonna try to get those bounces onto Toxic and Christian going. JXCR down the right hand side though, making his move over there as he can't really do too much when the mortar's established and he has to just keep on moving around. Penny can pinch him down quite quickly. We're seeing the same again. Bursts from Juan de Nilos, but good control from SKC.
Big taps there from Alchi, but JXCR is lurking on the right hand side and can all turn so quickly. Nice takedown though. Oh, flying hook stun from Exic. Actually, it's going to be enough to take away from some of the stun itself. He's able to now start to get some shots in the safe. His teammates behind him. My word, what a play. It just evaded so much of the potential control that JXCR had over the situation. 32% damage though is quite a big ask, and now Juan de Nilos have got to respond to this with 49 seconds on the clock. Got to start to hold firm on this mid. Christian helping out there. Now right hand side Toxic and getting some big taps into Prosy, who's stunned out. I'm loving what I'm seeing, but it is going to have to be a big push here. Juan de Nilos have got to remain in control, and Toxic going down there, it's not helping things.
Definitely not. He gets another stun off, and this time manages to take someone with him, but they just quickly clean up, and Christian is getting hit so hard. The bounces as well. Toxic just makes his own teammate die. X's got spin here as well. Can't use it in time as the stun does hit. Another one as well from JXR. He's making huge moves, but there's just no one with him. Can he get the damage on his own? The spin from X6 straight out of spawn. There's a Brock coming up as well. He looks like he might be able to get it, but the super coming in from Prosy knocks him back. Not going to get the damage just yet. And SKC are going to add some more on the other side as well. That is 2 sets to them, and Juan de Nilos all can defeat it.
Oh my word, JXR was playing phenomenally well on that Buzz pick, and I just feel just a little bit bad for him in the end of it. It just didn't work out. I wanted to see a bit more from the Brock side as well. That is a brawler which can just land so much potential damage on the safe, and at the moment, Juan de Nilos are on a world of hurt. SK Kalelis are making this look so easy at the moment, to be completely honest. I mean, they're drafting great, they're playing better, and that's what's important. This could be over in Brawl Ball. At the moment, Juan de Nilos have got to make a change, and they've got no more time left to do it. Got to start to show a bit more fight in this battle, or it could be over before we know it.
Not even a game in hands yet. It's 4 in a row for SKC now, and this is really, really worrying for Juan de Nilos. And as you say, it kind of seems like it might be over in this next set. I will say Juan de Nilos do seem to have those more aggressive tendencies, which might help them out that little bit more in Brawl Ball. With JXR playing a brawler as well as he did for Buzz, and his teammates not really providing with the help needed, he might be able to make some of those solo big plays in Brawl Ball, and it might help them. But still, not as much as we see from SKC at the moment. They have quite a lot more kills in this one. I think 7 if my quick maths is right. But DPS-wise, it's quite similar.
Yeah, I did say as well that I wanted to see more from Toxic. I believe he was on that Brock. It was definitely either him or Christian. I'm pretty sure it was Toxic. And just that one takedown just says the same story. I mean, it's such a good brawler to have in your draft, and sometimes you can't even land it because it's banned out instantly. And it provides so much value on the safe and great for takedowns, but it's not able to make it work. But moving on then, Super Beach next for Brawl Ball. And again, the moment, the way that things are going, we need to see a big draft here from Juan de Nilos. It's got to be one that's going to be a winning set as well for them, or they'll be going home in just the semi-final stages and not reaching the grand finals like they did back in February. Bans are in, Max, Ems, and Stu on the side of SK Kalelis, and an early draft from Juan de Nilos of B. Their bans were Penny, Ash, and Spike, and that's kind of interesting to me to ban both the Ash and the Spike. Could be potentially considering another tankier option themselves. So they are picking B very, very early, and Otis coming in now on the side of SK Kalelis for that reason that they might be expecting a tank to come in one of these picks.
Well, we better hope that Juan de Nilos players be a little bit better than they did in the previous, so as it could come back to bite them once more. SKC, on the other hand, pick 2 beautiful brawls on a map like this. You're always going to get value out of the fat splatter, the drop the base, the mute and stuff like that as well. It really, really is incredibly strong, versatile brawlers. See the Nita coming in for Juan de Nilos, and I do quite like that. Nita's always a solid pick for me. You get the bear down and you can make big plays behind it, especially with that Penny banned out. You don't have as much splash, so definitely a bit of a better pick from them. But so far, I just feel like we got a little bit more versatility from SKC. Obviously, they have this last pick as well, so they can try and counter out all 3 brawlers of Juan de Nilos, but we quite often see it just being kind of targeted towards 2 of them.
He is muted, but if I listen really loud, I can hear Telly groaning at his monitor right now because he hates Nita and Brawl Ball. Really would not want to see it at all. I really rate it. I think it's quite a good shout, and they're picking that B pick alongside it too, so definitely going to be some difficulty taking care of Bruce when it comes onto the field. But ultimately, again, the way that SK Kalelis are playing, they are showing competence and confidence at the same time, and that Otis is definitely going to help out shred through those things quite easily here. But third draft coming in, just a moment. JXR will probably get a confirmation on what that was. There's a little bit of a UI there issue to come in for the third and final pick here, shortly for SK Kalelis, and how they want to respond with the way that things are shaping up to be. The Surge wouldn't be a bad one for me, in all honesty. It really does suit this kind of map, and it's that aggressiveness that you need to really have. The knockback can play a vital role as well in just ensuring that you can stop the ball from going in the goal on a majority of occasions. Carl was the pick on the side of Juan de Nilos, so it would actually be a really solid counter to that as well. Let's see what it is that they're going to be going for in just a minute, and if not, we'll get some confirmation shortly.
Yeah, I kind of do like the Surge, but also it's tough against the Nita. They have chosen to go with it, so need to make sure that they're not feeding these bears and getting pushed back because of it. Prosy over this right-hand side now just trying to take JXR. Does find a couple of connecting shots and makes it a little bit difficult for him. Drop the base will reset the healing, so great placement from him there, but he has provided that super, and it's dangerous.
I love this from SK Kalelis. Flying hook in from JXCR does secure the takedown onto Prosy. Algie, though, is still an issue. He's got damage gear rolling in as well, as the HP is very low, allowing Christian to start to push forward from above. Great slow, great takedown. Prosy coming back in now, and the Honeyman Assassin will slow Prosy. At the moment, Juan de Nilos are playing fantastically well. It is still early days, however, and they have lost some control. Prosy now coming back into the mix. Just start to push the ball forwards. The Bruce Bear coming in now, swiftly taken care of by Algie, and chance now to reset.
Yeah, Exit comes to level 2. Did get to level 3, but was taken down by the bear. Needs to kill from beyond the grave, thanks to Bruce. But all three of them over the right-hand side here. This is not the best position, I wouldn't say. Great opportunity for a pinch, but instant level 3 provided. Always muted out as well. That's going to be a pass straight up and a goal. Difficult stuff there for Toxic. Couldn't release the ball, and SKC are going to punish them for it.
Great mute. Fantastic stuff there from Algie. And an early swift goal, and I was surprised to see it, honestly, because it just felt like the momentum shift was there, and it could well be one of those games that Juan de Nilos taken. They could still do just that. The beat's not going to matter, surely. Oh, the ball stopped on the middle of the line. They should be able to get it back, though, surely here, but Exik is doing all he can to try to defend it, and he can't. It's a goal. We're all tied up here, and we're going to be going then all the way.
He did almost defend it, though. He got the kill on Grissian, but just slid that ball in before he went down. Honeycoat and available now, and the need to bear thrown forwards. X6 one shot as well, and this could be a big turnaround. Slow comes in, hits both of them. That's huge for Juan de Nilos. They get the kills and they get the goal. One match back to them now in Brawl Ball. Need another one and another 2 sets to be able to make this turnaround a possibility. And honestly, SKC, they're very much still in this one to take it.
SK cannot feed into this neither. The Bruce, the Fofa gadget, it just cannot be understated, underestimated in this instance. It just goes to show there just how much easier it is to make a big push, a big game-winning push like that. And they just had nothing to defend it with. Realistically, that great early takedown there. Christian doing fantastic work in the flying hook. Leaves Prosy on 2 HP. It's going to be a guaranteed goal, surely. And it is. Juan de Nilos with an amazing response in just 14 seconds.
I mean, it kind of is disappointing from SKC here. It seems like it's them kind of stepping out of line rather than anything else. Prosy making a good push now, though. JXCR is going to go down. Can they get the kills? They'll need to bear for a bit of help as well, but not going to place it just yet. Fat Splatter to reset that healing. Gets a little poke extra range, but Prosy going to walk directly into that 3K, and that is not a good position. Flight available, doesn't even use it. Definitely not the best plays coming out of Prosy so far here.
JXCR playing such an aggressive game. Great flying hook. Will he find the angle? No, Prosy off the line. Fantastic work there from SKC, but they are not out of the woods just yet. As JXCR is not done. The pass to Christian, and now it is done. Beautiful work as Juan de Nilos starts to bring it back. Valuable time to do so as well. It's not over, Trav. We've got a game on our hands.
See, I'm not sure if they just feel too overconfident at this point, SK Colossus. It's just not great gameplay from them. I don't think it's anything exceptional from Juan de Nilos. Yes, they had some good moments, some good plays, but it seemed to me more than anything that it was just SKC stepping out of line, stepping in some bad positions, not playing the matchups right, and we didn't even see them move. Like, surely Surge just needs to be on Carl the entire game, and they didn't rotate.
Exactly. Exactly that, yeah. I was thinking exactly the same. You know, that's why you pick a Search. You know, that's what in the draft we were talking about. It's a great response to the draft that Juan de Nilos went with, and they had that third and final pick. It wasn't a wrong draft. They just didn't really choose the matchups, and just got a bit overwhelmed too quickly, fed a bit too much into Toxic as well, and that need to pick, and the flying hooks were great, weren't they, from JXCR? This one was defended, but not the ones that really were to follow. Just kept the aggression rolling in. Nothing realistically that SK Colors could do until they started to make some adaptations, which they didn't.
Yeah, I mean, SK Kalal not able to get too much done there, but still are a set up against Juan de Nilos. In terms of kills, this statistics eventually back up Juan de Nilos for once. Not massive. I don't even know if more damage overall anyway. I'm not going to try and do that maths in my head, but definitely more kills. 554 versus 233. So a bit of a better performance coming out of Juan de Nilos now as we go into Bell's Rock, seeing some knockout. And this is where the stress hits. This is where you don't want to be down. You said this earlier, and I thought you made a great point about it. You know, with one life, if you're kind of stressed and behind, you're not going to play your best.
It adds to the equation, doesn't it? And it's already a very, very complicated algebra style one to have to work out in the first place. Bell's Rock, knockout. Thrower's probably going to be banned out here for sure, as both teams don't necessarily go for the majority of them. So there's going to leave some on the table. Juan de Nilos going to be taking the Gene, but the Grom and the Tick are banned. And they are the big ones, but Sprout could be a late pick here. The walls being indestructible on those corner tiles could make a big difference. Janet being banned, it's kind of interesting to me. I don't know whether it's the strongest, the broadest to actually really ban out here, but this region really does like to play it absolutely everywhere. So it makes sense for the regional side of things. but the Grom being banned, the Brock as well, such big brawlers to eradicate. Body coming in now, SK Kalalis, and follow-up to come, but so far the Gene can definitely turn the tides. We saw Gray coming out earlier, and it worked out really, really well for Bando de Lucas, but I don't think necessarily, again, is my go-to, but we saw Pacini making it work. Piper now to add to the equation for SK Kalalis, and that's a consideration. Juan de Nilos needs some range to add to this mix, because that Piper is going to be working really strongly against them in that regard.
Yeah, Nani's still on the board as well. Definitely a pick that you want against something like that Piper, and a Gene along with it as well to get that poke damage, keep them low. I think it's be quite a combination between those two, but you also do need something to deal with this Bonnie as well. If it starts to go aggressive, it can be a bit of an issue for pretty much anyone who hasn't got that kind of short-range burst damage. Pick should be coming in from Juan de Nilos in a second, but not just yet. As far as I'm concerned, as you say, they might need that long-range brawler to be able to get anything done at all in this one. Could be taking a quite quicker loss. We saw a bit of Grey earlier, but we weren't too sure about it. But it did prove us right.
Well, it's B for Juan de Nilos, and that was one that I was considering. But let's see what their follow-up ideas are. Ultimately, if they do buy their time, then Piper's gonna be okay. Sprout, okay, that makes some sense. Does open themselves up to a lot of countering. Carl could be a big one that comes in. It's going to be great. You see, I'm still against it, just simply because more often than not, it shouldn't necessarily get the value that it has now. That has been nerfed in such a dramatic way. But I'm becoming more open to it in the same way that I've been becoming a bit more open to Bonnie, which has been a pick time and time again across a lot of the regions, primarily EMEA, but it obviously is starting to drift over a lot more into South America also. But I'm starting to come around to Bonnie. Maybe I'm starting to come around to Grey also. I mean, Exic is that kind of player which really gravitates towards this really aggressive brawlers like that Buzz pick that we saw earlier on Safe Zone as well. And the Carl, he loves to get up close and personal. And if he chooses to lane with the Sprout, which is surely going to be his game plan here, then that could be a great thing to have. Either way, both the Bonnie and the Grey against that Sprout, that is giving a lot of power over to SK Kalalis if they start to play this one a bit slow and take their time with it. Make sure to really isolate Toxic at the right time towards the late stages of the game.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to get these supers for Alchi and Prosy, though, because, with Toxic just keeping them at range, it's going to be very, very difficult. If X can get a few of these walls broken up, it's definitely going to be quite useful. And I'd say it's going to be difficult for people to get supers, but Toxic's just gone and grabbed his straight away, which is going to be a huge, huge help. Throwing down over the right-hand side now and should be able to get some great pinches in with this position.
That's actually going to be on this Piper pick, which is interesting to see. Walking Kane there will bring their JXCR into a perilous position and take down the Swift. But it's now 2 versus 2. Prosy on this right-hand side should go down as well, and he does. Toxic there did wonderful. And a super there, full better of it. I think wise to do so as well. Allow Christian to get a super. Fantastic. Juan de Nilos there really just took their time with it and assessed the situation. It's far better to come in now with 3 players having super than it was to just try to secure the kill for the sake of it.
Yeah, well, those walls broken up now. Alchi manages to pull through those and get it done, but JXCR rotates to this mid as Toxic throws down a wall on the right-hand side. Still Gene pull in hand. We've got that B slow as well, and the rotation of these sprout walls over the right-hand side are always going to be quite useful as well. Alchi's going to need this teleport at some point and need to go towards Toxic because Prosy's having a terrible time.
Yeah, he's pushed far back, but healing up now. Meanwhile, Exic on the left is quite low himself, and the magic hand is available there for JXCR on the top left, and Walking Kane again to bring Christian and opening up that little side of fencing there, but Exic's in a perilous spot. He needs to jump his pull before he even can. Great connection from JXCR there. It does mean it's a 2 versus 2 yet again, but look at the positioning here. Alchi on the top right and Prosy down the bottom. They're going to try to make things work. A nice teleport away, but it is going to leave Alchi alone on his own, and there is the takedown. Juan de Nilos now are looking far, far better, Trav.
They really are. I mean, this is very, very scary for SKC to be 2 sets up, dominated in Brawl Ball as heavily as they were, and now dominated like this. It's really, really scary for them. They need these supers. As soon as we saw a Grey super be available, it started to work. When we saw a Bonnie super, it started to work as well, but she did kind of get destroyed as soon as she landed. Not timed the best with Alchi's super to be able to get that double impact coming in, but some great connections early on from Toxic again, finding one very, very early, and Christian looking like he wants to try and pinch this one in to allow him to get even more.
Alchi there's going to be a little bit careful. The shots were getting a little bit too close to home. Exic on the left is making some connections as well onto JXCR, and now he'll give away some of that utility over. Probably not too far away from a magic hand now, but he wants to try to secure it early. Meanwhile, Prosy is pretty low on this right-hand side as well. And a walking cane yet again, but that indestructible wall is not really going to provide the value that he was looking for. Ah, what a wall. Toxic now can just go hammering here into Alchi. Walking cane will secure it, but it's too late. Why did he wait so long?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it was on reset or something like that, but that's a difficult situation for them to be in. Prosy has just picked up his jump, though. That's something at least, and we shouldn't be too far away from a TP from Gray, which definitely gives them a bit of a lifeline in this one. As far down as they are, they're a game down, a round down, and this round will secure set number 5 for Juan de Nilos if they manage to bring it back, but gotta be a little bit scared of this Prosy jump.
Yeah, he hasn't really been able to get too much from it so far, but a better time like the present than ever, Paul. But next, whoa, what a range on that! Wall is replaced, and that might be the very thing that they need to be able to short take on Prosy. But Prosy is able to strike first. It's now a 1v1, a showdown. It's Christian up against Alchi.
Yeah, Alchi needs to bait out this honeycoat, or that could be a devastating hit. He gets his super, that's got to be huge. He gets the heals off the back of it as well. He can find a couple of connecting shots and finish it off. He actually goes through the TP, instantly activates, and he goes through it again. 1000 HP either way, but definitely seemed like a little bit of a waste there. Tries to go for the walking cane, get a bit of damage, but can't find it. No honey molasses for Christian either, which is going to be huge for Alchi.
Yeah, it really is. Let's see what can happen. He's trying to utilize the wall at the moment and just buy his time out for the gas and just not feed into these amplified shots. And I do feel like Christian should win this match, but he has got the shield gear as well as Alchi, so there is that. And taps, big taps, the honeycoat, 25 HP. Oh, Alchi comes out on top for SK Nilos in the final hour.
And that's another super in hand as well. Dangerous stuff for Juan de Nilos now then. This could be a match point if they win this round, or they go into set number 5 if Juan de Nilos manage to win it. Bounces coming out of Toxic now, great connections. Needs to try and find a wall, but JXCR, we know how dangerous he's been with these pulls, and it's usually Exec who's getting pulled, so he needs to be cautious.
Well, there's a couple of gadgets on the side there of SK Nilos for both the Piper and the body. JXCR, though, finds nothing off the back of the magic hand, and that is a waste of a super. At just the wrong time here. I think Juan de Nilos have got to be a bit cautious here going into overtime with Sprout. They need to make it a 3 versus 2 ideally. Prosy will be looking to get his jump as quickly as he can. And Exec would like to land Christian out of the mix here. Gas soon to be coming in as well, and that's going to be a primary concern. More so, I would say, on the hands of Juan de Nilos, who need to get another Gene Super thick and fast.
There's the TP. He comes in. Alchi's going to get a few connections, but he's actually going to go down. Exec needs to make some useful plays. Jump away. Prosy's going to go for the TP, and he finds it as well. Pull back in, though. He can't really help out because this unbreakable wall's not going to go down. Oh, it hits them both, and resets him, and he's just trapped him out. Tries to go through the TP to get the heals, but can't find his way through. Juan de Nilos are going to find the kill and find a set number 5.
What a shameful. I mean, just to watch the Piper go from one side of the map to the other and just get instantly pulled apart. But an incredibly important moment there. It really was. What a potential for an upset now as we're all tied up and against all odds, especially when we look back to that second set going into Brawl Ball. It just seemed like all the stars were aligned for SK Nilos. Now, Juan de Nilos have got a real opportunity ahead of themselves, especially if they start to keep playing like they are, keeping their drafts as slick as they have been so far in these previous 2 sets. And wow, what a set that was. So much action trap.
Yeah, I mean, it was dangerous. There were certain situations where those grey TPs were just so good, baiting things out, but then JXCR's pulls were really, really good as well. Wonderful stuff from both teams there to make it as close as it was, but some great Sprout wall to be able to get Alchi down in that situation. But we are seeing a set number 5, and that means momentum's in the hand of Juan de Nilos, and SKC are going to be very, very scared coming into this one. Lovely play from Prosy there as well, but what a gene pull, as you mentioned. What a pull. Gets the jump away, and he knows exactly where he's going to land. They're experienced enough to get this. Toxic even makes the mistake of walling in his teammate, but he couldn't quite find the TP in the shot after that as well. Juan de Nilos, look at the difference in kills. As close as that seemed,
yeah,
the kills are all on that side of Juan de Nilos there.
Very convincing stuff, wasn't it? It just seems like the whole team have just come to life a bit more, and my goodness me, just the right time for it, really. SK Nilos there did not have a good round at all, just the one takedown for Prosy and Exec. Actually did pretty decently, but nonetheless, DPS was not really there, and the pressure not really matching up to B either. So going into this 5th and final set now, so much pressure again. Whoever wins this match will be proceeding on to today's grand final, and this is where Juan de Nilos were last month. Managed to make it all the way through to the grand final. Did take a loss there to Oikos, but nonetheless, they would like to be making it twice consecutively going into Crystal Arcade then for Gem Grab, our final set of this series, and such an important draft for both of these teams.
Yeah, Crystal Arcade, it's always a tricky draft as well. You got to get these lanes right overall. The mid, you can have quite a few different things and it can work, but these lanes it's very peaky. It's very, like, if you have control, it's very hard to lose it, and if you lose it, then you're pretty much costing your team. So definitely some really, really difficult stuff, difficult draft to be able to go for as well. We've seen some semblance of Nita, we've seen a lot of Surge, a lot of Carl. You can see that Carl banned out though, as I did see there, but Ruffs is going to be the first pick. Sandbag's going to be quite a good use, but I mean, you got to be searching for towards a penny or something like that, right? Not allow him to take those sandbags, or if he does, punish him for it.
Seeing that same ban as well, the Spike and the Ash, and that was, I believe, what they had in Brawl Ball, which gave the momentum shift for Juan de Nilos. Penny coming in exactly as you called it, Trav, for SK Kalelis, and the Otis as well to follow up. Quite like that. It's quite a versatile brawler, has, again, great ability to really shred through tanks, so I think at that stage of the draft, it's the perfect time to bring out Otis for sure. Definitely though, a mid is missing for Juan de Nilos, and I'd imagine the Gene wouldn't be a bad shout. We already served them pretty well earlier today, but there are still some options for that mid approach. But you're gonna have the support there for your team to be able to ensure the takedowns do going to come in, which could be their mid. Normally it's a lane, but nonetheless it's a bit of a versatile one in that respect. Can be used in Crystal Arcade, but can also have a few problems. But the indestructible walls now coming in make it a bit more of a viable option. Definitely though, range is always a good thing to have, and the Ruffs will be able to provide that, but I imagine primarily going to be keeping that on the lane side. See what their third and final is coming in. Surely you're going to be seeing what it is. Max ban, Penny, and sorry, the Janet and the Carl bans on the side of SK Kalelis do whittle it down somewhat. Could be potentially bringing RT. I don't necessarily mind it, but again, I'm still yet to see many teams that do select RT in pretty much every instance we've seen this weekend get much value from their super, which is a bit of a concern for me. Nonetheless, having those amplified marks onto your opposition does go a long, long way into assuring swift takedowns.
It really does, and you know, I'm sure it's probably going to be mid here. It's got a decent HP pool. Obviously, you can do a decent job of tanking some stuff as well, but you got to be kind of searching for a mid here, right, SKC? Going with the Poco. It's been a while. It's been a while since I've seen a Poco. Quite often banned out, and a lot of the other time it's not played. I'm not really sure what it kind of goes with here.
Yeah, synergy's not really there, is it? I mean, they had a great opportunity to go with a big tank as well. You got to remember, like, they had the third and final pick. The Stu is going to have a bit of a, not a bad matchup. It's going to be able to evade a lot of the shots, but you're going to be able to push back and regain control off the back of that idea. And the Ruffs as well was struggled primarily against them to be able to push forwards. So I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't consider a Sam, as it is one that, you know, a lot of other regions do, despite it being nerfed recently. It's still definitely one that can cause big problems on this map. I don't know why they didn't really go for it. They had to obviously have, you know, something of a mid, but they already had the Penny anyway, so I don't really know why they've gone with that, but they seem to feel like it's going to be enough to be able to make the grand finals. Personally, I really am siding with Juan de Nilos' his draft in that side of the respect, and for that reason, I feel like they're going to keep our prediction alive, because until, you know, the third set, it was looking like SK Kalelis were going to be taking it all the way and just securing it in a sweep. The reverse sweep is now happening.
Yeah, and you know, you questioned when it was 2-0 whether I was questioning my prediction, and honestly, I kind of was. But now I'm feeling kind of good about it after seeing these comps and how Juan de Nilos have been playing over the past two sets. Definitely think it's a little bit of a Juan de Nilos sided comp here, to be honest with you. That RT, I'm still questioning it a little bit, and you know, at the start we said, do you expect to see more RT, less RT? And I said, I'm kind of feeling like maybe we'll be seeing a little bit less, and I feel like we have done in comparison to Europe, definitely, and in comparison to APAC, probably something a little bit similar. And as you said, I'm kind of yet to see it really prove itself and make a massive play or something like that that's going to really warrant it to be picked as much as it is in other regions and a little bit in this one. But, you know, honestly, at this point, I kind of sided with Juan de Nilos' comp that little bit more.
We're just getting the players back into the game. We've had a little bit of a delay there, but no worries. We'll get shortly into the action. I mean, APAC was actually the region that played RT the least, and that's kind of interesting to me because a lot of regions look to that particular side of the world to see, because ultimately, yeah, I mean, consecutive world champions, I mean, hello. But they didn't really kind of necessarily jump to it immediately. It seems to have been one that EMEA have absolutely just dug their teeth and their heels into very deeply, and just not seem to be letting go anytime soon. And a similar kind of story for South America, who've just kind of taken a bit more of a mid kind of approach, having it sometimes there, not necessarily always going for the ban unless they really feel it's going to be catering towards the map. But it has been very interesting very insightful to see how RT is sliding into the meta in terms of Brawl Stars. It's the first month we've had it in competitive. I believe it was actually banned out for the qualifiers, if I'm not mistaken, but it's obviously playable this weekend, and many teams considering it to be very, very highly skilled, regardless as to whether they can even get value from their super. So let's see. But personally, I still think Juan de Nilos have got a pretty menacing draft here. The Penny, I think, is probably the most, probably the most viable option they've got on the side of SK Kalelis. The Poco will cause a bit of a problem, but I just kind of wonder where it's going to side. They're going to have the Penny on lane and have Poco mid. I'm assuming that that's the case, but Penny can pretty much handle herself in mid anyway, so it just feels like there's a bit of a conflict there of two brawlers effectively doing more or less the same role and having to therefore choose a lane side, but they could have gone with something more aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree. I do see Penny as definitely a bit more of a lane, especially against the roughs, I will say, rather than kind of having in the mid in this circumstance, even if they didn't take it with Poco. You're not going to see those sandbags being played, and it doesn't surprise me considering, as I said, that lane is quite heavily sided towards it. But we got a nice little break there from Christian and follow-ups as well. X is going to get one, and he's going to get the Screeching Soul onto JXCR as well. Surprised Prosy didn't come across and tank, and there you go. There's a little bit of a look at how useful the super can be, but it's probably the first thing we've seen in a few regions of actually getting used to it.
Yeah, exactly that. Like, two things that we were just talking about, not really seeing much of just happen there. We've got the RT super, we've got Exec just going on a really aggro Poco lane, which is bizarre, but it is kind of working, so we've got to give the man some credit. 3 gems in the pocket. I don't know where he managed to pick them up from. Now he's getting a fourth and the potential fifth here. He wants to go for it. JXCL coming back now to try to assert some order into the situation. Now she's in a rock and a hard place between himself and Christian. 2 gems dropped. Bit chaotic draft, but I kind of like it.
Yeah, as do I. A lot of these walls going down as well, so not really seeing too much happen. Just some dashes come through. Alchi going to try and get this mute onto him, but also gets the heal onto him. Really nice stuff. Still got his super in hand as well. Exic just keeping him alive. Fat splats going to be placed out onto JXCR, and a mute onto Christian. Whoa, wonderful from Alchi there. Getting pretty much all of the work done for his team. 10th gem should be spawning shortly. Spawns on Juan de Nilos' side, but SKC get it anyway.
This is looking so convincing, far from what we were expecting, to be completely honest, but nonetheless, SK Kalelis are walking away with it, and surely about to move on to match point. Big mark there from Alchi. Christian, what can he do? Exec is the man that he needs to beat, and those shots are not landing on the side of JXCR. It is going to be match point for SK Kalelis.
I mean, why did he stop moving in the bottom right there? The Stu just kind of stopped and accepted defeat when the RT was with them. Yes, the RT was missing shots, but maybe he wouldn't have been if we had a Stu shooting him as well. A little bit of an early defeat there from Juan de Nilos. Clearly felt a little bit defeated, but I mean, SKC, they came out this one swinging. The Poco went aggressive, they got a kill, and really just claimed control, even with the walls broken up. Poco was still doing its work, and it shouldn't really be against RT with the walls broken. Christian's going to dash straight through their little heal provided from the gadget of Exec, so great from him. And Christian actually ate that as well. He's been reset, but eventually we see Exec fall.
This is much better now. Juan de Nilos cannot be allowing SK Kalelis to be doing this to them. Don't feed into the Poco as much. And Exec was thriving off the back of those supers in the last game, and keep their distance a bit more and just try to assure the lane sides before working themselves into the mid. Christian's in a bit of a tough spot here. 2 gems going to land. Perfect for the pickup as JXCR can now pressurize Prosy, push him back, and then leave those gems for later. I mean, this is what they need to be doing and should have been doing really in the last game.
Yeah, Toxic going to break up that side. I'm not sure how I feel about it, considering he doesn't have that range advantage over Alchi. Nice bit of aggression from Christian, though, even with these heals here. They're still getting some shots in. Little dashes through. Meteors raining down as well. Great little pinch from them, but just JXCR picking up some gems. Did pick up those 2 from spawn, I believe, as well, or maybe they're a little bit further back in there. 6 in hand now. They are still there, so that means they've got 8 over their side and only need to get a couple more from mid to start this countdown.
Christian playing out of his mind. JXCR as well is really ensuring to not feed into Exec, but now that Screeching Shadow might be costly. Not the gassy hill could be enough to save him in that instance, but it is 6 gems to 3, and now that Penny turret is going to be starting to lock onto JXCR. 2 gems in the back pocket, remember, here for Juan de Nilos. So they can just get a couple more. They can retreat. JXCR just considering to go for them there. Choosing better of it. That's going to be potentially 9 if they pick that one up and want to come back for a retreat. So this is a fantastic position. But Juan de Nilos have got to hold on to it and not lose control.
Yeah, Penny turret's hitting as well. Alchi just trying to find it, gets the shot through, and the burn down's going to be there. The mute takes him down as well, and the 1 gem I think JXC, his teammate had, was laying on the floor there. Prosy's 1 shot now as well. We might be seeing a double match point.
Wow!
Down he goes, and they're going to start the countdown. Juan de Nilos with 13 in hand, 12 now. Christian doing a great job of deflating the pressure here, and JXCR hitting some shots as well. 9 seconds, I don't see a comeback, and this is going to be double match point.
JXCR with the taps. My word, he hasn't been missing. And that was what we were missing from that previous game from him. We're going to be going all the way, and we wouldn't want it any other way. Fantastic stuff, and that's kind of what I wanted to see from that draft. That's what makes sense from that kind of draft. If you're feeding in and giving your opposition all that utility, they just be throwing it back in your faces. You can't allow it to happen. It was a night and day difference, and now this is where it's going to get really interesting, because we've seen the resolve of Juan de Nilos starting to learn from their mistakes, but now will the aggressiveness of SK Kalila start to show its face again and cause some problems.
Yeah, a little dash through from Christian already, and Prozy's down to 92 HP off the start. Salty Barrel going to be taken down. Exit trying to find the aggressive shots once more, but brought incredibly low. Little lane swap already, and the wall breaks there. Exit's down, and SKC are not looking good.
Yeah, it's a terrible start. 5 gems already in the pocket, and we've barely got started. There's the air support coming down, and Prozy does take one. Healing up a little bit now as Exit, but then does concede a few taps. Christian as well, just dancing on that right-hand side. It's lovely to see. There's no mark on the side of Alchi either. There's a double takedown. Both sides were traded out, but look how low Prozy and Exit are, and it's going to allow all the time in the world JXCR to be able to continue to just put the gems in the pocket.
Yeah, and Christian's already going to be back up and fighting this right-hand side. It's pretty much a trade in terms of the timings that they went down. He's already picked him up. Exit's low as well. He falls.
Beautiful.
There's 2 gems, 3. The countdown's there for Juan de Nilos. They might even wait for one more. They've got all the time in the world. And this is match point 2.
Match point, this is dominant. Juan de Nilos have walked away with this and stolen it out of the pocket of SK Kalilas. This should have been SK Kalilas in the grand final, but it won't be. Juan de Nilos absolutely steal it, and they will proceed on to today's grand final.
I mean, that was one of the most beautiful comebacks I've seen in a while. The complete reverse sweep. Wonderful, wonderful stuff from Juan de Nilos. Genuinely, thoroughly deserved after that. And SKC, they might have got a great, convincing first 2 sets. We expected to see them take the third. And this is a very, very defeated Alchi here. Takes off his headset and clearly very, very frustrated as, you know, you are going to be after being reverse swept.
Well, if there's anything to take away, Travis, you know, never doubt the predictions master, right?
I mean, it's true. I don't know what to tell you. I mean,
Never doubt it.
you know, you doubted me halfway through. And I even doubted myself.
I made you doubt yourself.
I mean, I doubt myself as well, but self-doubt, that goes to show you, never doubt yourself.
Yeah, never doubt yourself, guys. Always pick yourselves up and think positive thoughts. But what, I mean, amazing stuff. It really, really was. Juan de Nilos were all over the place in those first 2 sets. They just did not look like the same team as last month at all. And you know, going into that 3rd set, I thought it was just going to be a done and dusted GG go next. They picked themselves up, they learned from their mistakes, and they just got better and better. And then again in gem grab, I'm sure many of those watching at home just felt after that first game was over, SK Kalilas had it. They got the draft, and it's just gonna be as simple as that. But you know, it just goes to show that Juan de Nilos had the draft. They just played it poorly in that first game, and they just realized going into the second that they had to make changes and not feed into the trap of SK Kalilas. It's exactly what they did. Look at the stats. Those stats are crazy. Christian on 12 on a stew. I mean, you know, he's just single-handedly dominating that left and right-hand side lane, and that's more than the entirety of SK Kalilas put together. I mean, he was insane, but as was JXCR in that game, not to take anything away from Toxic. He was still doing his bit, but those 2 boys in particular really were just showing all their worth. But 340 DPS. I mean, I don't mind who gets MVP, but you know, I feel like that alone should be giving it to Christian pretty swiftly, really.
I don't mind who gets it, but Christian deserves it. That's what we're trying to say.
Yeah.
And it's Toxic. It's not even Christian who gets it after that final performance, regardless. I mean, I don't think they care who's going to be MVP. They just want to get to the finals. They want to try and win it. This is 2 finals now for Juan de Nilos, and this is kind of the reason why we expect them to do well. And after the start they had, we kind of expected them to do a little bit poorly, but they didn't want to give up there. They came forwards. They came back and dominated 3 sets in a row. And after that, I mean, you can't put it against them.
Beautiful stuff, guys. We're getting towards the end of today, but we've still got much more still to come. 1 more semi-finals, and of course, then later on as well, the grand finals. You don't want to be going anywhere at all. We will be right back after a short break.
We could tell you all about Spike Air, our new brawling shoe with explosive technology and a podium-perfect profile. We could tell you it's banned in 42 countries for unfair advantages in the Brawl Stars Championship. But we'll let Spike do the talking. Spike Air. Look sharp.
Welcome back to BSC in the South America West sub-region. That was an absolutely incredible semi-final. I'm sure you were sitting on the sidelines very jealous of not casting that, Teddy.
Absolutely so. I feel like in the east side of South America, I didn't get to cast the best semi-final, and now here in the West as well. Unbelievable comeback here from Juan de Nilos, and what a lovely way to start off this sub-region.
Yeah, it really, really was. Nice stuff from them. We'll take a quick look at the bracket in just a second to see and get you guys up to date with what has happened so far. Obviously, we played the quarters off stream, so just take a look at that. All sweeps anyway, you weren't missing a lot. But then we bring you in at the best game. SK Calasus versus Juan de Nilos. Juan de Nilos take it down in a reverse sweep 3-2. Next up, we do have a Level Esports versus Moekos. And Moekos, they are the reigning champions of this region. We saw them face Juan de Nilos in the finals last month, and they did come out on top. So I don't doubt that they'll be able to win this one. So, Teddy, do you have a little bit of a prediction coming into this one? I can't remember what you did jot down.
Well, I went for Moekos as well, and honestly, just off the bat of the spelling of Level Esports and the capitalization of the word esports, I am upset. But nevertheless, Sportox, Todd, and Jeremy, this is their first ever monthly final, and this is their chance to, hit this competition with an absolute banger. But it's going to be a challenge here because, as you said, Moekos, they did end up winning the monthly finals of February, so it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle.
Definitely so, and as you say, it's like being their first monthly final versus the reigning champions of this sub-region, Alonso, Loco, and Reese. They really are in a very difficult position. But, we said something fairly similar about the previous one. SKC started strong, and Level Esports needs to try to do the same, but they need to be able to close it out. But Moekos being the reigning champions, I can't put it against them. Level Esports, they need to pull something out of the bag here, otherwise it's going to quickly go downhill for them, and we might be seeing a repeat of the finals once more.
Level Esports, this is going to be a tough way to start their first monthly final ever, but, I mean, would you have it any other way, than to face the previous monthly final winners? I don't know, probably you would. If you want to go to the grand finals, probably you would. But at the same time, yeah, as I said, this is your chance to hit off the season with an absolute bang. And even though I am going to be siding with Moekos just because of, past history and how they've been more successful last month, as Level Esports didn't quite manage to qualify this time around, maybe some freshness in the scene as well can help, just throw in some new stuff here and there. I don't know. I'm trying, Trev. I'm trying to, but on paper, this should be all Moekos.
Yeah, and as you say, they probably would want to face someone else in these semi-finals rather than facing the reigning champions. But at the end of the day, if you want to be a winner, you've got to beat the best. And beating them here, it'd put them in a great position going on to the finals if Level Esports manage to pull something miraculous out of the bag. If they can take down Moekos, then they can probably take down Juan de Nilos and take the whole region by storm as well, get some points on the board, as we obviously didn't see them last month. This is the only team in the whole of this multi-final, both sub-regions, that we haven't seen in the previous month. 37% actually voted for Level Esports against Moekos, and in my eyes, this is probably the most convincing one-sided match of the entire day, and it's the closest prediction by the audience.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I feel like Moekos have been, like last month, a lot of people talking to people from the region were telling us, yeah, they are the best team. And in their first semifinal, I think they struggled quite a bit, and it took them a reverse sweep to come back, if my memory serves me right. So there were some moments of doubt here and there, but nevertheless, this should be a pretty convincing matchup. We'll see if Level Esports can prove their fans right, and perhaps hit us with a bit of an upset here, as our bans for Shooting Star are going to be Max, Bonnie, and Jean on the side of Level Esports. Moekos taking out Eve, Tick, and Mandy. This means that we'll have a first pick of Nani for the side of Level Esports and a first pick of Grom for Moekos.
Well, I'm quite glad to see Mandy banned out. I saw enough of that earlier on, as it really didn't do a lot when we saw it being brought in on that knockout set, Gold on Gulch. I like the Nani first pick, but Grom kind of takes it for me. I really do think it's incredibly strong. You need that thrower, and the return would be a Tick, would be a Sprout, something like that. Tick obviously being banned. Sprout might be the answer that Level Esports need, but so far, Moekos, with this Grom, they do have the upper hand. But on these long-range side lanes, it's going to be difficult against a Nani, because it usually is the best.
Yeah, I don't know if I love Grom the most here. Personally, I do prefer Sparta a little bit, but you do have to respect the Grom. It's been a trap lately, and the unbreakable walls have even made it stronger than ever before, really. Let's see what their follow pick is going to be, as they do have 2 in a row here, since it was the first pick for Level Esports, and it's going to be a B to join the ranks of this Maracos comp. I don't mind it either. I think it can do quite alright here, especially if there could be any tankier ideas brought into the mix. I do personally prefer something along the lines of Piper in general, but facing a Nani, I feel like whether you're B or Piper, it can be a little bit of a tough matchup anyways.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much anybody who's going to be leaning against this Nanny is going to be having a really difficult time. I don't know if the Gus is kind of my pick there. I probably wouldn't have gone towards that kind of thing. Carl, it's going to get that first star, and it's going to be pretty decent at going aggressive towards that Grom, so I think it's a decent pick from Portox. With Moeko's having this last pick, though, they can pick something that can do quite well against Carl. However, it's quite hard to bring something... I was going to say, it's quite hard to bring something tanky onto a map like this, like a Buzz or something like that, but they actually take a Fang, and probably going to be on that roundhouse kick kind of route, try to get some shots off onto this Carl and dominate that way, but I think it's going to have a difficult time up until it gets that super.
Yeah, I agree. Although, I mean, there's no proper tank counter on the side of Level Esports. Yes, Nani does dish out a ton of damage up close if you manage to, you know, get a close enough range to auto-aim. But it's not quite as consistent because it still doesn't have a whole lot of HP to work with either. So if the super from Loco does find a connection, that could be enough to pick up that elimination. We'll see how that encounter is actually going to be playing out. As Jeremy, as you mentioned, free blue star for him rocking that Carl, and that's pretty much going to be how the early game starts every single time for this opening set. It's going to be Maracos on the offense looking for a pickup.
Yeah, it might be that blue star, but instantly some great control, even with this Fang on lane from Moeko's, as Grom's just providing such good aerial support down here, throwing up these shots and raining them down across these walls, rotating over to the right side to try and do some good damage against Todd, whereas Reese is going to be trying to pinch into this mid. Does get hit by one way of that Carl pickaxe there, and Loco picks up a super. If he can get the support from Alonso, then it's a great opportunity to get some kills.
Yeah, he's thinking about it. Super coming in from both the Grom and the Fang. The Fang one is a little bit overkill and actually will probably cost him his life here, as Jeremy is just not quite able to pick up the elimination, and eventually he will. This does mean that at the end of this quite messy encounter, it's 2 stars in favor of Level Esports. A couple of problems of team synergy early on here from Maracos, just getting a little bit of a misunderstanding on what their plan was. But either way, a 2-star difference doesn't change very much compared to the 1-star that it was earlier. It was a blue star on their side as well. 1 kill will turn it around, and that's going to be the kill they need. However, the dash from Loco doesn't quite end there, and he's going to end up going down. Alonso is weak by his own, and Jeremy uses that opportunity to flying hook straight onto him and take him down.
Yeah, it's 5-star lead now, but it's all pretty much going to come down to this last interaction between Moeko's and Level Esports here. Loco needs a super, he's got this in hand as well. Grom Bomb comes down and the takedown's there, but they still need another. He's pinned in this corner though, got a little pirouette going out, but he's getting hit regardless. 2 HP left. We're going to place that down in front of him, but even Todd can't fall. Portos can't fall, and both of them get hit by that Grom Bomb, but Reese goes down, they need another one quick. Can Loco get the super and push through? He gets it! He gets the bounces and the takedowns there! Huge play from Loco to save Moeko's from taking an early loss.
Incredible stuff. I believe it is Loco on the camera as well here. And it seems like the shades have been blessing the South American teams so far today, and a beautiful way to kick off the series here. It was not comfortable for Maracos, but it did pay off at the end of the day. Beautifully done there, and they'll take the first game. Level Esports need to make sure that they don't give them the first set.
Yeah, I mean, although Loco's kind of dressed like he's on holiday, he's definitely not as relaxed as I'm sure he'd like to be after that one. Getting some good kicks now with these shoes flying off. Jeremy, not really that low, but did feed Loco a few times. Ree's very low now, though. Super comes in, roundhouse kick, finish off, but can they get the trade out? He does have another super, so even if he goes down, they still got this chance of kind of wrapping it back and coming back again to take him down. But Jeremy going aggressive. Can Reese get the trade? Can't just yet, and Peep coming out as well.
Now the Fang ideally is going to be the one tanking that, or a gadget from Riz, but it seems like it's going to be alright so far. since he was able to tank it nicely with the shield from his star power. Taunt extends a little bit, gets punished by Alonso, but not nearly enough for a kill just yet. Loco does have a super. We saw earlier what he's capable of doing with it, but some of them were pretty hit or miss. Stunching very nicely, going in for an assassination onto Jeremy. It does pay off. Can he get out of there? He has super if he wants to dash away. He might just need to, as Brawl Ball is going to keep Jeremy at bay for now, and Loco is back at it. Finds another two-piece, and he's able to get out of there intact as well.
I mean, 5 stars on him now. Pete goes straight into an indestructible wall. Not going to be doing a lot to that, but Reese and Loco, the ones with all the stars, and if both of them fall, then it can quite quickly be turned around. Loco can't go aggressive now, so needs to be cautious. Needs to pick his moment if he does need to try and deflate some pressure, but Reese very low over the right side, and it might be worth one of them just sacrificing themselves for the greater good. They're going to be respawned anyway. Todd's going to go down, and that extends it even further. Alonso's the one who actually got that kill, which is probably better considering it spaces out those stars. But Waco's going to take the first set. And that second one, definitely quite convincing. First one, definitely not so much.
Yeah, that was quite a strong statement there from Marekos. And I mean, I think it's a good way for them to pick up that opening set as well, because a little bit of a steal, well, it doesn't quite show the same level of confidence and domination as we'd expect from this team. This second game, much more in line with that and able to really show who's boss here on Shooting Star. Now, it's not over just yet, and level up esports, to be honest, I feel like they've shown us some decent signs of life here and there. It just wasn't quite there just yet, and I feel like their draft was just a little bit of an oopsie. It was too vulnerable to a Fang, and that's something you kind of always need to take into account in Bounty.
I mean, there are some signs of life, but I think the moments that they did have were kind of more mistakes from Away Coast than being hugely good plays from Level Esports. And I mean, there's a 100% chance that they can win this one, but that second game just looked so convincing and so in control by Moekos. You know, Loco going as aggressive as he did on that Fang and getting out as well. He was down on about 900 HP and still managed to make an escape and pick up a couple of kills along the way. Those are the mistakes you can't really let happen. In terms of kills, though, 5, 5, and 5, very similar DPSs over on that side of Moekos, and 3, 2, and 3. So not too far behind, but still lacking just a little bit.
Yeah, that's what I meant was some signs of life, right? Mareko was clearly the better team in this opening set, but I did see some stuff here that could lead me to believe that they could pick up a game or two here and there, or maybe a set, and then try to build up from there. Nevertheless, Marekos were definitely the better looking team, and moving into double swoosh, they'll be looking to hold on to that, because this is one of my favorite gem grab maps, and I think the draft process for it can always be very interesting. A Pan first pick already locked in by Marekos, confident with that one as they banned out the B as well as the Janet and RT. We have a very quick draft actually coming true as Level Esports, they immediately react with a poke and a notice.
Yeah, they seem to like the poke a lot more than other regions over here, as we saw it played out in Crystal Arcade in the previous game, and now double swoosh on this one. I do quite prefer that Pam to start things off, though, I will say. Penny going to be added to that as well, and I think that's just even more Moeko's side of drafting. Jeremy, though, I do like his pick of Otis. I think that's probably the best one so far from Level Esports. Not really the biggest fan of the Poco, as you quite often get picked off by a Penny turret or some shots from the Penny and stuff like that. It's really difficult to get value. Unless they kind of go with a tank last pick, and I think Moekos need to kind of consider this at this point, and yeah, they do. They go for the spike.
I like the spike. I think it can do fairly well. Not usually my favorite last pick, but I think the extra damage is going to be welcome, especially when you have to take into consideration, as you said, those heals from the Poco that can be quite a pesky thing to try to deal with. I like the comp from Morekos. And Squeak is the last pick. I think it's a decent one as well from Level Esports. I'll lock down certain areas of the map, either around the mid for your gadgets or on your own lane, really depending on your taste and your preference. But I feel like both drafts here are quite alright. We did see Poco dominate quite a bit in semifinal number 1. I was scared that it might just run away with it as well. I believe it was in the final set of the semifinal. But I don't know if it's going to work as well here on double swoosh.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. You know, you can throw those residues down for the squeak and obviously have quite a lot of vision on the map and the grass, but there's just certain choke points that just can't be covered by that residue. And have some shots going down this right side. They obviously kind of took the spike because they expected a tank as the last pick, and now the squeak might be able to take advantage of that.
The spike super is just gonna keep Town a bit more at bay. RC is gonna be able to dispatch off him, and Marwakos with the man advantage, make it 2-player advantage now, and a healing station plays down as well. I mean, a pretty decent situation. Down back to 1 HP. Pordong's also trying desperately to heal back up as Jeremy is not able to reset either. This is a very dominant position from our Reikos, and despite Level Esports having a decent early game, it seems like as soon as they got the setup, which, I mean, the Pam healing station and the Penny Mortar, they are able to just get such a firm hold into the mid. Pordox is going to try to make a play happen. It's going to be very challenging to capitalize here, and he ends up going down nevertheless.
Yeah, we see a little muted Loco there in the first signs of a break. It's just so hard to break that position with the Poco. Not really a lot of DPS, but it was Jeremy who eventually did manage to get the job done. Now just one more gem needed. Should be spawning on Moekos' side next, I believe, but Portox is over there with some good control and does manage to grab it, so that gives him a little bit more space and a bit more free time.
There's so much time for Marwakos to just wait for Gem to spawn nicely on their side and to just play the safe way. One does now, but Lonzo does not really have a whole lot of support to work with, and that means that Portox is free to address the mid, pick up a couple of the next gems that spawn, and slowly but surely catch up. Lonzo very low HP as well. The next one that spawns on their side, Portox is able to steal 2, and Dalton gets a nice elimination onto Alonso. The mortar is going to be taken out of the way, and now suddenly it's only a 2-gem deficit.
Yeah, but Portox is just so low. Might not be able to contest this gem here, and obviously with it being a Poco, he wouldn't be able to anyway. 10th gem does spawn, and it's on the Moekos' side. They get it started. They've got 3 at the back. No, I didn't even see those.
Yeah.
Even things out straight away, and Penny turret place once more. This is a great position for Moekos now, as it seems like they've got a 50-50 good position for Level Esports because they got 50-50, but a little bit of a good aggressive stance here. Loco trying to push aggressively, just place this turret a little bit higher up and not fully behind that wall. Mute going to be awful and it's going to be missed. Alonso getting hit hard though, brought down, but good job Reese took down that side. Loco's going to grab these gems and retreat, but he can't get enough of them. Reese all alone trying to save this game. Jeremy's very low as well though, getting some connecting shots and he needs all these gems. It's got to be Alonso to grab them. He does grab them and get the reset, but Porto's so low as well. It's just a massive amount of carnage.
Well, it ends with 14 gems now for Marwakos. Just a couple more that will spawn. One here on the side of Level Esports. They still need one more for the reset. Alonso is going for it. He wants to deny that. And Portox is gonna fool. Marwakos will be taking yet another game. That's 3 in a row now as they lock in their first in gem grab.
I mean, it was good from Moekos, but it was a little bit sketchy. They had that great control all over the start. They were 9-3 or something like that, and it all fell apart after that. Started to get a little bit sketchy over and over again, and the gems were dropping left, right, and center. Penny went down, Poco went down, everybody's kind of just falling, and it's just a really hard one to predict what's going to happen next because there really wasn't much structure to it whatsoever.
It was incredibly chaotic, and to be fair, that is kind of what we saw a lot last month as well in the west side of South America. Let's see if Marwakos are able to thrive in that chaos again, or if Level Esports can try to bring it back a little bit. And so far, they have a good start, a nice and healthy 3-gem lead early on. A mortar last place down. Loco going aggressive and able to find a kill that way as well. Things not looking too bad here so far for Marwakos as they've been able to catch up very nicely.
Oh, just gets the Screeching solo up, but a wasted scrap sucker there from Loco. Definitely a bit more of a 50-50 game this time. 4-4, control pretty much going both ways, but a gem picked up off the Level Esports side by Alonso is really going to help them a lot. As small as one gem is, it gives them a 2-gem lead because the next one spawns on their side. Loco going to go aggressive to connect all of those shots, panter it up as well, establish that, and he's going to survive this. Loco, Jeremy's not going to be able to do too much to him because he's got this turret in the way. They're retreating, and this might be the second set.
This is looking good for Marwakos. Level Esports. They need to take down either Loco or Alonso to interrupt. Sportox is getting in range. This could get dangerous. Lots of damage. Loco is one shot. He ends up going down, but so does Sportox. And that means that even though the countdown is interrupted, there's no opportunity to snatch any of those gems. And Alonso is going back in a bit, trying to create a little bit of space with Loco. So if he needs to fall back, he has the space to do so. Again, the mute is going to be missed by Jeremy. The salty barrel is even overkill as Alonso is able to survive with all 13 gems. And that means that set number 2 is also in the bag for Maracos.
Yeah, I mean, that one definitely wasn't as convincing as the first, I'll tell you that. And clearly those Stones of Life that you did mention came a little bit further out in this one, and they need to make a huge appearance in this next one, otherwise Moeko's just going to take it 3-0 and move on to those finals. So a little bit of work needing to be done by Level Esports here, and Moeko, don't get me wrong, they've got a lot of work to do as well, because that was some scrappy gem grab gameplay. But it's out in the open next, and they're going to have to play it a lot more cautiously, because there was bodies going down left, right, and center on that map, and in a mode like Knockout, that just can't happen.
Yeah, I kind of like what you were hinting as well was the Signs of Life, because they were there and they were stronger, but it's just not quite going to cut it here. We're talking about Maracos. They were the winners of the previous monthly finals, and simply being alive is not enough. You need to be better than your opposition, and so far, Level Esports clearly not able to be matching the energy that Maracos are bringing to the table. It was close. It was much closer than Bounty as well. There were some really big opportunities for Level Esports to try to capitalize. They just weren't quite able to seize them, at times because of their own mistakes, or sometimes because Maracos did a very solid job at denying them.
Yeah, well, Reeves with a lot of damage and a lot of kills there as well. Same with Loco getting the kills, but not as much damage. So great gameplay from pretty much all of Moeko's there. Good DPS out of Alonso, but on the other side of things, we see quite a few less kills and maybe a little bit less DPS there as well, but still not a bad performance out of them whatsoever. Definitely a lot closer than that first set was. As I said, though, Knockout is going to be up next, out in the open as well. So we're playing a bit more of that long-range game rather than some of this closer range, scrappy stuff that we have just been seeing in Gem Grab. And obviously going to need to be a lot more patient and a lot more slow played.
Yeah, definitely so. It's a good game mode and at times to reset, because it slows down the pacing very nicely, lets you focus up for a little bit, and if you just win that first round, momentum is starting to already swing your way. Gene is going to be the first pick for Level Esports following their Bonnie, Max, and Mandy ban, as Maracos banned out Eve, Tick, and Brock. Pretty standard bans across the board. Mandy is an interesting one, but to be fair, we saw how much it was played out in the eastern side of the region, so it does make sense that they value it highly here too. As Bell is going to be the follow-up and reactionary pick here for Maracos.
I do like the Bell pick. I think it's pretty solid here, and I did doubt it a little bit on a few of the other maps that we've seen, but I think on a map like this, when you've got range and some of those brawlers like Mandy banned out, Brock banned out, something like that, and Bonnie as well, it kind of makes it so you do have to have the range brawlers that you can get. But obviously Pipe's still on the map, Nanny's still available as well. We're going to see that Janet being picked up by Moekos here, and I like it. We see it used quite a lot. Drop the base is always good for resetting those heals and stuff like that, so I think it's pretty solid from Moekos. Next up from Level Esports, then we will be seeing this B pick coming in, and I like it. It's a good return. We have this kind of long range affair going on now. Gene and B, I think it's a bit of a better combo, bit of a better long range than what Janet brings to the table. But obviously Janet can be a little bit more versatile, I will say, in comparison to that B pick. You can play that short range, you can play that mid range. Grom's going to be the last pick of Level Esports, and yes, it's good. Yes, it's going to have that throwing capability, but I think to get the most use out of a thrower on a map like out in the open, you need to kind of be up on that aggressive line, getting into the bush and making those kind of big plays, aggressive Grom bombs throwing down, and it's tough to get use out of it. But once you can get aggressive and get in that position in the grass, then it will be pretty explosive.
Yeah, I agree with you. I feel like it can be a little bit scary, to be honest, when it gets to the later stages. If you are fighting, well, as the name of the map says, out in the open, it's not exactly where you want your Grom to be, but it can still find a decent bit of value. It's a lot of range for a thrower as well, so I feel like that does mitigate for it just a little bit. Maracos was their final pick coming in very, very shortly. And it is a Sprout from what I hear. Might not quite get the chance to see it, but you hear it. And I do not know how much I'm a fan of that, to be honest. I've seen Sprout work here before. I just feel like it's a bit of a risky one. And instead of matching the Troll energy, I would have preferred to see more of a counter.
Yeah, no, I think the same as well. Reese just trying to get this push. Grom coming down the right side, though. Great control from him, I will say. Jeremy pushing through, and Level Esports getting some early kills, and Waco's not looking the same as they were. Shots coming through, another connection as well. Just looking to try and get his super, and he's actually evading shots really, really well at this point. But Gene, that little spray at the end is not something you can evade, and maybe Loco might be a good idea for him to retreat and wait for this gas to come.
Yeah, well, he's gonna feed the Gene instead, and that is probably not the best plan because now Jeremy has a pull. Interesting decision. But let's see if they can bring it back in round 2. So now they do have a B slow, which won't connect. Nicely tanked by the drop to base. But also a Gene pull that you need to take care of. And that is going to be less easy as, oh, another beautiful drop to base. Riz just making sure that, you know, he takes care of all of the utility from Level Esports at this point.
Yeah, really nice stuff from him, and I mean, the timing on it was absolutely perfect. I was scared that he didn't have his drop the base back to be able to deal with that, but had it just in time, and Todd doing such a great job here. Alonso down this right side needs to put more of a fight up. We kind of have Grom over the left-hand side dominating and doing some decent damage, but Ree's pushing quite heavily up onto him. Vengeful Spirit's going to make a connection onto one, but not the other. Follow-up shots, and Todd's going to fall low. No connections off those two, but he does bring back his wall, recycles it, and might throw it a little bit further forward to try and get some control now.
Jeremy trying to break through the mid, but it's a Loco that finds a kill onto top. Pordox already knows that it's going to be gas time for him and his teammates, and means that now the second round will be going the way of Morocco's, and if they win the next one, that would be a match point in their hands. Level Esports need to be very careful now. They do have a chance at taking this game. They need to grab it.
Yeah, shots following up now. Todd gonna get hit by one of those, and Jeremy has his pull. No more drop the bases for Reese, though, to be able to tank them out, as he's been doing so successfully so far. But Portox has this super, and that's a dangerous game for anybody caught up in it. Great positioning now from Level Esports as they start to push up, but Jeremy gets hit pretty hard. Flight available for Reese as well. Can't use it when he's not in a tough situation, though, as it'll pretty much make it a 3v2 whilst he's in the air for those 8 seconds.
Jeremy still sitting on that pool. Needs to capitalize. Still have some, well, actually very little utility to work with to try to deny the pull. That wall from the Sprout is gonna make sure that Jeremy can't just be sitting anywhere in those bushes. I'll have a little bit more information available. The pull does connect onto Loco, but Loco still is able to find a trade. Alonso is gonna fall, but it's an awkward 1v1, and Todd wins it. Damage gear diff as he gets the pickup, and at least for the time being, it does mean that his team are still gonna be competing.
He just looks so surprised to see himself on camera, then he like kind of jumped at himself. But I mean, you gotta be pleased about how that ended. Had the damage gear activate as soon as he got that 3k, so really nice stuff from him. It was good timing on that side of things, and honestly I kind of thought that the Janet was gonna be able to win that one down and take it back from away coast, but actually ended up with Todd playing it pretty well. Portox needs to try and keep this control, but instant aggression from Moeko is actually paying off this time.
Yeah, they got so much control locked in. Todd very low HP as well. Alonso trying to maybe even get that pick up, a nice bounce, and eventually gets overwhelmed, doesn't know where to go, and that's when Loco strikes. And strikes hard. The Level Esports took the previous game. Our Reikos are looking for a different outcome for this one, as Alonso is low, but is, I was gonna say, able to find Jeremy, but not quite.
Yeah, Reese just trying to pinch around this side and can't really have Alonso back off too far. Obviously, they do have the gene pull. Maybe need to throw a wall down when that zone starts to come in and when they're forced to try and make this aggressive push forwards. But Jeremy's actually just going to go straight into the zone now. Doesn't even want any part in this. A few shots connected and we're going to see a Loco super, so he's going to be pretty glad about that.
Level Esports, again, need to tread carefully. Don't want to give away any match points. It showed earlier that they were capable of turning things around at important times. Jeremy has his pull. Portox also has a ground bomb. The pull onto Alonso does connect. That's going to be the man advantage. mark here from Loco is going to be a miss, and seems like whenever someone goes down, everything falls apart a little bit for Marrecos. They also need to be a bit careful themselves because there's potential set here on the line as well for Level Esports. Todd now has a supercharged shot as well, and Portox is still sitting on that ground bomb, which he refuses to use for the time being. Eventually pops it now, and that's the end of Riz.
Yeah, he's going to go down. We're going to see him retreat into this gas now, as he doesn't want to feed that Gene Ball and Grom Bomb, as they're just so effective at dealing the damage and getting the job done. Oikos need to win this round now and even things out, or as Level Esports are going to be bringing the set back. We do have this super from Todd. Not going to be the most influential in the early game, as they seem to be playing this ranged affair over and over again, but as soon as that gas starts to push things forward and get the slow off, it'll be very useful.
Jeremy flashing the pool, and he's gonna miss it. Loco also missed his mark, but at the end of the day, the pool is probably more impactful here. So much on the line in just a single round here. Potential match point, potential set for Level Esports. Don still has that super as well if anyone gets up close, but it seems like he might want to keep that for the later stages of this round when the gas forces Marrecos out of their hiding.
Yeah, Reese very, very low now, avoiding these rum shots, but getting hit by those gene things, and reverse polarity going to be popped by Loco. Aggressive plays now. Drop the base is going to be pulled, and that's going to be resetting their healing. Loco picks up that left-hand side. 3v2. Got Alonso pretty much full HP. Drop the base yet again to reset, as there's no use for it past this round, as they do take it, and they take the game along with it. Match point up next from Oikos.
Level Esports, they've been fighting hard, giving this their best shot, and we can definitely see that. But there's still some work to do, because Marrecos now only need one game to lock their ticket straight to the grand finals. We had a few double champions already, winning both February and March monthly finals, and Marrecos are definitely still in contestants for that, as Reese gets tagged up very heavily early on, though, forced to fall back and probably go down, dodging pretty nicely and able to stay in the mix for the time being. So far so good. A bit of a scary start, but control now very much in favor of Marrecos.
Yeah, great positioning from them, and this is exactly the start that they need, because it seems to fall apart in around about that second round for them. Pretty much always have a great start, and then from there it kind of goes downhill. But Alonso just needs to try and make a few connections onto Portox, but healing up first, kind of allowing Jeremy to get back in the mix, but does make a connection pull available, but he actually gets followed up once and twice. Great pinch by Moekos to make these moves, and Todd has a super, but not a lot else.
That's a beautiful angle for Alonso as well. A lot of utility carried over the mark, the Sprout wall. Still some gadgets too, I believe, from the Sprout to transplant that wall from one place to another, recycle it, as we call it. And also the gene pool, the B super. Let's see which ones are going to be utilized best, and Loco just kind of shoots it in the middle of everyone, goes for a trick shot, finds the connection on Jeremy, but it's not going to be nearly enough for a kill. Jeremy does get locked up by that Sprout wall, but is still able to retreat with his teammates. They have conceded mid control, and considering Marrecos are a round away from winning the match, Level Esports need to find some sort of a plan.
Yeah, but Jeremy with this pull can turn it all around. Alonso trying to find some connections onto Todd, and he's going to need to go all the way around or take this jump pad. It looks like he might go with the jump pad approach and try and make a big burst play onto the scene. Makes the shots, gets the connection with the Vengeful Spirit, but the trade should be there, and it is. Reed's very low up top right, and Jeremy needs to come out and help, making some shots, but Portox actually going to get the takedown. 1v1 here. Reed's has got the jump as well. Drop the base placed in front, resetting the healing, avoiding the shots, and drop the base might even finish this one off. 139, and the gas is the thing that seals it for Moekos. They take the 3-0. Level Esports are going home, and Moekos are going to the finals.
Nothing better than a dramatic 1v1 to close out the series and qualify for the grand finals. Seems like it's money in the piggy bank here, as they will be very happy to still have that chance of being one of the few teams to win the two first monthly finals of the year.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that they're looking extremely good as well. Definitely little by little, getting a little bit more sketchy, but You know, they managed to secure it in the end. First set, dominant. Second set, a little bit scrappy. Third set, Level Esports should have definitely taken it at some points. They made some mistakes in there, a little bit of poor positioning, and kind of giving up the control quite easily as well and retreating to this backside, whereas Moeko seem to want to hold their line a bit more firm.
Yeah, to be fair, I feel like Level Esports held up quite well. They had some real chances here and there to do some big damage in nearly all sets, really, you know, and Shooting Star, insane clutch is what won Moeko's the first game. Gem Grab was also very close here and there, and here, as you said, for knockout, it should really have been Level Esports, but at the end of the day, it's Moeko's that pick up all 3 sets and means a little bit of a clean sweep here, stats-wise. I mean, it's all local, isn't it? 11 kills. Also, a pretty high amount of damage, especially considering this is knockout and not the fastest base mode. And he will be granted the MVP title by you guys at home on event.brawlstars.com.
Yeah, I mean, you can't blame him, really. All of Moeko's did play very, very well, but Loco clearly the standout to the audience, getting that MVP vote. And obviously with the 3-0, comes quite a big momentum boost going on into that finals as well. So they've got to be feeling pretty good about themselves. As you said, though, you know, Level Esports, they came into this one very, very heavy underdogs. They were the only team who didn't make it to the monthly finals from both of these sub-regions last month, and they put on a decent show arc.
Yeah, they did well. I mean, it was definitely a one-sided affair, I would say, for the most part. But I thought they could have turned it around. I was actually really cheering for them in knockout. I would love to have seen what the production team were watching when they were watching my camera during that moment. Because, yeah, you know, got to cheer for my man Todd and Jezza there. Very close, though, nonetheless. That could have been a turning point, though, I felt. But I felt it was deserved from Moeko's now. Let's take a look at the bracket as well to revise ourselves of how we got to where we are and what we've got left to come for our grand finals. Such a close one in that top upper stage there between SK Kalelis and Juan de Nilos. It really should have been an SK Kalelis win there, but then the reverse sweep took its toll and Juan de Nilos landed themselves in today's grand final for South America West. The lower stages, we just saw Level Esports take the loss there to Wales, and it was pretty one-sided for the most part. But the question now I've got really is, you know, have they really had time to warm up properly to put themselves to the test? Because for Juan de Nilos, it really was a big, fierce battle, and one that they eventually were able to persevere through to win. So, you know, Teddy, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on, you know, we've obviously placed our predictions earlier. You went with Wales, but, you know, where's your mind at? Do you think that they've had enough chance to really kind of put themselves to the test yet?
I don't know. I mean, to be fair, I do feel like Level Esports, there were some moments where they did challenge Moeko's a bit more, and in those moments, Moeko's were able to hold up at the end of the day. So I would say yes, I'm still confident in my prediction, but Juan de Nilos, I know there's only one thing they want to do tonight, and that's prove me wrong. And I mean, if they do that, I would not be offended either.
Well, there you see our predictions, and so far, so good today, especially in South America West. We are all looking pretty good. Obviously, in South America East, we had a huge upset earlier today as Clash did not make that grand final. That's the only place that we've gone wrong so far today. So hopefully, for those watching at home at event.brawlstars.com, you've got some good tips from us so far today. But here we go with the rosters. Juan de Nilos, JXCR, of course, Toxic and Christian. These are the team which today did the unthinkable, Trav, and did turn things around. They took back control and they took the destiny in their own hands.
Yeah, I mean, the question is, it's kind of not whether or not they'll be able to beat Moeko's, but it's like, which Juan de Nilos will we see? Will we see the one from the first 2 sets of against SKC, or the last 3? That's the question, because they were pretty much 2 different teams, and if you need to go 2 sets down to actually get going, it's never going to be a good sign, and especially against a team as skilled as Moeko's. They are the reigning champions of this region. You can't let yourselves be 2 sets down to then get the kick and start going.
Yeah, I think there's a really valid point there. There's definitely a lot to live up to, a lot to sort of try to do better this time round, because for them, I mean, this is where they want to find themselves. I mean, this is, again, that grudge match of the February brackets where both of these 2 teams made it to the grand finals. But I think Juan de Nilos look better today, for sure. But they are up against a giant of Wales. And Teddy, honestly, the way they are playing today, they look incredibly comfortable. Very, very much so, with that big 3-0 sweep in the semifinals. Alonso, Loco, and Riz as well. I feel like at the moment, it's going to be a testament to how they approach this one. They can't get too overconfident, because I have noticed that Juan de Nilos have improved since last month.
They certainly looked like they did, and I mean the first two sets, as Trev said, were a little bit worrisome, and I was there like, oh no, another prediction gone wrong today. But at the end of the day, they did manage to pull through, and that might be even more impressive than anything else, because it's when those stakes are very high that it's really tough. But other moments, like the one we're watching right on our screens, was incredibly close, was still quite a bit on the line, and somehow the ice cold in the veins here from Marruecos was able to prevail, and I feel like they should be able to manage whatever Juan de Nilos throws at them. But as I said earlier, I'm happy to be surprised here by Juan de Nilos.
It's a lovely, lovely headpiece there. I mean, really brings out the eyes, doesn't it? As both sides get geared up, Trav, of course, we'll be saying just a brief goodbye to yourself in just a moment. But before we do so, give us your thoughts on how you feel like this one's going to go down. Based on what we've seen already today, we've got our predictions. We know what we're kind of thinking. But, is there any kind of world that you see this not necessarily going the way of our predictions?
I mean, I guess there's a way. Juan de Nilos can definitely win it, but they've got to bring that one with the last three sets from their previous game. And clearly, their prep routine is just go for a shower during the Marruecos game, because he had his wet hair, he had the little headband on. As far as pre-prep routines go, to get refreshed, I don't think it's a bad one.
Absolutely, I agree. You've got to cool yourself down and get refreshed before the big battle to come. I mean, Teddy, on the side there of Macaweos, is there anything that you can see for them to kind of consider when it comes to how to approach Juan de Nilos? Obviously, it's a bit of a grudge match affair, but in terms of the picks and the drafts and the ban process, I would say that from my perspective, at least, it came across that Macaweos were a little bit more scatty in their approach. I mean, it may have been obviously the fact that their opposition level esports weren't necessarily playing the way that they would like in terms of keeping their confined lanes. But give us your thoughts on that and what they can consider when it comes to the drafts, as we consider also the prospect that only 14% of those watching at event.brawlstars.com feel like Juan de Nilos can take the victory here.
Yeah, I mean, I think the odds here are quite a bit more towards Juan de Nilos' side. It's still Marruecos definitely was the bigger chances here to take this one home. But Juan de Nilos, they've shown some really good moments both this month and the last month, so they're definitely capable of making things happen. Just to clarify what you were talking about just before we get into this draft, I do feel like the matchup was a little bit different, as you said, right? Level Up Esports, we don't know how often they were scrimming against Marruecos, and maybe Marruecos were just a little bit more caught by surprise there. I don't think it should be as much the case against Juan de Nilos.
Absolutely. So, well, the bans are in. There's a Shelly ban there straight away, by the way, and a Dynamite ban from Marruecos. First draft in the penny. The bans on the side of Juan de Nilos were Poco, 8-Bit, and Max, and that makes a lot more sense for me for Hard Rock Mine. Not sure whether they're having a bit of fun or whether they actually are considering to have a bit of a firm strategy. I mean, I can understand Shelly because it is a map that does cater sometimes towards some of the more tankier brawlers, and it can be a very immediate shutdown. I mean, let's not forget that Shelly is the hardest of all the counters. But the Dynamite ban, just for me, does I can't honestly believe they were anticipating it, but maybe in some world they were. There are, for example, those unbreakable walls to consider now, which I feel like even regardless of that, not really a necessary ban for me. But nonetheless, Penny Ruffs is the pairing for Marruecos, and coming in now is the follow-up draft for Juan de Nilos. And they do need a bit of a mid idea here. Probably G would be the way to go for me, as the 8-Bit being banned by themselves. Squeak going to come in as well, which can play mid. Not necessarily kind of the way that I would choose to. I think I want some more aggressiveness on the lane side, but they could be going for control as their third and final draft's coming in now.
I think that, Art, you're trying too hard to make sense out of everything that's going on. Have you seen the players? Have you seen the bans? I don't know what to expect at this sport, but Ash, I absolutely welcome here. And that might be the sort of X factors that Juan de Nilos also kind of need to go
Shelly's
for
bad,
a flank. That is true. I mean, Marruecos, they may have just walked on their own Lego as they the Shelly themselves. So who knows? Maybe that's going to be biting them back now that they're facing the Ash. Probably not. But to be honest, draft-wise right now, it's a bit of a threat, and Bell is not exactly going to be something that deals with Ash very efficiently either. So I could see this draft work from Juan de Nilos.
That was a great mid, let's be honest. And obviously the mark would be surely reserved for the Ash, but I just feel like I do feel like Juan de Nilos, if they get into that kind of like left or right hand side pocket, it just brings back the entire flow of action. And the squeak control as well to really push your opposition to where you want them to be, to really kind of come into contact with that Ash pick. It's a bit of a scary thing on the side of Juan de Nilos here. Wales have got more of a kind of control-based idea, but the entire purpose of what Juan de Nilos are running with is to try to cause an upset in that respect. Pure gold Ash, no less, as well, coming in and just going to be... I suggest actually JXCR just kind of completely just go in on that right-hand side lane, but now getting a couple of taps for his time, and Christian with a deep position in the mid, forced back now with a few shots, but 4 gems in the pocket, and a good start, Juan de Nilos.
Yeah, this is starting off exactly how they'd want to, but it's quickly shifted to and being pretty far back into their spawn. Toxic low HP as well, but a nice pickup. Down, and a chance here to really build up that lead furthermore for Juan de Nilos, defuse a couple nest eggs down in the mid as well, and Juan de Nilos is already on 8 gems, Maracos have not.
Yeah, maybe looking back, the Dynamite pick could have been reserved on the ban side. They could have gone for something else that's given them a bit of problems, like an Ash or an Otis or any of the brawlers that are on their side. It's the walkover. There's no other way of putting this or sugarcoating it. It's just what it is. Great juke there from Christian, by the way, to evade the mark as well, as that might come in full circle in these later stages as the push is coming in. I just don't know whether there's really enough time for it to land the mark, as yet Christian can just sit here. Nothing is going to touch him. Maracos are nowhere to be seen and have got to make some changes.
Yeah, I don't really know what's going through their minds, to be completely honest. I feel like their draft was just not that good, and the fact that their last pick was their gem carrier and they already knew they were facing an Ash is just such a horrible situation to put yourself into. And I mean, in that sort of situation, you might as well just have banned it instead of banning Dyna and an Ash. So I don't know, lots of questions on my end, and I'm not sure if we aren't going to be getting any answers.
Yeah, I wanted to give it the benefit of the doubt, see whether it played out differently to what was in my mind, but at this moment in time, I want to know who's let cook, who cooked that draft. Take them away from the kitchen, never let them do it again. But let's see, can they sort of bring things together? There's a good amount of control coming in, and Reese is trying to tap up Toxic there, and now Alonso, despite being low HP, oh, that's a great tap. What a tap there from Toxic, immediately taking back control of the right-hand side lane, and Loco has done a good job on the left, in all fairness, to Maracos to get the penny turret in, and surely, where's the Ash? He's still at the top, is he respawning in? I believe probably respawning back in then, but yeah, and now going to take on Loco on that left-hand side, wins the lane no less, and going to heal up as well. It just feels like Maracos are a bit all over the place, Teddy.
Yeah, right now it's better for Maracos, but still not quite flawless just yet, as Christian does overextend a little bit. Loco looking to punish him, and he's not quite able to pull out of that position. However, the gems are still fairly protected, although a couple of them will be brought back towards the mid by Alonso. JXCR is able to find a nice pickup on the left-hand side, however, and that should deny Riz from picking up any further gems, and Juan de Nilos will be able to keep up the lead by just a little bit for now.
Good taps there from Christian. Alonso does win the left-hand side lane, but then, oh, what a tap. Christian's playing so fantastically well today, honestly. Christian looking forward, going to bring 3 gems ever closer to mid. Christian just get an easy pickup. He's low HP, got to be a little bit careful then. Conceded a shot, but oh, another one nest egg as well. Christian, be careful, lad. You're on the countdown, 10 seconds remain. He should be okay now, healing up along the way, but nonetheless, that was a little bit of a close shave. But Juan de Nilos didn't just take that first set. They comfortably took that first set. And Maracos, despite the Shelly ban and Dynamite ban and some form of a plan, seemingly nowhere to be seen in that respect, in that regard. Got to go back to the drawing board and again take that chef out of the kitchen, because he cannot cook. That draft was not the way to go.
Yeah, I'm not sure what plan you are referring to, Ark.
I don't know myself.
I didn't see much of one, to be honest, and I think that it's a pretty good thing that Juan de Nilos picked up that opening set, because maybe Maracos need to, slow down for a second and think at what the stakes are and what they are playing for right now. because it didn't necessarily feel like they were taking things as seriously as I would like them to. But in all fairness, I mean, you know, it's their money. It's, you know, their qualification in the long term that they're putting on the line, and if they're willing to drop a set for it, that seems like their problem. They still have some chances here to make up for it. Stats-wise, I mean, Mariko's found lots of damage, probably just from spamming that Ash that was pushing them back all the way to their spawn. And talking about the Ash, he has 10 kills, so he was quite a bit of a problem himself.
But this is where I bring it back around, because honestly, it wasn't even like, I can get over the Shelly ban and Dynamite ban, to be honest, but they had a choice of options to counteract the Ash, and they chose Bell. And it's just like, there was still Spike available, right? Why not go Spike? That's a really immediate shutdown thing to have, and like, they could have chosen other things and let the Penny go mid. It's not the worst of mids, but they just didn't do that, and just kind of walked it into themselves. Despite the bans, I think they could have picked also better in that instance, but we shall see now with the fresh bans and picks coming in for Golden Gulch for Knockout, whether they're going to take things a little bit more seriously, and it looks that way. Banning out the Tick, the Eve, and the Mandy. I'm not too much of a fan of that one, but nonetheless, Jean, Max, as well as the Janet also coming in as bans for Juan de Nilos. Going to be obviously opening up still some doors to some big picks here. Rico, especially on the side lanes. Grom going to be the first one for Marikos, and that is a very, very solid pick, to be fair. But it's going to make a bit of a difference having that Jean ban out of play, and Eve as well is a great brawler to have to be able to maneuver your opposition around the map and try to assert some pressure. But Bell's still up for grab as well, and Brock as well. Piper, there's a lot that can still be done here.
Well, first pick now for Juan de Nilos, trying to see what they can work with when it comes to facing that Grom. And a Brock is quite an immediate counter. Open up the map, remove some of those strategic walls that the Grom is going to be happy to be sitting around. And then the Bounty as well, it can easily dive in, go for an assassination against a thrower. Not much of a chance for them to survive. Plus, at a range, it's still able to pack quite a punch. I don't mind the draft from Juan de Nilos so far. We'll see the roughs here again. I feel like it's a problem we haven't been seeing too much on Golden Gulch in other regions, but so far today we've seen it plenty across South America, East and West.
Sprout going to be coming in as well. Then for Juan de Nilos to confirm all three brawlers, and I don't know whether I'm too sold on roughs here. I mean, we saw it earlier today running the field promotion star power, and it's not the worst of strategies over time, because you do want to buy time in Knockout. That's the name of the game, realistically, there to just try and, you know, give yourselves that advantage, especially up against the Sprout. That's where you want to be going into those later stages, really. It's being up close and personal, but I don't know how sold I am. It kind of just cries out for your opposition to go on the aggressive and can work against you in the strategy. Much prefer Rico here myself, but we shall see how it plays out and how it fares. Will the field promotion star power be in play? Big break. Probably could have got actually all the tiles there. Toxic could just come from the the left-hand side to land it, but nonetheless, it will give it a little bit of an opening here. Look at just going in super on the aggressive early on. Didn't seem to work out too well. It doesn't seem like on that top left Alonso's running it, so should therefore be running the wall break and air support. But we shall see as both sides try to earn that early utility and get themselves into having a greater advantage in the late game.
Yeah, it may also have been that field promotion start power was the initial plan, but seeing the Sprout being brought in changed their minds a little bit. Then they wanted to have the wall break. It's sort of versatility that I like about roughs, although this is one of the few regions that is using it properly to their advantage. Alonso, with some narrow jukes, does get hit this time around. Needs to be careful as JXCR is gonna jump in, get a nice kill. Christian is also low, but has a wall to work with and try to funnel his opposition with. As right now, Loco has his super as well to pop, and surely he should be picking this one up. It's close, but it is going to be going the way of Marikos at the end.
Yeah, looking better for sure. Oh, it is field promotion. Just couldn't quite see it. Maybe they were outside the radius. So we shall see how much value they were able to obtain off the back of it and whether it makes much of a difference. But so far, so good. And great to see as well. Artie getting some value there on the super. Rocket Rain from Toxic's not really going to do much except open up, but that is a lot of the map opened up, to be fair. Big tap as well onto Alonso. Reese blocks off as a great wall from Christian there to really just keep things at bay, and a missed Grom bomb there from Reese. not going to help out too much more. The side of Barekos is now the push coming in. The control is there for it, but so far the Jukes on the side of Juan de Nilos are pretty much on point.
Toxic, low HP, forced to fall back. It's going to be a little bit less pressure towards the mid, and Rekos are trying to use that to their advantage to close the gap just a little bit. Getting outranged quite a bit across the board. Some nice tags here and there. Christian back to low HP, and it seems like mid is going to be more firmly in control of Rekos. Gas forcing to find aim. JXCR very low HP at 2-on-2 now as well, but Loco is dodging wonderfully well, and again Christian in a 1v2, nothing that he can do, and Rekos will be picking up the first game.
I'm liking it. I mean, that was clear sign of field promotion giving some value. I mean, the HP really did carry towards the end and provided a great advantage, but this is where I feel like it can be undermined, because ultimately the way to counter it is just to go on the aggressive, just separate the opposition and try to ensure that they're not sticking together that much. And now the lanes stretched out a little bit here as Reese and Alonso starting on the left, and Loco trying to come at this from the right-hand side. Big break again, but it really is a meaningful push here. Great pinch from Rekos, and just inflicting so much damage. Toxic is incredibly low. Christian now as well, and JXCR all beneath 1,000 HP. They've got to get out of this position, and it's not an easy position to get out of.
Ground bomb there was a perfect connection as well, and it's only JXCR left alive. Not much of a chance here as it goes down before the gas even has a chance to spawn, and Moreko is now a round away from taking the set.
I mean, this is a completely different team to Hard Rock Mine. I don't know whether they were just confident or whether they just kind of like misclicked a couple of things, but it sprung to life, and they could be playing with their food, genuinely. I mean, at this point, it just looks like they are firmly in control. Haven't really dropped the ball at all, and Rekos just seemingly looking to wrap this up and tie it up immediately here, because a 3 versus 2 already, you've got a massive advantage now.
Jump in from JXCR, and it pays off as well. So much damage onto Loco as well. And Christian able to capitalize, find another Loco in a 1v2, one that he shouldn't be winning. But it's not completely impossible either. JXCR back in cannon form. Loco finding some nice connections. Not able to get the kill just yet, and eventually he will fall to Christian. Juan de Nilos still have a say in the set and are able to pick up the second round.
Yep, Caster's curse right there for sure. Yeah, we shall see, though, how this one fares. Big break again from Toxic. The last one of his gadgets to use. Looking to obtain a rocket rain probably later on to try to break things even more. Loco has got super as well, wanting to probably save it until the later stages, and that's why they should probably go a little bit more the aggressive right now, trying to ensure a takedown beforehand. Great sandbag defense there from Alonso. Stop JXCL from getting shot off. JXCL's trying to find Loco here. Toxic does get the pickup onto Reese, making it that 3 versus 2, which they desperately needed. Oh, look at the value on this one. The big push coming in, big rockets from Toxic, and a big wall as well to separate out there. Loco and Alonso is looking from bad to worse really here for Morekos.
It's definitely looking scary. This is a 3v2 that's going to be really hard to win. Loco just can't really put his super to use anyways. Gonna try to close the gap, but Alonso is going to fall, and he's left in a 1v3. Probably should be heading towards the gas, but it seems like he kind of wants to challenge them, and in all fairness, he's not feeding too much anyways, as this was the last round. Let's see if they can try to build up onto that lead furthermore. Now that we're 1 games each into knockout, I mean, this is kind of moment where Morekos need to be a little bit careful, because he gave a little bit of a freebie to Juan de Nilos in set 1, and now it might become a second set.
I completely agree, you know, it's like almost as if Juan de Nilos are not a team that kind of respond to kind of a little bit of BM and stuff, and, you know, a few little wiggles and pins and that kind of thing just didn't really seem to do anything except kind of fuel them more, and I love that about this situation as it evolves. And Juan de Nilos are in a pretty decent spot now in blue, the right-hand side, pushing in towards Rekos, who are really quite clustered in a way that's gonna surely backfire. Toxic can land a heavy hit. Just trying to break the bush to see the crossover there. Great little play from him. Reese is incredibly low now as well. Sprout Wolf and Christian try. Oh my word! JXDR from out of nowhere! That's completely on them. And a team wipe is there immediately for Juan de Nilos.
That's a bunny jumping if I've ever seen one. Yeah, nice two-piece, nearly gets the turn, but his teammates were able to secure that kill right after. Sprout Wolf a bit aggressive there from Christian. Don't know how much he can capitalize off that one. But so far, Juan de Nilos is just a round away from extending their lead from 1 to 2 sets. And Maracos, they really don't want to let that happen.
I also feel like it would be their own fault if they did at this point in time. Just getting a little bit overconfident, aren't they, really? Toxic, a bit low there on 168 HP, and it's got to heal up, and this is the time for a push to come in, really, here for Maracos. XCR, though, is still tanky enough to be able to body block. He needs to. Pops the gadget as well, keeps the pressure onto Loco. Alonso just trying to creep around the left-hand side as well, gets a tap. Sandbags coming into play as well as Christian's incredibly low and has got to be careful here. Toxic just tries to keep the distance. It's the time where it can all go from bad to worse. XCR goes down. Toxic tries to land the shots, leaving Christian in a perilous position. Maracos might be able to secure this now and should surely be able to do so. And they do, giving themselves a valuable lifeline.
It's an important run for Maracos to pick up. Now whoever takes this one takes the set. 2 supers carried over from Maracos. We do have the Sprout Wall as well, but no more gadgets anymore either. And with Riz having his super, that means that Christian is really going to be able to do very much with his, besides just split those walls, that wall of walls on the right-hand side up just a little bit, then prevent any white flanks.
Clustering again, where it all went wrong last time there for Maracos. Reese is trying to land something on Christian, but he's got the jukes to be able to evade the situation. Got to keep the distance from Loco as well, as he has got super to hand and does connect a few shots. It's JXCR, there's double on there on Toxic and JXCR for the amplified shot. They can connect it for Grum Bomb. Let's connect with Christian, but Christian's able to dodge it and evade it. Beautiful stuff from him. With the wall misplaced into the arms of peril. Able to get away. Still 3 versus 2. JXCR jumps in. Oh my word, the legs absolutely clap him. Can Christian finish this off? He's missing shots, but the body blocks are there. Toxic comes out strong for Juan de Nilos.
What a man! What was that? What a way to finish the round, the game, the set. And it's Juan de Nilos now up by 2 sets. And I mean, we don't see the same sort of confidence we were seeing from Maracos earlier, and rightly so. I mean, Juan de Nilos, they got handed a little bit of a freebie in gem grab, but they made sure to use that momentum to their advantage. And now that it's 2 sets up, there's 3 sets left. All they need to do is win one of them.
And the way that Maracos started that set, you know, they were looking very confident. I said it was like a different team, and it was. You know, they were doing everything right, and they were taking it seriously. And then it started to get a bit overconfident. A few wiggles here, bit of BM there, and just Juan de Nilos didn't falter to it. They didn't bow down low to it. It actually made them get strength and start to have some resilience to it. And as quickly as that, they're now 2 sets up, and you've got to remember, this is the same matchup we saw last month. And the results were, it was a 3-0 sweep in favor of Maracos. So Juan de Nilos have already got 2 sets more than they had, you know, this month and last month combined. And only 1 set now away from taking home the glory. I mean, look at this jump. Oh my word, JXCR literally out of nowhere and bringing home the bacon.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a more questionable jump, to be fair.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Advantage straight back to them. And I mean, if there's one brawler in the entirety of the game that you really don't want to be jumping on, besides Shelly, which, you know, it's just funny talking about Shelly again, considering the first set, it is gonna be the RT. So yeah, besides that, fantastic set here from Juan de Nilos and Maracos. They gave it their best shot, but now they are 2 sets behind, and some of their past mistakes and overconfidence is biting them back, because there's no more room for mistakes for them. And on a map like Sneaky Fields, if you mess up your draft, it can very quickly be over.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is not the map or the mode to have when you're 2 sets down, and more than likely it's at your own fault, really. Max Band, Barley, and Penny. B first pick for Juan de Nilos on the side of Macareos. The bans were Sam, Primo, and Ash. Rose is still available here, by the way, which is why the B first pick is actually quite smart, because, I mean, I really love it. I was playing it all day today with Spen. We were absolutely dominating with that particular brawler, and it would make a lot of sense. Nita, I know you hate it, Teddy, but it is definitely here up for grabs as Artie comes out there for Macareos. But this B pick is strong. I think Juan de Nilos have done a smart thing by doing that early as possible spike there for safety. Macareos just making sure that whatever comes next might change the swing of things by having that particular brawler in play.
I like the spike. I think as well that, it's a pretty decent way to deal with the RT. So having it on your side is going to lock that away from your opposition. The B can be a bit of a threat too, so they'll have to be careful instead of Juan de Nilos on how they approach that. As they go for Carl now as their second pick. I don't mind it. Again, not going to be able to do much spinning if you are near the RT. The Ruffs now as their final pick. Again, a brawler that just seems so popular in the South American region across both the eastern and western side of the region. And we'll see Sandy as the final pick from Marrecos. Pretty interesting stuff across the board, to be honest, but I like it.
Yeah, I really do, honestly. I mean, we're not really at a point where Sandy comes to mind in terms of drop, but it makes a lot of sense. We are seeing a climb and an increase in both play rates and win rates for that brawler. It can turn the tide so quickly as a result of the recent buff, really. The basic attack damage going from 860 to 900 now, and it has just brought Sandy into the meta. So for those that are home maybe wondering why, it does make a lot of sense, and one super is all you really need. One singular sandstorm. You just creep up unaware, and that's a lot of value already handed over to Loco. Toxic almost went down there. He's like probably one shot away already from Sandstorm. Christian there for that reason. Just giving him a pat on the back with those beat stings to remind him of his place, but he's still evading despite the support. Drop that came down. Great slow there from Christian as well. Big taps into Reese. An opportunity here for Juan de Nilos. It's just Alonso there to take care of.
Yeah, I feel like the more the map is going to be opening up, the more it's going to be in favor of Juan de Nilos, and the fact that Marrecos were not really able to capitalize off the early game is a little bit scary. As you mentioned, Loco found some nice value as Sandy, but once that second line of walls on the left side is gone, that's not going to be nearly as easy anymore. JXCR does get put to sleep, and Loco is able to find a follow-up kill. Nicely done here by Marrecos as they are building up some nice control across the mid and slowly creeping up the map. The Sandstorm is not quite going to be ideal, to be honest, because they did end up losing a player, so they're not really going to find much utility with it. And at the end of the day, they still have control, but they did lose that value.
Liking what I'm seeing there from Christian, but JXCR as well, just baiting out as many of the Sweet Dream stuns as he can. Has already won there, but Loco, if he gets one at just the right time, it will lead to a goal. Christian's in a really tough spot. Can't do much more than that. Realistic for a fumble. A big fumble there. And Toxic hands over to the left-hand side. What are the Marrecos doing? They've got to land those moments. They don't get them often. You can't mess that up.
That wasn't even a hard shot to line up. I mean, we see them sometimes, highly mechanical Brawl Ball shots, which are tricky because you need to calculate in a very short span of time, but this wasn't one of them. That was an open goal, and that should surely have gone in. Alonso, low HP now as well, with 25 seconds left and overtime on the horizon. This could really go all over the place. Christian still up as well, and Alonso is going to full control in favor of Juan de Nilos as overtime is getting closer.
Christian gets superhero, anyone for that matter on the side of Juan de Nilos. It could be a super shot onto the goal at just the wrong time for Marrecos. And I mean, how have we got to this point? You got to ask yourself that question from last month to now. Bit of overconfidence here, just makes such a mess, and the pass could be very much there from Toxic. Christian uses it for the slow. They want the takedowns to land. One tap, two tap from Christian, a super shot as well, and everyone is gone! Oh my word! Juan de Nilos are making this look so easy!
What a disaster for Marrecos. A bit of a replay as well from that moment. That was a fully open goal. There was time. There was someone body blocking for him too. And you can't even blame it on Loco for not picking up the ball afterwards. If he read the situation quicker, he could have. But this should never have been a pass in the first place. It should have been a shot on goal. And it simply wasn't on goal. What a disaster for Morocco's Juan de Nilos now on match point. And Morocco's, they need an unbelievable comeback if they want to pull this one back together.
It all started with a dynamite and a Shelly ban on Hard Rock Mine. and look how far it's escalated. Match point. Juan de Nilos now, and they're in a great spot for it already. Great positioning, power into the mid. Everyone clustered on the side of Macareos, and those taps there from JXR. Big hits from Christian, flying hook in, but the stun is there from Loco. Is it going to be enough? JXR goes in, he's got the protective pirouette, so that shot is not going to see to his demise. Will stay in the mid and actually continue the taps onto Reese, who actually finishes them off. Nonetheless, though, bit of an escape, I would say, there for Macareos. The ball coming out the corner now.
Alonso has an aggressive position on the right lane. Could find some opportunity here and there, but Carl is a problem for him to deal with. Nice snipes from Riz. He's going to find the pickup onto the B, and Loco surely should be able to score this one in. And he won't miss as his teammate did and slot this one in. That was cheap.
No, I think it was actually necessary. I was thinking the same myself. I heard you say it should be a walk-in. I'm thinking, well, I don't know. Let's see. As now a big push coming in the sandstorm was the perfect coverage there for Macareos. A big slow there from Christian just helps to evade the situation. The follow-up taps absolutely on point. Alonso's in a really tough spot, and Toxic actually gets the kill there. 4 left behind, but that won't take long to get up the map. 40 seconds on the clock. Juan de Nilos could absolutely tie this one up.
Loco getting hit very low HP. The wall break now as well. That should make it a little bit easier to score, but with about 25 seconds left and the ball cornered up, how easy is it really gonna be in the first place? This Loco still has some sleeps as well, and the sandstorm now plays down. It means no resets for anyone healing because of the rude sands. 15 seconds left, and it's looking a whole lot like this one is going to game 3. JXR finds a pickup, is gonna go for a super, but yeah, no shot. Riz has enough damage to easily shut him down, and Morocco's strike back was a game here, trying to contest this set.
Now it feels like Juan de Nilos are playing with air food, doesn't it, really? I mean, it's looking so confident at this point in time, but the taps is what matters, and they are landing. You know, the mechanics are there, the skill is there, and they've just proven to everyone that they don't really tend to get flustered when it comes to pressure, or BM for that matter. Loco on the right-hand side, a bit low, and the flying hook from JXR is great. Sweet Dreams is not going to do much about that. Follow up from Christian, amplified shot, connecting it well. The body block there from the from the box is going to be preventing it, but there's going to be an easy walk in. Toxic though is low, healing up, tries to trick shot. That's the way to go, to be fair. He had to try that. There was no angle there. That was the only way it was going to go in. Not BM at all. Actually a perfect play.
Yeah, I agree. It was a good attempt, and fortunately for him, it didn't quite pay off. A bit of a gamble either way, but nicely read by Loco. Morocco's now was a very dominant position, a big chance to score as his spike super is fantastic as well. Surely that one is going in as well. The pickup is there, but the goal also, and that means Morocco's now are almost a leg into the fourth set.
I'm so nervous when they've got those moments where it looks certain now. Christian gets the honeycomb off the back of that shot, and JXR knows it's a great time to capitalize in. Goes in fantastically well. Alonso's in trouble. Stone as well, and Toxic's landing the shots. He survives on. Over here comes the supply drop coming in. He will be able to evade it nonetheless, but it does slow the advance. There's a good semi-defense there. Macareos might be exactly what they need, but Christian has got still the honey molasses. If he can creep up here, place it at just the right time. Sure, Alonso can super it, but it will still slow. Good defense for the most part. Ball safely away. Now the flying hook coming in. It's just that JXR all alone now. Yeah, that's a pretty solid defense so far. Macareos is starting to tie it up better.
Yeah, definitely is looking better here for Morocco's. 45 seconds left. Bull, as you can see on the bottom left, is cornered up on the top left. It's a whole lot of directions, but I'm sure you guys can manage. Loco going aggressive against JXR. And I was going to say maybe a chance for a goal, but not really risking it this time around. Morocco's, where has all that confidence gone. But now they don't really seem to be taking any risks anymore. However, a nice pickup there could actually maybe result in something for Juan de Nilos. 15 seconds left. Alonso is next to go down. Riz should be able to block that ball. The pass goes through, and Juan de Nilos, they're gonna slot it in.
Beautiful stuff. And now with it being overtime, this is now looking much more favorable for Juan de Nilos. Big sandstorm, the slow connects, though Christian sees the opportunity and does step up Loco. The right-hand side JXL wins the transaction against Alonso. This is looking better and better. Loco in big trouble here, but Christian solo has to come back, regroup, and try again another day. But now with JXL having super, that might be happening pretty quickly. If you can get into this situation there, get a takedown, give his team an upper hand, ball going into the pocket there. The Records know they're in trouble.
Jaxiara gonna pop his super, a slow thrown down by Alonso. 25 seconds left. They lost a player that has to go back to look for the ball. Cactus providing some heals back to Alonso and thanking for that shot. So far, the defense doesn't seem to be breaking just yet for Juan de Nilos. They might even have a final push going their way, as Toxic is gonna hand out a buff to himself, turns out. Christian still has a super as well. Don't think he can do much with it, and Ball is going to be cornered straight back up for Juan de Nilos, and Brawl Ball is not over just yet, as we'll get just another match point here in favor of Juan de Nilos.
We're doing it all again. And this is going to be actually, I think, a bad thing for Macareos because they had momentum, didn't they? And now that's been taken away from them, and Juan de Nilos seem to me like the team that have got the stamina to go all the way here. Christian, again, these taps, so dangerous with it. Flying hook very early on here. For JXDR, they know this is the time to strike the early outset because they can pocket the ball. He's got the amplified shot yet to get off the back of Loco. Alonso's in big trouble as well. Big spins in from JXDR, and that should be enough. Oh no! Off the line! Macareos for defense.
That was so incredibly close, but fortunately for Juan de Nilos, not able to capitalize. Luckily for Marecos, able to hold that from, prevent that from happening. Now as the walls open up, it gets a little bit more chaotic, and Marecos have cemented their position in the mid, looking to stay there for as long as they can. JXCR was a questionable super, he'll stay alive far along, as Loco does have a Sandstorm now as well. JXR is tagged up straight back to one shot now.
Light drop there. To pick up. Good taps from Reese though. Loco's just trying to work around this situation. Can't really find anyone throughout the Sandstorm right now, and Talks pushed back so far. There's the chance. Big super there from Alonso, forcing Christian into a really tough spot. He's now going to be cornered as well on 1,420. Flying hook in from JXCR. This ball can come around the left, and there's not really much. Oh, wait, hang about. What happened there? How have they managed to mess that one up as well? I mean, you can't. That was a goal. That was a goal. And they just messed it up again.
I think they need to go into some practice match. Like, I was gonna say whiz bots, but I mean without bots, and just like line up the angles of the ball kicks just a little bit, you know? It's looking a little bit rusty here on both sides, to be fair, but especially Marecos. Toxic gonna be placing down a supply drop, a nice sandstorm though. It's gonna be a big opening here for Marecos to finally close this one out. I assume, never be too sure, there's no one left alive. Can they do it? They will score it up, and Marecos get the lead 10 seconds before the end of the game.
Big super there from Alonso, and it should be enough just to delay the onset. I don't know whether there's anything that Juan de Nilos can do about this, and it's just been stolen from them. I honestly don't know how Marecos have won that set. In all honesty, it blows my mind with the amount of chokes that were in that set. Somehow, some way, they managed to come out on top and take this all the way to another set, and I just don't have many words. I don't have the words.
It's been an interesting development for this this series. We've seen a lot of things in the BSC, and this match is definitely its own category, I would say. But Marecos, they're still fighting for it. Honestly, in Gem Grab, it didn't really seem like they wanted to win. Now it seems like they want to win a little bit too much to my taste. And they are able to bring it back to a 4th set, pick up Brawl Ball in the process, and I want to say look good whilst doing so. Maybe not quite. I feel like there were a lot of lost opportunities, of missed opportunities and chances that would have made this a bit of a smoother sailing. That has got to be an exhausting set though. So long between the draw and the overtimes and the intensity as well. And that's a naturally very high kill game as well for how long it lasted. That is Holt on 16 on 3 of the players, 18 on Christian. Toxic snacking a little bit of this one, and maybe if you had a bit of a better performance, that would have been a different result.
Yeah, such a long set and some huge stats, but one stat that's not there, I've got a DM from Ready Set. He went to have a shower, did his hair, and that guy spends a long time on his hair, and he's come back and the Brawl Ball set's still ongoing. It gives you some context as to how long that actually took to get through. My word, but that might be the very thing that breaks a little bit of this, snowballing that we're seeing, or we were seeing at least, from Juan de Nilos, and that might be enough, especially if Miracles can get like a good draft in on this hot zone set. We could be going to a 5th and final set in that respect, and I don't know, I just felt like they had it. I felt like Juan de Nilos had it in that Brawl Ball moment and would have been able to tie it up, and I hope for them that they haven't missed the opportunity, because I don't know, it's hard to really say, because Miracles have this ability just to kind of like flick a switch and just kind of play like we'd expect them to play. And then sometimes they just make these huge blunders or do some questionable decisions in their drafts. And I just kind of wonder where they are heading sometimes, or where their head is at least. Nonetheless, let's see what this draft brings. What will it be? Okay, something normal, good to see. Pogo's the first pick then for Miracles, and drafts, or the bands rather, with Penny, Crow, and Max on the side of Juan de Nilos, and Artie, Lou, and B on the side of Miracles. But Poco is a very good first pick, I'm not going to lie, on this particular map. I would love to see a Meg show its face as well.
On a completely different note, I just want the world to know that Ready Set shared with us that he had the time to step in the shower as the set of Brawl Ball started and to get out of it, and it was still not over. So, and he takes long showers. So, yeah, interesting stuff on a Ready Set side, but also very interesting games. You're very much in line with what we've been seeing in this grand final. Pam and Meg, on the more serious notes, are going to be the picks here from Juan de Nilos, and I kind of like it, to be honest. I was scared a little bit by that Poco first pick. I know how dominant Poco can be in this region, and he is, I feel like Meg can be a really nice way to deal with it. So I like this approach from Juan de Nilos, but I still feel like the Poco really needs to be respected. It can be quite threatening.
This is a dangerous draft, isn't it? Oh, it's just, I mean, it's not bad, I don't mind it. I just feel like there's some better options, to be honest. I do feel like Juan de Nilos have got a banger of a draft occurring here. If they get like some aggressive side lanes, maybe like a Stu, or they obviously like Janet a lot, and I'm not too sure it would fit, but they do like it. They can get some very good information with the drop of the base on the top corner sides and be what they're thinking. I just don't really kind of feel as much synergy on this side of Miracles. It is going to be a Stu. I quite like that, to be fair. Alola wouldn't have been a bad idea either, but they've already got some very firm amount of mid control. They need those side lane pressures there, really, going into this kind of map. But let's see how it fares. I mean, it's definitely not a bad draft, though, for Miracles. I do like it. But I just like the Juan de Nilos draft a little bit more.
I'm with you. I like Juan de Nilos' draft more too. I just feel like execution-wise, it might be a little bit harder to pull off, if that makes any sense. And to that extent, I'm a little bit concerned that Miracles is just a little bit more straightforward, and they might be able to win through that. We'll see how that is actually going to be playing out on the battlefield, as we an early gadget from Loco plays down in the mid, preventing Christian from extending too much forwards and giving a whole lot of control to Miracles early on. And I like that approach. Christian getting bullied away. He does have his mech now. Might be a little bit too scared to pump it.
Great amount of control so far for Miracles, and Christian's not really able to. He needs to push forwards. He's got mech. You've got to go and charge this one in and have your teammates there for support. Doesn't really matter necessarily if you lose it, but you've just got to assert some authority. Big tap on Therese. You will get the takedown for it, but in that time, look at this. 62%, not a single time in the zone. Juan de Nilos have got a great comp. They're just not prioritizing the objective. You've got to do that in hot zone.
Yeah, JXCR is gonna fall as well. Toxic can do what he wants. This is just not gonna be working out here for Juan de Nilos, and I'm scared, Ark. I'm very scared. Like, I feel like Morekos have had a little bit too much of a villain arc that I don't want them to win anymore.
I agree. From Brawl Ball to this, and they're clawing it back, and it's definitely concerning. And I mean, it's so convincing. It should not, in my opinion, have been that convincing with the draft that Juan de Nilos have. That's the thing. They've got a really solid comp. You've just got to go in full force with the Meg, go aggressive with the Pam, use that early utility to gain the advantage. That Scrap Sucker will leave your opposition standing there, all for the taking. And Toxic just needs to not feed into Alonso so much. They can't lose these early battles. They've got to take control. Christian getting an early mech is a great thing. Plus a very early gadget there on the hillside. It's going to probably go down pretty quick as a big screeching solo there from Alonso is going to secure, surely, a great amount of mid-presence from Morekos.
I mean, it's more percentage in this game already than in the entirety of the previous one. There's still Morekos in the lead with the stronger mid-presence. Alonso and Riz able to get a nice pickup on the left-hand side. Christian ready to pump his mech as well. And so far, still very much so good for Morekos. Christian really able to get close enough to make full use of that mech and really try to dislodge that poker from that mid position. It's been troublesome for Juan de Nilos, but at last they get a bit more mid presence and are able to slowly catch up percentage-wise.
That's the aggression we need to see. Talks are going in to finalize things, and that will give the perfect amount of time for Christian to try to earn his mech again before he gets back into the mix. Toxic again, really saving this game in my opinion. Just keeping the the eyes on the prize. You've got to secure these takedowns. You need to buy the time on the respawns. Christian now has got mech, but now Reese coming back into the equation with him and Loco in the mid with shield gear. Everything against them now for Juan de Nilos. This set has got to be going the way of Macareos, right?
Surely it should, but we've seen say surely quite a couple too many times where it didn't quite was so sure, and right now it's looking good though. However, a little bit of a team wipe there towards the end, and Christian getting that final kill as well, gonna help him get towards his next mech. But with a Poco, they should be able to pull this one back together, though I'm getting more and more scared here as percentage-wise they're catching up. And I mean, we said surely, or we shouldn't have said surely, because again, another jinx and another match point for Juan de Nilos.
South America today. What is going on? This is the region that you just cannot predict, isn't it, really? I don't know what to make of this series. It is just the gift that just keeps on giving. Match point for Juan de Nilos against all the odds. And let's see how they fare, how they learn from some of their previous errors. They seem to towards the end of their last game, so you'd think so. But Alonso on the zone, fast butter coming down there for Loco, but it took time to send it out. Big breakthrough there from Toxic. Christian wins the lane as well. That's huge for Juan de Nilos.
This is potentially the best start they've had yet. Alonso does have a super, and we've seen how useful those can be, and a nice pickup there. Make it a two-piece, actually, for Morekos, and Juan de Nilos not quite as far behind. Have a mech to work with now, as well as a healing station that did just get taken out. Surely they can try to put some pressure onto them, as Riz is finding tons of value and a nice two-piece on his end. And that's surely going to be relieving a lot of pressure here as Morekos are building up a more and more astonishing lead.
Now or never, really now. They've got to hold this control. And Christian needs to get that mech big aggressive. Healing station there from JXCR. Flying hooking for Reese, though, is on a really good time, but the mech is there. As quickly as that, he's almost out of it. 20% now is all that's needed for Morekos. Big mech coming in, though. Alonso might not get super here. He's got to finalize the shot. He does. I think he'll be able to do this. They don't need 8% now, and it looks like they've got full control.
Yeah, this is looking really good here for Morekos. We've seen things get out of hand before, on their side. Alonso not going to decide to use his super there, and I think that maybe he should have, because this push is not going to be as united now. It does have one now, and yeah, surely this one is being brought home by Marruecos. They will equalize and bring it to a 5th and final set. We've seen this comeback coming from miles away, but I still can't believe that it's here.
I had dinner reservations tonight, Eddie. They're ruined. It's gone. My word. 5th and final set all the way. I don't know how Juan de Nilos didn't tie it up earlier, but they've given away some huge momentum value. And Marruecos now, against all the odds, are in a position to actually come back home with a 2nd monthly final win unless they put a stop to it. I mean, look at this. That was about as dominating a star as you can possibly get. And I thought, to be fair, that Juan de Nilos were going to bring it back after the 2nd game, because they looked much, much better. But I just didn't really feel like they were playing it as aggressively as they should with a Meg and a Stu. I mean, don't get me wrong, Tuxer was playing a great Stu. I mean, he was basically flying off the ping, wasn't he, really? I mean, all over the place. But when you got a Meg, you just got to get behind that push and really support it, getting the objection control, but stats there as well. Look at the amount of DPS, by the way, on Alonso and Loco. Really thriving there almost towards the 300 mark, and that's incredibly high. Pushing there with the 10 takedowns, just the 3 for JXCR. Really was a set that could have gone the way of Juan de Nilos. I preferred their draft. I really did. But nonetheless, we're going all the way, Teddy. Get buckled in. It's going to be a long night.
Well, Canal Grande is where we are heading next, and Bounty is going to be our final set between those two teams that have been battling it in the most interesting way so far. And we'll see how this draft is going to go. It is one of those maps where the draft is quite important, especially now with the unbreakable rules as well. If you can find a way to take that mid control and just play very defensively from it, it can be super scary. But Tick, as a first pick, is the sort of idea is to try to dislodge any players that stay around the mid for too long. And I do like that from Marruecos. Tick is in a pretty good place at the moment, although there are a lot of workarounds and other approaches to it. And Juan de Nilos now would have 2 picks in a row to try to go towards that. Penny is definitely one of them. Don't mind it. It's going to shine up close with the salty barrels and find a lot of value, whether it's with the splitting shots or the mortar. And Otis as well is going to prevent any sort of tanky ideas or assassins from doing their job.
Well, 2nd pick coming in. I think the bans are pretty fitting for the most part. Nothing really, though, in terms of counters or tanks to look at just yet. So I do like the Otis for that reason. I think, though, for me as well, Spike would be on the cards as an idea if it's needed. Artie coming in. A long-ranged affair, and no doubt a lot of vision gears rocking on that tick for sure, to try to land some of those amplified marks onto their opposition. Pretty unlikely they're going to be going for a tank for that very reason then, just trying to keep the distance, and that might spell disaster if Juan de Nilos do like the idea of doubling down, but that Penny is going to cause a big problem unless Marruecos can get out of those spawn sides. Final pick coming in now. It's going to be Ash. I love it, but they're picking it at such a risky time in the draft, and this is going to spell disaster, especially if Juan de Nilos get this right. They've already got Otis as well. It's kind of scary. They're lacking a bit of range, actually, but I wouldn't mind a spike, to be honest. It can cause a lot of problems. Some control might not be a bad idea, but they've got to be very careful now. The Ash is a big problem. They've got to make sure they take care of it.
Interesting. I mean, I'm trying to think about why. Like, I don't get me wrong, it's not a terrible pick on this map, but I wouldn't say it's the best one either. And I'm not sure how it's gonna deal with the Ash arc. I'm scared. I don't want to watch.
I mean, slowing toxin. The slowing mixer is definitely going to be on the cards.
Oh, of course.
Barley pick. I mean, we have seen, though, in the EMEA region, Barley really valued highly on Canal Grande. We saw Foot Esports drafting it first. So I'm actually ready for it if it's played correctly. Against the Ashe, it's going to be a hard, tough ask, and the Otis as well. Definitely going to be having to stay on that lane side, and JXL might want to consider helping out a little bit for Alonso there. They've got to take back that mid control. This is some early utility as well, but Christian, yeah, it's probably running that slow, sticky mix-up and can't really bring in the heals that the team needs to gain that early mid control. So already they're handing over stars, but more importantly, positioning power and giving it over to Moekas.
Well, we have a bit of a push on the left-hand side there from Alonso, and that's not one that Toxic can realistically win on his own. And so far, this is looking pretty disastrous for Juan de Nilos. Marrecos have the entire map under their control. And Juan de Nilos are pretty much stuck in spawn. JXCR trying to break open, but no one is really tagging along and helping him out. So he ends up going down, and it's now 9 stars in favor of Marrecos. What a drastic difference from being 2 sets up to now Marrecos for the first time in the entirety of this match to ever have the lead.
It's just not the pick, is it? I mean, you had the opportunity to counter it, and you've gone for control. It's just such a risky thing. I don't know, even if they were to get the entire team wipe out, they'd have enough. It's 3 stars to Loco, 4 to Alonso, and that's 7 and the blue stars. So just those 2 would do, but I mean, realistically, is it likely to happen? JXL now finally finds the lane, and that could be something. Loco is in a bit of a problem area now with the blue star above his head. He's a target. It's 14 seconds on the clock. If Toxic can push this in, this could be the perfect scenario here for Juan de Nilos to get a turnaround. Loco's low, 2080 HP. Gets taken down though. It's not going to happen. It's going to stay with Moekas, and they move on to match point.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Match point now for Marrecos, and I still think this ref could work, but the execution has to be so much better. Like, everyone died 3 seconds into that game, and they just can't afford to do that. I feel like if they wanted to bring the Barley here, they need to have a more solid game plan for it. Alonso is going to be facing the Barley and Penny this time around. Blue Star should be picked up by Loco here, and he will do just that. Toxic trying to close the gap, find some nice connections, maybe even the follow-up, but not quite. Instead, he's the one going down, and a couple players very low HP end up surviving that encounter for Marrecos, and those kills would have been just about enough to give Juan de Nilos the lead.
This comp can work, but boy, if they made it hard on themselves, unnecessarily so in my opinion for Juan de Nilos. But there is a chance. There's a will, there's a way. It's a good about splash there from Toxic onto Alonso. JXCR can't find him, but they've got to keep JXCR on Alonso. Is there any hope realistically to get this Ashe taken care of now? With that splatter to hand either, and he does get it. He's too low though, surely Loco will find him, and he does. 5 stars above his head, but good awareness from Christian to focus on the next, and he gets it! The 5 stars and the blue star handed over. What a great play from him to be that astute when a new brawler comes into the meta. Where to focus your time and your attention. Beautiful stuff. But they're not out of the woods yet. They've got to get another takedown, or it's not enough.
Dickhead will be diffused quite nicely here by Juan de Nilos. It's only 1 star difference now. 1 kill, and they can bring it to double match point. They need to be careful.
Raise.
Mortar plays down as well. Riz as well. Oh my god, he's gonna go down. That's the lead for Juan de Nilos now.
Huge hit from Alonso. He's 1 shot away, but Toxic can't make the distance, and JXCR's got a hold firm in the mid. They can still turn this around. 15 seconds is time. Plenty of time. Loco 1000 HP. They've got to find him, and now he's healing up. They've got to get this pinch off. There's got to be a takedown, or this one is going the way of Moekas. It's 9 to 11. The big test to Alonso. They get it. 12, 14, and 16 T wipe. What an amazing turnaround. It's match point after the back of that incredible pitch.
I feel like this series was always meant to go to double match point. Maybe Marrecos knew it. Maybe that's why they gently offered Jam Grab to Juan de Nilos. But at this point, why not? The monthly finals of South America West are going to come down to 1 game of bounty. And this is it.
Great start, isn't it? For Juan de Nilos, Loco's forced all the way back. JXCR's got to stay on Alonso. That should be a last call to hit, but the chill pill will keep Alonso in the mix. He's completely cornered. What a great amount of pressure applied, and now 3 stars and the blue stars, they're different looking Juan de Nilos. They've got so much more pressure now, but they cannot lose their lead. And it's not an easy comp to go up against again. I feel like they've made this incredibly hard on themselves, but they are starting to show some resolve here. But they've got to hold firm, and it's not an easy thing to do. It really isn't. It's now Christian's in a bit of a spot. He has got the gadget to hand. It feels like Moekos are starting to push back in a way that's going to be spawn trapping here.
It's only 3 stars, and 2 good kills here will do. 2 kills at all actually would do, and right now Juan de Nilos are as spawn trapped as it gets. JXR trying to create a bit of an opening, and the ticket might be a problem. The mute does connect. Alonso is low, but so is JXCR. He's trying to pull back, and he's able to do so. Nicely done here by Juan de Nilos to create a little bit more space, but I really wonder if this is going to be enough. With 35 seconds left still, Moekos are back in the same exact position again.
This is not looking good for Juan de Nilos. They get this push coming in. Alonso's thinking about it. Ticket now coming in as well, and that's got a lot of HP. 3,400 coming in, and Toxic is low. He goes down. The blue star is still with Juan de Nilos on the lead, but one singular takedown will be all they need to swing it. And Moekos are coming in. 10 seconds on the clock. Ah! Loco gets on the left-hand side. He's going to be running away with it. Alonso as well. It's on the retreat, and that is going to be it. Moekos take it and gets a consecutive back-to-back monthly final win. Oh my goodness me! Money in the bank for Alonso.
Oh my goodness. What was this match? What was this series? What was this monthly final? It wasn't a victory for Juan de Nilos, we know that for sure. But that was...
It was a journey. It was emotional.
It was its own spin-off movie here for the grand finals, and we had quite the villain arc. Seems like they'll win this time around, but oh my, does that create some tension and energy between those 2 teams, which I'm all down for. I really am. The confidence from Moekos, I still want it to get punished at some point, and it will, but not this month.
They say every dog has its day. I don't know how Moekos were able to ensure that it wasn't today for them, because for every reason, for all intensive purposes, it absolutely should have been. Let's be honest. I mean, the amount of chokes in that Brawl Ball set, you know, there really were. But somehow they just managed to claw it all together. Stats towards the end of that one, definitely more in their favor as well. I just felt like the barley pick wasn't it. It had its moments, no doubt about it, Juan de Nilos, but normally, you know, it's a tough thing to see an Ash pick into a barley, and you're thinking, oh, my word, how are we going to be able to handle this? But they made the decision to pick the barley into the Ash. You can't forget that. MVP will be Alonso to add to all his achievements today. Think about his piggy bank. But you voted for it over at event.brawlstars.com. And there you get it. Alonso, I want to say he had a great game. It's hard to really tell who had the best game on the side of the Moekos, but Loco, I would say, for that final, takedown in Bounty. Trav, I cannot wait to hear what your thoughts were off the back of that one.
I don't know if these teams deserve my thoughts after whatever that was. I will say, especially Brawl Ball. I was sat here on my chair, and the amount of missed attempts from both teams. It was honestly a good viewing experience, because it wasn't a good viewing experience. This is the issue that I'm finding here. But to be honest, Moekos, they come out on top, and I'd have been even more sad if Juan de Nilos won after that, if they came all the way back and then managed to win anyway. So, Moekos 2 times champions now, and honestly, I think they kind of deserve it.
We'll leave that on a question mark. Well, here is the bracket of how today went down. Teddy, remind the viewers at home that may have missed some of the action, what they can expect to see in the VOD.
Well, I mean, we kicked off today with a reverse sweep from Juan de Nilos against SKC. As Level Esports, they did get swept by Moekos. They actually gave Juan de Nilos a taste of their own medicine, as they reverse swept them in one of the craziest and wildest grand finals that I have ever seen. And I mean, we should be happy because they saved our prediction. But
Very
honestly,
silver lining, Teddy.
yeah, I was willing to give away my prediction for Juan de Nilos to win this one because I just feel like they deserve it a little bit more. But it seemed like they just couldn't. They just couldn't. And Morocco's, they'll win it again.
I for one, I'll vouch to that. Trav, do you agree? Would you have given up your prediction to see an alternative result?
I mean, I think I probably would have done, to be fair. Regardless of us all going 5 out of 6 today, I think we've been pretty successful, to be honest. And, you know, even if Juan de Nilos had won, I'd still count 4 out of 6 successful as well. Leaderboard now. Moeco sitting at the top after 2 wins. Juan de Nilos sitting in second after 2 second places. SKC and Infermo just sitting below that. And Level Esports, they've made some big strides today as well. IXFA, Team Ability, and Lyok Fox to round out the leaderboard.
Nicely done. I would keep an eye as well on SK Kaleos, definitely moving forwards into the coming weeks, but we shall see what our play of the day was in just a moment as well, and remind ourselves of some of the amazing moments. We've had so many moments today. Here it is, Teddy, talk us through it.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see some dynamite action here as they get some nice kills here and there. There's a timing here for Adinho. Chooses the left angle, goes for the shot. It's perfectly timed, perfectly aimed, and it goes straight into the net. I mean, not something we've never seen before, but when it's executed so perfectly, you can only appreciate it.
Well, for me, you know, when we see Dynamite getting a draft, we tend to often see a lot of the stream chats getting involved and giving us their opinions on it. And it's one of those great moments where it just comes through and just demonstrates that it was a good idea to bring it into the equation because it can receive a lot of backlash, right, Trav?
Yeah, it can. It really can. But I mean, to be honest, that was a really adventurous comp anyway. I mean, we saw a few throwers on it today. We saw a comp that had, you know, the dynamite, tick, barley, everything in it. It was a little bit of a weird one, but at the end of the day, you know, I'm quite pleased every time I see dynamite, rather than some of the controversy it can get as well.
Well, I've had an absolute blast today, guys. I'm not gonna lie. South America really didn't fail to disappoint, but we have not got, we're not done yet. We've got North America up later on today, and I fully expect there to be more action there. 9 p.m. UTC is the time for that show, so make sure you stick around, set your alarms. You don't want to miss it. North America as well. It's getting really spicy, Teddy. A lot of teams really starting to shine there.
Absolutely so. It's one of the most exciting regions to watch. And to be honest, if you guys watch South America, you got to watch North America, you know, do the whole American package. And that's your chance for you guys at home, 9 p.m. UTC.
It's been a long day here, Trav. Any final thoughts before we close out the day from you?
I mean, I've got quite a lot, but I mean, I'll just go over the short ones. I mean, that last finals was just really, it was something special, something good to watch. A little bit of reverse sweep to close off the day, and obviously they're in the other sub-region as well. We had some incredible games, so massive congratulations to Zest and Moecos once again for taking their respective regions.
Hey, Self, anything you want to say before we sign off?
Pretty much the same as what Trav was saying. You know, this grand final is going to be haunting me in my wildest nightmares every night for the next couple of days for sure. So thank you for that, guys. I appreciate that, and hoping for more of the same next month.
Yeah, good fun all around. Well, I've got to say a big thank you to all the team behind us here at the production for Esports Engine, and of course from Supercell as well. Everyone in the background has been working a long day, and there's still much more to come from myself, from Trav, from Teddy as well. We will see you in a couple of hours time for the North America stream, 9 p.m. UTC. Until then, guys, goodbye for now. Now pushing forwards, great. Honey Molasses there from Zeno to defend, and DC's in pretty low. He can't really push up the left-hand side. They're going to push the ball forwards here. On the side, back to Lucas and Dino. Going to pop it. Big barrel, boom! Oh! He gets it!
Zest was a really big advantage percentage-wise, and even though BDO gets some time into the zone as well, they are so far behind, and they're constantly just at a player deficit. Dino coming in here now as well, but not able to find much value, and Zest just a couple percentages away from winning this monthly final.
Match point. This is dominant. Juan de Nilos have walked away with this and stolen it out of the pocket of SK Kaleos. This should have been SK Kaleos in the grand final, but it won't be. Juan de Nilos absolutely stealing feel it.
Reed's very low up top right, and Jeremy needs to come out and help, making some shots, but Portok's actually going to get the takedown. 1v1 here. Reed's has got the jump as well. Drop the base placed in front, resetting the healing, avoiding the shots, and drop the base might even finish this one off. 139, and the gas is the thing that seals it from away coast.
To swing it, and Moregos are coming in 10 seconds on the clock. Ah! Loco gets on the